Welcome to day one at Fed Supernova. My name is David Grover. I am the NGA Research Partnerships Lead here in Austin, Texas, and want to welcome you to the NGA track that we have today. We are excited to have you here, and we want to invite you to learn more about what NGA has to offer and how you can work with us here at NGA. But before we kind of get started with who we are and what the track is going to have to offer you today, I want to do a little bit of housekeeping for those in Capital Factory and those online. So the first thing that I want to mention is to please update your Hopin profile. So everyone is on Hopin today. You have a profile there. This is going to help Capital Factory and all of us with networking throughout the day, with understanding who's here, as well as focusing on your questions and making sure that your questions get to us as the speaker, as well as to Capital Factory. We want your engagement today, so please do engage. On the right side of your screen is a stage chat. That chat will allow you as users, both here in person and online, to engage with our speakers, to ask them questions, which is what we want within our NGA. So as you have questions, as the speakers say something or you want to comment to them, please engage in that chat. We want to engage with you. We have folks standing by that will pass those questions over to our speakers, and we'll be able to engage directly with you and answer your questions. If you have general questions or concerns with how Fed Supernova is going, you can always email the Capital Factory at fedsupernova@capitalfactory.com. So we have folks watching online and everywhere, and they are ready for your questions. So please feel free to reach out to them. If you're watching at Capital Factory here in person, again, make sure that you do download the app so you can view it online and ask your questions there. We'll be doing all of our questions through the online system, not here in person. And we want to make sure that everyone can participate through networking. The next thing I want to do is highlight down on the 8th floor, for those of you here in person, the Academic Alley. So Academic Alley, we have a variety of our university partnerships that have booths downstairs, showing what they have and what they're capable with respect to research and some of the academic advancements that they've made. So we're really proud of them, and we're proud of our research partnerships. Within NGA, we have a very strong focus on academic partnerships and STEM activities. And though today, primarily, we're going to focus on our industry engagement, we do want to highlight that Academic Alley and encourage everyone to work with students of all ages, and so please take a few minutes to go down to the 8th floor and visit that Academic Alley. As far as our NGA track today, we have a great lineup of speakers. But before we get into that, I'd like to do a little bit on who NGA is and what the National Geospatial Agency is about. So we are here really to deliver world-class geospatial intelligence to provide decisive advantage to our policy and our warfighters. NGA is a unique service and agency in that we are both an intelligence agency under the Director of National Intelligence, DNI, and a combat support agency under the Department of Defense. So we have a very broad mission set. And the first question that most people ask is, what is GEOINT? And so our definition of GEOINT is really the use of imagery or other sources of remote sensing and geospatial information that can depict features, locations, and activities on the Earth. As such, we have a wide variety of products from foundational physical characteristics of the Earth, from seabed to space, to navigate and to navigation activities and mapping activities that help our warfighters get from place A to place B both safely and efficiently. We also build a wide variety of GeoInt products for our policymakers, whether that's Pentagon decision makers, White House policymakers, or deployed warfighters, as well as first responders, as to how to make our decisions most effectively using the world around us and those geospatial information. We help to illuminate and inform those decisions and to carry out actions with precision for our global customers. We are the world leader in timely and relevant geospatial and GeoInt information. We enable the Department of Defense and our intelligence community to fulfill all those national security priorities, as well as anticipate our future needs and advance GeoInt technologies throughout our analysis and throughout our collections in order to meet those needs. And that's really why we're here today. We're excited about innovation. We're excited in NGA to move that GeoInt ball forward within our agency. Over the past several years, we have transitioned our industry engagement process. We've modernized some of our activities and how we engage with you, and that's what we want to bring to you this afternoon. We have also improved our processes. We have created Moonshot Labs in St. Louis. You may have seen announcements about that activity. We have also started an accelerator, all different ways that we can engage with you on how you can help us innovate and move forward within GeoInt and as an agency. And so we're excited to have you here today. With that, we have a great set of speakers lined up to talk you through that and to show you that what we can do within GeoInt and what we're looking for as an agency. First up today, we're extremely pleased to be able to have Mr. Phil Chudoba. He is our Associate Director for Capabilities. With that, he's responsible for defining the strategic direction of our agency and implementing that strategy. Underneath his purview is our future resource programming, our acquisition, our innovation, our research activities, as well as the adoption of all new technology. So we are excited to have him speaking today, and he will be our first one. After Phil, we're going to have Rick Meilenbeck. Rick leads our industry engagement team. Our industry engagement team is the front door to NGA. And so we're excited to have Rick to talk to you about how that process works. If you have never worked with NGA, if you don't know who to reach out to, Rick is the person that's going to give you that information. He'll provide you everything from contact information as to how to get through that front door, as well as what those first few steps are going to look like as you go through initial discussions with our NGA front leaders, all the way through potential demo days and through the process. And he's going to walk you through that. And so we're excited to have Rick here today. After Rick, we have the fortune to have Dale Rainey. Dale Rainey is actually the NGA small business lead. So Dale is going to talk to you about how we engage small businesses. We are excited to work with small business. We're excited to work with you. And so with that, Dale is going to talk to you through our process to ensure how companies get equitable opportunity for both prime and subcontract opportunities through our small business office and work through there. And finally today, we're going to end with Christine Woodard. Christine is our NGA St. Louis ecosystem lead. So she is fully involved in the GeoInt ecosystem that is happening throughout St. Louis, which is NGA's secondary headquarters location. That includes Moonshot Labs and our accelerator, which are open to everyone, regardless of your location. And she's going to talk you through how NGA is moving forward with GeoInt, how you can be part of Moonshot Labs, how you can potentially be part of the accelerator, and how you can continue to engage with us here at NGA. With that, as a final reminder, I want to encourage everyone to participate. We love questions. We want to be engaged. We want to answer your questions because we want your help in helping us innovate and helping us move forward. So with that, again, please use that chat to the right-hand side of your screen. Ask us questions. We're here to answer them. And with that, I am going to actually hand it over to our first speaker. Again, I'm very pleased to have Mr. Phil Chudoba with us here today. And so, Phil, I'm going to hand it over to you to take it off. Thank you so much, and welcome everyone to NGA's track.
Yeah, thanks so much, David. Hey, it's really great to be joining you today from NGA headquarters in Springfield, Virginia. I want to take a few moments to talk to you about how innovation is thriving here at this agency and what our aim points are, and I want to get you thinking about where you might fit in that. And so, if you've been listening to NGA over the last couple of years, you've heard a lot of talk about what we call the moonshot. The director has imparted strategic intent to the agency that draws metaphors from the 1960s space race, a great era in American history when industry and government and academia really united to win a race on behalf of the agency, or rather on behalf of the nation. And so our agency feels like we're at a time that is very similar to that, but perhaps with different stakes, right? Back in the 60s space race, we're trying to get a man on the moon. Today, we're contending with adversaries who are developing and delivering technologies that frankly threaten our security. And so the moonshot is designed to give us that unity of purpose and unity of effort here at the agency to get the workforce to rally around some of these outcomes that we're trying to deliver and to really make these things real. If you listen to the moonshot narrative, you'll see in there that we talk about holding adversary strategic forces at risk. And in my organization, where we develop the technologies that enable GeoInt, that really resonates with me. And I want to talk to you about that for a minute. When we say we want to hold adversary forces at risk, really what we're talking about are strategic relocatable targets. Those things that not only can do us harm, but the things that are really elusive for us to find and fix. And so, that just compounds the challenge for us because we're used to having decision space with the technology that we brought to bear in national security and on the battlefield. That decision space it's really shrinking with some of the technologies that the adversary is bringing. So to be able to find, fix, and frankly to finish some of those targets, we need to reclaim the decision dominance that's gonna enable us to get ahead of decision making that our adversaries are focused on. So if you're familiar with decision theory, you've heard about John Boyd, an Air Force fighter pilot from the 1960s, kind of the same era as the space race. John Boyd had this concept called the OODA loop, which most of us still talk about today, right? And the idea was that in fighter pilot engagements, which happen very, very quickly, there's just a lot going on in a compressed period of time. The competitor who has the best information and who could make the best decisions faster, that's the competitor that's really going to dominate that engagement. And so, John Boyd tells us through his OODA loop model that speed matters. I mean, it really does, especially today. The interesting corollary to that is speed is relative, right? Speed is not an absolute concept when we're talking about decision dominance. It's relative. It's relative to your competitor or your adversary. And, you might think that's a good thing. Maybe, but it actually can be kind of a challenging thing too, because the enemy today, the adversary today, whoever you might pick, they actually get a vote on how they accelerate their own technology. And so if our decision-making speed is relative, and if it really matters, we actually always need to be faster than those who we're trying to compete with here. For GeoInt, what that means is that we've got to deliver real capabilities that truncate processes that span hundreds of minutes today down to single-digit minutes. This is really the essence of my interpretation of the moonshot. The strategic intent gives us that unity of effort and the unity of purpose. But when I decompose all the actionable items that are kind of within that moonshot narrative, this decision dominance piece is what resonates most with me. And I focus on sensor to shooter. Getting that actionable data from our collection platforms through our processing and exploitation processes and getting it disseminated to those endpoints where it's going to be used. I will confess to you that I often focus on the warfighter problem more than anything else, because I do think that our warfighter customers have tighter timeline needs than any policymaker does in downtown DC. And I'm the type of guy who wants to tackle the more difficult problem, because I think if we fix that, if we're able to achieve that, everything else benefits tremendously from that, right? It's kind of like when I decide I want to go and enter a 10K because I need a new T-shirt. You'll find me out there training for a half marathon. With the logic being, if I'm able to tackle the more difficult challenge, then everything else will come that much easier. And so if you're hanging around NGA in my organization, where we develop and deliver all the technology capabilities that the agency uses, that's the philosophical overlay that you're going to detect here. We're trying to tackle the hardest problem that we can identify within this moonshot challenge. I would like to tell you that GeoInt is the panacea that's going to give us all of this knowledge and decision dominance that we want, but I know that's not true, and you know that too. GeoInt is absolutely foundational to all the intelligence and decision support that we provide as an agency to the nation's decision makers and to our warfighters. You really can't do it without GeoInt. It's the foundational layer. GeoInt, though, is not in any way a standalone layer. We've got to have those multi-int approaches that take all those traditional intelligence disciplines and make them available as layers so that we can resolve and get to certainty in tight timelines. When I talk to folks about this, I tell them, when you drive home every day from work, particularly if you live here in the DC area, you oftentimes are looking at that handset that one of the smartphone developers made for you. And you're often struggling with the traffic and trying to find your most efficient way home. That is a ton of GeoInt that you have at your fingertips there. But those are also layers of information that are not GeoInt, that are registered against your route and helping you make decisions whether or not you want to depart the interstate route and get on the local roads, right? So those layers, not only the traditional layers that you would bring together to resolve the information, but even the non-traditional layers. And today we have some really interesting emergent non-traditional layers that that are super promising in our quest to get what I call differentiating capability in our portfolio. When I say differentiating capability, what I mean is the ability to do things, to have tools, to employ capabilities that no one else quite has yet. And I've got a super high appetite for those differentiating capabilities, seeking to understand where they're emerging in academia and industry so that they can help us get to this data integration outcome that I'm looking for, that'll give us real sensor to shooter and give us the speed that we need. Sensor to shooter is important, but we've got to have the robust, resilient infrastructure that enables us to deliver this data to the decision-making endpoints. For policymaking, it's a challenge, but it's not too big of a challenge because we have robust, well-developed, and good, reliable infrastructure around Washington, D.C., where senior policymakers reside. And frankly, for most of the United States, where various decision makers at their home stations might use our data, that works pretty well. As you might suspect, the real challenge is getting it to those endpoints in the operating environment, at those theater levels where we're going to be challenged at every turn, where competitors, even in the very, very early stages of any kind of crisis, they're gonna understand and examine and look to interdict, frankly, some of those pathways that we use to deliver GeoInt. And so there's this idea that you may have heard before of a global GeoInt nervous system. A lot of folks have kind of used this phrase, and for me, it's not cliche. I think that's exactly the mentality we need to overlay on the infrastructure requirements that have to be associated with this. I've got to have that nervous system extending to the extremities It's got to be able to heal itself. It's got to have multiple pathways, redundancy and depth. It's got to be secure. It's got to be wrapped in layers of tissue and skin that's going to protect it from things that try to sever it. This type of redundancy and depth, I really believe, is gonna be what we're gonna need moving forward. Because let's face it, this is an information environment, and it's going to be contested as we navigate that spectrum from competition through crisis and into conflict, the really serious stages of decision support. If we don't have that redundancy and depth, if we don't have a resilient network that is above all secure in its ability to deliver this data to the endpoints, we're not going to get the outcome that we're after. And so this strategic narrative with these several pieces of really actionable direction that I could sink my teeth into along with my team puts us in a better place than we've ever been as an agency. We've got that focus that we need, and we're gonna execute relentlessly towards these outcomes. But here's what I want to tell you: fulfilling this strategic direction is not something that we think we're going to do all by ourselves here on the government side within the agency. We understand and we appreciate the need to work alongside our fellow DoD organizations, those IC agencies, those military organizations, and even those very specialized partners like Army Futures Command, AFWorks, Naval X, DIU, the National Security Innovation Network. Those are all the key partnerships, I think, that in addition to the exquisite technologies available to us out there in industry and academia, those are the partnerships that are really going to give us the glue that we need to bring things together. Advancing state-of-the-art through enabling builders and makers, having our customers, the actual decision makers, even the tactical level warfighter decision makers, sitting alongside with our developers in what we call the NGA software way now. Navigating that journey to transform and modernize these digital workspaces where we live, eat, and breathe every day to deliver this decision dominance. That's where we want to be. We think that's what's going to allow us to bring the leading edge technology into the geo mainstream and accomplish the very difficult sensor to shooter outcome we're after. Technologies like AI ML, we're heavily focused on artificial intelligence and machine learning, looking at those automation capabilities that'll help us truncate those timelines. Obviously, cloud technologies are at the forefront of our interest. To give us that resiliency and that redundancy, and HPC getting that high performance compute power, as we bring in all of those diverse layers, the things I mentioned earlier that are new and exciting and differentiating. Those technology areas are really things that we'd like to engage upon and move forward in partnership on. If you've had access to our tech focus areas, those are good, consistent aim points for us as an agency. Advanced analytics and modeling, data management, getting the data right as a foundational task that we need to do up front. Practicing those modern software engineering techniques so that we're not bound by those traditional plotting linear acquisition cycles. And again, that automation thing that seems to be moving forward in so many portfolios out there in industry in particular, a keen interest in that. I will tell you that we've purpose-built an organization here at NGA to actually do some of these key things for us, to actually lead us towards integrating these technologies. Over the last year, we established an organization at NGA called the Data and Digital Innovation Directorate, DDI for short. This organization was purpose-built to be the catcher's mitt for these technologies and also for operationalizing things like Project Maven on the DoD side, which we expect will become part of this portfolio in part or in total. So we're making these adjustments organizationally. We've made the adjustment philosophically, and we've got that appetite. to lock arms with partners out there in industry and academia to make this happen. So how are we going to do this? Well, I want to end on a note describing what we call Moonshot Labs. The St. Louis ecosystem is incredibly important to this agency and frankly to the GEOINT capabilities of the nation. It's no secret that our new modern headquarters is emerging out there, and we have put in place in anticipation of that headquarters opening up in the years to come. We've put in place an unclassified collaboration space to enable some of that discovery in partnership with industry and academia. This is called Moonshot Labs. If you've heard of this, do me a favor and go ahead and hit Google. You need only plug NGA and Moonshot Labs in there, and the first hit that you'll get is probably going to be the link to the webpage that the agency has with some great information on Moonshot Labs. Purpose built. After reviewing and gaining an understanding from all the management and leadership literature, what a true unclassified collaboration space needs to be in order to make it happen. We have purpose built this facility to welcome you as our partners, to help us uncover these technologies, to help us sit side by side, developers and users, to really navigate this journey that needs to be accelerated. I would tell you, as a final thought, this competition, this moonshot, is kind of like the 60s space race in a lot of ways, but it's a little bit different. It's different in the fact that there are some existential implications for our nation here when we're grappling with the security that we've enjoyed over the last 250 plus years. This is about preserving the technology and security dominance that we've enjoyed and that our predecessors have secured for us as a nation. It's our job to secure it for those that are going to follow. So I'll stop there. I just want to thank you and tell you I really appreciate your interest in NGA and our mission, and I look forward to engaging with you in many of these areas in the future. And so I'll pause there and see if we have some questions. Okay, you know what? I see one question in the chat talking about UAS and counter UAS technologies to increase GEOINT capabilities. I'll make a comment. I'll make a comment on that if I have one more minute here to do it. NGA is deeply vested in particularly the data that we derive from UAS, and so I think that our appetite for diverse data streams coming in here to give us different GEOINT perspective from the very low level, tactical capabilities all the way up to the strategic capabilities. We're keenly interested in that. UAS that provide different phenomenologies or different sensing capabilities are important to us, and we provide some of those capabilities to our warfighters as well. The counter UAS technologies as kind of a defensive or protective capability to preserve our freedom of navigation in that tactical airspace are probably more aligned to the military portfolio than they are to the GEOINT portfolio, but certainly we have interest in ensuring that the UAS capability that we happen to provide for the warfighters is secure. Okay. I'll add that we've got a very focused warfighter support directorate here that has got their arms locked with tactical level warfighters across the military services that not only has a heavy focus on UAS technologies and data delivery, but is looking for all those differentiating capabilities that we might bring to bear to keep those things working in a very positive way. In terms of anything that I would commend to you to think about as you navigate the rest of the symposium over the next day or two, I'd ask you to focus on that idea of differentiating technologies. We've enjoyed as a nation and as an agency several periods of dominance where we had certain things, certain capabilities, certain tools that no one else had. Those gaps are narrowing. We all know that, whether it's commercial industry closing the technology gaps or whether it's our adversaries doing it. So I need to really think about leaping over current state of the art and getting those differentiating capabilities in place. Maybe it's a new phenomenology. Maybe it's a way we process the data. Maybe it's an AI ML capability. But the things that are going to give us that advantage that we want to sustain and broaden, and I want that gap to be increased every step of the way as we look at adversaries that are catching up on us. Think about differentiating capabilities and how they pertain to GeoInt. And if you come up with something, I would encourage you to reach out to my team. I know you're going to talk to Rick Meilenbeck next. Reach out to my team, knock on our door, and let's talk about what's on your mind. And I'll close with that. Thanks so much for giving me your time today. It's been a real pleasure to be able to engage with you, and I look forward to meeting some of you down the road out here.
Thank you very much, Phil. Appreciate that. And hopefully you guys really understand and get a glimpse into the moonshot and what we are trying to do. It is a great way forward for NGA, and we're excited about how we can work with you. And with that, next up we have Rick Meilenbeck. Rick Meilenbeck is a seasoned public relations and marketing executive. He cut his teeth in Silicon Valley through the last 20 and 30 years, worked for such companies such as Apple, Novell, Creative Labs, Sybase, and IBM, and several startups through the time period. And now he is our industry engagement lead here within NGA. So we're excited to have him speak with us today about the industry engagement process and how you can engage with us and bring your solutions into NGA's front door. So with that, over to you, Rick.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the intro, David. It's a pleasure to be here to address you, and really enjoyed Phil's comments as well, and how he was emphasizing that he's on the lookout for differentiating capabilities and technology from industry, and so that's what we do. And so if you go to the first chart, I'd appreciate that. This gives a snapshot of fundamentally why we do what we do when it comes to engaging with industry. And early on in the process, when I was first asked to put my technology skill set to use to formalize an industry engagement program for NGA, I realized that there's this what I call a positive tension between our outreach to industry and industry's outreach to us. And I routinely got asked, well, why are we talking to industry when we know what we want and we can inform industry of that need and then wait for the response? And that's what I call the pull, because it's NGA outreaching to industry to pull a response. We do that in a number of different ways, most notably through RFIs, RFPs, the big BAA, the big area agreement, OTAs, a number of different methods where we can get information out to industry seeking a specific response to help us solve a specific need. But that completely overlooked, not intentionally, but it completely overlooked what I call the line outside the front door. And that is industry who have solutions that they feel may be applicable to NGA that we should be aware of. And so that is industry pushing solutions onto the agency. And so early on, I realized we had to open up the front door, because in the past, we did it either selectively or we didn't even open it at all, sort of like closed for business, come back again. And so we opened that up and spent a lot of time. One of the differentiation points of our industry engagement efforts is because we take a personal approach. A number of our colleagues just they handle things via email, and there's never really a discussion or a dialogue. It's just a yes or a no kind of thing. So we answer the front door, and then we listen to what you have to say. We also engage with industry through conferences and symposiums such as the Fed Supernova, through industry trade associations and referrals and that type of thing. And of course, our director is very, very popular with industry. So whenever he makes the rounds, he collects a lot of cards, and then those come our way. So anyway, understanding how we go about engaging with industry is really, really important to put things into context. In the middle of this chart, it shows the industry engagement team, but we also have other elements within the agency as well, like our small business program office, the accelerator program, and source commercial. So I don't know if you've heard about those or not. If you haven't and you're curious to learn more, you can see the email address, industryengagement@nga.mil. And so please jot that down if you have any interest in learning more about this, or you would like to engage with us in some formal way, please outreach to us via that email address. So if you could move the chart, please. So it took a while for me to sort of unlock the process flow of industry engagement at NGA. It has evolved from something I would think of as in a back garage kind of effort to now being front mainstream and having a seat at the table, if you will. And so we talked, you can see that kind of a wonky looking cloud is kind of stretched out, so it must be at altitude. But we talked about the mission imperatives, the moonshot, tech focus areas. That's what Phil had talked about. That helps motivate us to be on the lookout for certain emerging technologies and capabilities, or as Phil calls them, differentiating capabilities. So that's the pressure point that we deal with in our activities on a daily basis. But if you go to the left of this, you can see the line outside the front door. That's industry knocking on the front door and asking for us to listen to what they have to say. So one of the first things we do is we ask some fundamental questions. Who are you? What do you do? How will your solutions help move our mission forward? We have categories that we allow you to self-select in, which helps us understand where you feel your technology fits into our tech focus areas and our technology needs. And so we send that questionnaire out, and we wait for your response. And then once we get that response, then we evaluate it, and we evaluate it very carefully. And we also have, which is an innovation for the industry engagement process, is the Industry Engagement Coalition. And this is a group comprised of about 120 members of NGA from across the agency, representing all the major directorates and offices. And this coalition is chartered to help our discussion with industry, because as industry engagement advisors, we do not have the full and deep understanding for all of the technology needs across the agency. I don't think any one person could, although Phil's pretty close. And but anyway, so we rely on the Industry Engagement Coalition to help provide perspective, help understand how things would potentially fit and that kind of thing. And so we solicit feedback from the coalition on every questionnaire that we get. So it's a very, very fair process. And we also allow a cross-agency view of the solutions or the technology being considered. So then we all determine that if through that process, if it's going to be a fit or not for our mission. And if it is, then we go on to the next step, which is a compass meeting. And if it's not, then we off ramp, but we off ramp in a very interesting way. If we feel that that the solution that's being put forward is could be applicable to any of our counterparts in the IC or even beyond, we will forward the information, forward the questionnaire and that type of thing to our counterparts for their evaluation. And it may be that there's some applicability in their agencies, even though there may not be within NGA. So we feel that that's a bit of an engagement responsibility that we have. So if yes, then we go to a compass meeting, and a compass meeting is carefully named because it's a 360 view and could go anywhere across and around the agency. So we kind of like look at that as being finding some direction within the agency. And so a compass meeting is a 30-minute discussion demonstration of a company and its solution in front of a limited audience comprised of the industry engagement advisors, which includes David Grover, who is hosting this session, and several representatives from our analysis directorate, our source directorate, research directorate, and our CIO directorate. And we listened to the company's presentation, after which the 30 minutes is up. We then discuss what we saw and heard and make a decision from there if we want to continue the conversation or if we should just go ahead and off-ramp them. And once again, if it's an off-ramp, we look for opportunities beyond NGA. It's not just a hard no, but if there's a possibility of DIA or State Department or DHS or whatever, we have a contact list that we can forward information, including presentation charts to our counterparts. And so if there is determined through the Compass process the potential for a mission fit, then we invite the company executives to a demo day, which is essentially a amped up Compass meeting, whereby we invite hundreds of members of NGA to plug in and listen to what the company has to say. So this gives cross-agency, widespread agency opportunities to take a look at the company, its product, its technology, its solution, and also in a demo. And I have to say, for all of the negatives of COVID, teleworking has been a big plus for us, because we can now outreach to more people than we were able to while we were still inside the building. And then it also enables the company to do live demos, whereas in the past we'd have to do static demos, which is never optimal, but nonetheless, working in the virtual environment has certainly been very, very helpful. So we give each company, again, another 30 minutes with a much larger audience, and then we query the NGA audience to find out if there's interest in continuing the conversation, meaning now there's a solution here that we're interested in. Let's start talking specifics. So then we, if whoever expresses interest in learning more, then we put that person in touch with the company representatives, and then they discuss all the technical details, which could then lead to some form of an agreement or not. But anyway, we leave that up to our counterparts within the agency. And then also, if there's something that's really specific that is probably not applicable to the agency at large, we will know who to go to. So we will do either a themed demo day or a narrowly focused demo day for a limited audience, because we feel that technology or that solution has specific potential within the agency. And then another innovation that makes this process successful is the industry engagement platform. This is a tool that is based on an open source technology called Suite CRM. That's SUITE, Suite CRM. And we have customized it and modified it for our use, but every engagement we have, we make entries into the engagement platform. We attach documents and keep that updated, so that if anybody across the agency gets called by a business development person or whatever from a certain company, they could look that company up and find out, first of all, if we've engaged with them, and if so, to what degree, to what level, what information do we have. So that certainly streamlines the engagement process from that standpoint. And it also really works well with our front office. Once again, I mentioned that the director gets calls, emails, and business cards all the time. And instead of the front office staff calling me and saying, when was the last time we talked to this company, or what do we know about them, they've already been trained on how to utilize the engagement platform. So they'll just key it in and they can find all of the information that they ever wanted to know about those companies. So anyway, that's so I think the Industry Engagement Coalition and the engagement platform are two big innovators that really help make this process successful. And once again, industry engagement at nga.com if you have any questions or if you want to connect with us. So if you go to the next chart. this is just a snapshot of some of the work that we have done this year. We haven't tallied September yet, so that's why it's as of August. But I think our total number of engagements is up to about 220 now. You can see the questionnaires, the Compass meetings we've hosted. So this is not trivial at all. It's actually it's very sophisticated, but very well received internally. And I do believe that the agency appreciates us going through the effort of screening and talking to industry and to bring in some pretty impressive solutions to our knowledge. So anyway, yeah, you can see some of those. And then we also did one thing that's at the bottom of that chart. We hosted an large-scale, externally facing virtual event called the Strategy Summit that was held on March 2nd. And we had about 1,200 participants in that. And we spent about 2 hours talking about the Moonshot initiative and a number of different things. And then we delved into how to do business with NGA. And then that led to the Insights for Industry workshop, which was held August 10th. We had about 600 participants in that. And that really was small business focused and really gave tremendous insight into what we look for when we have conversations with industry, but what we also expect small businesses to be able to do when we engage with them. So anyway, we are going to be planning for more of those probably early next year. We've got a few smaller scale things between now and then. All right, next chart. Okay, thank you. So I have a question. When new applications are being introduced into an existing system, what is the expected timeline to get through? That's a very difficult question to answer because we don't really have influence on that. The security accreditation it's sort of like getting a security clearance. It could take a goodly long time. But I hear that process is faster now, but I really don't know the answer to that. If we're going down that path, we have team members that can keep track of that to see how we're progressing with it. That's not the best of answers, but that's the only one I have. All right, so this chart now shows a little bit about the engagement platform. So we can search in a number of different ways, and it comes up. It's a very easy search system. It comes up with the results of that, and then you can click on the results, and then it'll show notes and documents such as the questionnaire, the presentation charts, that type of thing, and then also just gets archived. And so again, it's a very, very powerful tool, and we use it to great effect at all levels. All right, next chart. Thank you. And so overall, the engagement process started out, like I had mentioned, it's sort of like a hobby in the garage kind of thing. Like, hey, could you just take care of this? To something that's very sophisticated. We're looked upon as a best practice across the IC with our counterparts. They all engage in some fashion, as you probably know. But when we present this discussion to them, they quickly realize that we have a very sophisticated process that works quite well, and I've gotten nothing but good feedback from industry as well, thanking us for that. And even if it's a gentle off ramp, they appreciate that feedback, and we'll give feedback on that. So anyway, the whole idea now is that we synchronize and standardize our efforts. So there's a number of different people within the agency that engage with industry in some fashion, and a number of BD folks that go in the side door or go in the back door or down the chimney or whatever, and trying to avoid the front door because you'll have my smiling face there. But anyway, we just want to make sure that, we do make sure that across the agency, those that do engage have the chance to do so in a synchronized fashion, and that they also make sure that they enter their engagements in the engagement platform so we can keep track of it and we don't duplicate efforts, and we know what we're saying to our industry partners. As I mentioned, we had the summit and the workshop, and then we're going to have some tech challenge days later this year that will be very specific. But we're looking to industry to help solve some of these issues, because we realize that it's probably better to go externally than try and do something ourselves. And again, we're looking for those differentiating capabilities and technologies that Phil had mentioned. And then we have Ask Me Anything sessions too. I wish we had more time so you could ask me anything, but you still can, because you can connect via the email address that I sent. We also want to make sure we align all of our engagements to make sure that if we see something of interest, that it gets to the right place within the industry, within the agency. And we like to make sure that if it's something that the agency wants to bring on board, we can help with those agreements and that type of thing. But again, that's kind of where our role as industry engagement advisors ends, and we'll leave that up to others to help move it forward. And then doing this type of thing too, we want to share our processes with external elements to let you know how we are, that we are open for business. We will answer the front door. We will engage with you. We will see where that goes. And we do this within the intelligence community, but also through DoD and Department of Homeland Security, State Department. We're pretty well plugged in where we need to be with that. And so with that, the next chart is more contact info. Again, I'm Rick Meilenbeck. I'm joined by my colleague, Christy Rapetti, who is also our industry engagement advisor. She is a power user of the engagement platform and does a lot of the logistics, and she's the one that is super responsive and really kind of facilitates the engagements and helps coordinate our our Compass meetings and our demo days. And then Dale Rainey, I don't know if you know Dale. Dale's a great guy. He is the director of our Small Business Program Office, and so you can reach him via that contact info. And but also you have industry engagement at nga.mil. So with that, I will conclude my formal remarks and stand by for other questions or comments. And I really, really appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank you so much.
We still have some time. So I sit with Rick on the engagement team. You might have seen our name there on the bottom. So Rick, when a company is reaching out for that first engagement, you talked about the industry questionnaire that we fill out. What would be your best advice when they fill out that questionnaire as to how to fill it out or what needs to be included on it?
Great question. Softball. Thanks, David. Actually great question. So having a public relations and marketing background, I come from the journalism and the English and the writing background. And so I've seen some D- and F papers that I've had to send back for a do-over. And I say that tongue in cheek, but there have been some that were just not helpful. And so I give them one more shot, like, please be more specific. So to make it, realize that your responses to the questionnaire is almost like a resume. It's going to be reviewed by 120 people across the agency, and they're going to be making a decision on a yes or no if we're going to go forward or not. And so if you want to just say, hey, we're a great company and we believe in defending America, that's great, but that's we'd really like to know how you feel your solution can help move our mission forward. And so, but then again, I've had people turn in 8 pages of diatribe as well, and that's not helpful either. So we really want to keep it to one, maybe a page and a half. So be to the point, be specific, be succinct. Make sure that you answer all the questions. One of the companies try and skip is who do you feel are your closest competitors? And I know you don't want to answer that, but we probably already know, because we may even have a solution that we're already using. So it really does help us understand the industry dynamic. And so those are questions not to necessarily dig, it's to help us make the decisions to conversation.
Um, with that, I'm going to throw in my 2 cents on that one as well. So Rick, absolutely right. One of the things that we like to say is keep it concise. So um, when you're talking to us, we have probably done a lot of research on your particular solution, or at least your area, if we haven't heard of you. And so having having that concise bullet of what your solution actually is on that questionnaire helps us tremendously. So I know a lot of times you want to put out there, we do machine learning to solve the world's problems. And that's great, and you may do that, but give us a little bit more specific if you can. That helps us as we evaluate what's going on in that questionnaire. Um, what are some of your favorite current themes in the geospatial realm? Is the next question.
So we have a somewhat narrow view when it comes to things geospatial, but there's a lot of other things beyond that that help us keep that narrow focus. So a lot of AI ML, we get a lot of that. We're, as Phil mentioned, we have the digital and data innovation team, but we still are at the front door, and we will pass things on to them. Also, anything change management oriented is good. 3D visualization is good, even though we have sophisticated solutions in place. There's always new and emerging things that are coming through. But we're also huge echo. We are also in discovery, and so I know that Phil mentioned that too. He wants us to continue to be open for discovery. So if you have a solution that you think we're not even aware of, we love that. I want to know what's going on in industry. I want to know what's evolving, emerging, and love to be able to talk about that, because it could change the way we do business. It could change some of our processes. It could add value that in ways we don't even know yet. So great question, and I hope anything geospatial always gets our attention, but there's a lot of stuff beyond.
So one last question is going to be just the softball of the previous one. We talked about the questionnaire. The follow-up to the questionnaire is either the Compass meeting or the demo day, where we give companies 20 to 30, or we give them 30 minutes to discuss with us what exactly their solution is. So again, we've seen some great versions of that. We've seen some less great versions of that. So what are your key what's your key advice for companies when they get that Compass Day and that demo day as to how to move forward, and what makes a good Compass meeting?
Again, great question. So it's sort of like if your responses to the questionnaire is your resume, then the Compass meeting is kind of like the interview. And so we want you to be really targeted in how you feel your solutions can help NGA. And so even if it's technical, we've had some pretty cerebral scientists, and it just comes across as I mean, there's so many companies that are very excited about what they do. You can barely keep them in their chair. And so if you're on the opposite spectrum, we would like you step those things up. But highlight why you think your solution is special, how you think it can move our mission forward, and then we also like use cases, even if they're hypothetical. So tell us how your solution is being put to use, or could be put to use, to do something similar to what NGA is doing. So the use cases are really good. And then if you have more background on our tech focus areas and that type of thing, and stitch those in, that's also a big plus.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Rick. We appreciate all the insight that you gave us and talk about the process. So that was wonderful. And I hope you as the audience have learned something, and you now have that contact to get you through the front door of NGA and understand our process and engage with us and what are some of the keys. Right now, I'm going to do a little flip on you. So I mentioned, and on the schedule, we had Dale Rainey, our small business lead, is coming up next, followed by Christine. We have a last minute little flip to that. So we are going to have Christine Woodard from our St. Louis ecosystem present. So Christine is a seasoned veteran of the intelligence agency and IC. She is, as I mentioned, the lead for our St. Louis ecosystem. She has been throughout the agency in research capacities, in acquisition capacities, and she is now the face of NGA in St. Louis, talking about Moonshot Labs, the accelerator, and everything that's happening downtown in the St. Louis ecosystem. And so we have her online to give us some introduction into what's happening there and how you can be part of it, how you can participate in accelerators and moonshots and all the great things that are happening in that area. And so first, I want to thank Christine for stepping up and doing a little switch while we have a last minute change in schedule. So appreciate that and her willingness, and hopefully you guys understand the flex as we move schedules around, things happen during the day. But with that, I'd like to pass it over to Christine. Again, thank you so much, and we're looking forward to your discussion.
Great. Well, thank you so much, David. I really appreciate it. And I'm very happy to be here today. I am coming to you live from Moonshot Labs in St. Louis. It's also really timely to talk about all the things that are going on in the ecosystem, because we have GeoEnt conference in St. Louis next week for the first time ever. And we'll also have it in St. Louis in 2023 and 2025 when N2W will be opening. So very exciting. I'm going to share my slides here. And we'll get started. Okay. So as David said, I'm the Ecosystem Engagement Lead at NGA. I'm here today to talk about how NGA is engaging in the ecosystem and about the Accelerator and Moonshot Labs as two exemplars. I will tell you that the selection of St. Louis, if you're not familiar, NGA has two campuses, two main campuses. One, of course, out east, where Phil was coming to you from earlier, and then one in St. Louis, down by the Anheuser-Busch Brewery, down by the river. And so when the decision was made to build a brand new campus, the decision to keep it in the city of St. Louis really acted as a catalyst for the growth of a really vibrant geospatial ecosystem in the St. Louis region. And let me go ahead and talk a little bit about when I say the St. Louis geospatial ecosystem, what it is I mean. So academia, the St. Louis region has over 40 colleges and universities, and many of those already have geospatial programs in place, and others in the last couple of years have really been strengthening those programs, excuse me, and their geospatial focus. Industry, we've got both traditional and non-traditional partners, and really a growing number of smaller businesses that are relocating to the St. Louis region. Government has been a huge component of building the ecosystem as well. The city and state and counties on the Missouri side were very instrumental in getting the location of N2W to stay in St. Louis. And so they're still very involved. And it's the first time I am a 21-year veteran of NGA. It's the first time I've really seen have the ability to work with local, city, state, and federal entities all together. So that's really exciting as well. Civic partners, there's a lot of economic development that organizations that are really all in helping to highlight the many opportunities for businesses to engage in geospatial in St. Louis. And if you are coming to GeoInt next week, you will see a huge St. Louis geospatial hub on the floor of the conference. And then the innovation community. There's 3 main innovation hubs in St. Louis. We've got T-Rex, Cortex, and 39 North. And 39 North is really focused on ag tech. Cortex has been growing their geospatial pool, while T-Rex has been a primary driver in the ecosystem. And they established the first geospatial resource innovation center of its kind. And that is just 1 floor above me as I sit in Moonshot Labs, which is in the T-Rex. And so collectively, all of these entities are really pioneering that geospatial tech with a focus on national security. So NGA is already reaping the benefits of this regional geospatial ecosystem. And one of the strengths St. Louis has is a really strong geospatial workforce. There is a strong demand for geospatial jobs, and we're seeing growth in key areas such as IT, data science, engineering fields. There's also been a growth in patents and a growing number of tech companies that are relocating to St. Louis. This equates for more opportunities for workforce development and a strong talent recruitment pipeline for NGA jobs. And obviously having a strong research and innovation community helps NGA take advantage of new ideas, as well as allows us to transfer technology for commercialization more readily. Not only are there the universities that are in the area, but we also have a strong entrepreneurial community here. And so the tech incubators and accelerators allow us more opportunities to partner with small businesses to keep moving the agency forward. And lastly, building partnerships and implementing collaborative efforts are going to help us prepare for fully utilizing that unclassified space at N2W. And will show the community NGA really is a partner and is dedicated to seeing St. Louis succeed. And I know that Phil talked about Moonshot Labs as that place for us to really be able to test and implement before the doors open. So in addition to, in order to be able to take advantage of the growing talent pool and entrepreneurial geospatial spirit in the region, NGA really needed to embrace the unclassified mission space and employ both non-traditional and traditional tools for engagement. And through these tools and agreements, many of which you heard about, a little bit that you heard about with industry engagement, and Dale will talk about some of them as well. NGA is really accelerating and enabling a vibrant geospatial ecosystem. And I'm going to call this kind of the wheel of innovation tools that we are utilizing to engage. So I talked a little bit about the why and the how, and now let me talk a little bit about the what we're doing. So all of these initiatives really started taking on steam in the last couple of years, and we've always done CRADAs and we've always done outreach, industry engagement. But all of these initiatives that you see here, we started in the last couple of years really laying the foundation for meeting mission today and tomorrow through both people and partnerships. And one example is NGA's engagement with regional academic institutions through cooperative research and development agreements. We've also, in the past year, stood up our first educational partnership agreement, and since then have added many more, and there's many more in work. We also are really looking to build the STEM capacity through the ecosystem. It's a really important piece of our efforts. NGA stood up a K16R STEM working group to help broker connections and ensure that our goals are being met. And then the other thing I should say is that we've got a lot of partnerships. One is with the National Security Innovation Network, and through NSIN, NGA is collaborating both with academia, with undergraduates and postgraduates to solve some of NGA's hardest problems. But we're also looking to do some competitive programs with Ensign as well, to kind of reach out to the startup community. And T-Rex, not only are we housed here in T-Rex, but we also have an MOU with T-Rex to work with them in the Geospatial Resource Innovation Center. So the other thing under the innovation bin, innovation initiatives, and that's kind of a very broad term. I think we overuse innovative quite a bit, but there's two things that I'm going to dive a little bit more into detail on, and that's Moonshot Labs and the NGA Accelerator. So I'm going to start with talking about Moonshot Labs. So Moonshot Labs, which was launched just this year in July 2021, is NGA's first ever collaborative and unclassified innovation hub. The center is about 12,000 square feet of shared workspace within the T-Rex Innovation and Entrepreneur Center in downtown St. Louis. And we are about, I'd say, a couple miles from our NCW, so NGA Campus West. That's our current facility. And we're a couple miles in the other direction from the new facility, N2W. The goal of Moonshot Labs really is to provide that place to forge connections between the agency, its partners in academia, industry, and really to help transform how we do business on the unclassified side. And we're trying to drive that technology development and innovation, as well as achieve strategic mission objectives. And we're really trying to transform how the agency currently does business. So Moonshot Labs will be a place where the best and brightest talent in the agency, academia, industry, and other innovators will work together to optimize unclassified and open source solutions to meet specific and strategic NGA technological challenges. And we're going to do this through a variety of ways to include innovation events like hackathons, pitch days, as well as traditional and non-traditional agreements like those listed on the wheel of tools slide that you saw before. And so geo and technology development that's accomplished within the walls of Moonshot Labs really is going to strengthen national security as well as help to grow the St. Louis geospatial technology ecosystem. N2W, Next NGA West campus is currently being built and will open in North St. Louis in 2025, as I previously mentioned. And Moonshot Labs was opened as a precursor to the N2W Innovation Center. And that Innovation Center at N2W was designed as an open collaborative space where NGA personnel can work with traditional and non-traditional partners in that unclassified environment, which we've never been able to do before. And so Moonshot Labs is going to allow us to prototype a new way of doing business and is going to enable us to really hit that ground running when the doors open at N2W and the N2W Innovation Center. And that's going to be open in less than 5 years. And if you have additional questions about Moonshot Labs, you can see there's the Moonshot Labs email address below. And so now I want to talk a little bit about the NGA Accelerator. So NGA's first technology accelerator launched in late 2020. And the technology, my date is wrong on there. So it launched in late 2020. The Technology Accelerator is a collaboration between Missouri Technology Corporation and Capital Innovators. And it's formed under a partnership intermediary agreement that we have with MTC. So the program is really about enabling NGA to transfer technology while helping companies understand specific mission-related capability gaps, learning how to compete in federal space, and finding opportunities to further develop their technology for NGA's benefit downstream. And the NGA Accelerator is allowing NGA to conduct advanced pre-acquisition discovery through a very highly competitive program supported by NGA subject matter experts as well as industry mentors. And so why an accelerator? Why did NGA go this route? Well, there's a number of reasons. It not only advances NGA innovation through structured engagement, it also promotes federal technology transfer for commercialization. sources the most cutting-edge solutions from across the nation. It drives workforce engagement with hands-on solutioning with industry, effectively helping to change NGA's culture. And it really is a national security imperative. It allows us to shape future technologies and engage with our partners. And maybe more importantly, it allows us to develop ahead of our adversaries. And then it also helps build that economic growth of the ecosystem. So the benefits of participating in the NGA Accelerator, I should say that the NGA Accelerator is based out of St. Louis, but it is a national accelerator. And it's a 12-week accelerator program. 8 companies are chosen to participate, and they get $100,000 in grant funding. They also, as previously noted, get that industry mentorship and that direct engagement with NGA. They receive valuable feedback, connections, pilot opportunities, and unparalleled resources to help their businesses accelerate and scale into the future. So each accelerator cohort starts with an NGA requirement and a key component problem owner. That's really important. And a lot of the problems we're addressing are directly from the tech focus areas. And the first cohort focused on foundation, geo, and office. And the cohort ran from March to June and concluded with a virtual demo day of presentations. And that virtual demo day was open to the public. There was government folks there, as well as venture capitalists, angel investors. And so we received a lot of great feedback. A lot of the companies that went through cohort 1 have already received regional funding, as well as some venture capitalist funding. And 5 of the 8 companies applied to participate in Research's Big R Broad Area Announcement. So all very exciting. And then future events for cohort 2. So cohort 1 was all virtual. Cohort 2 is a hybrid event. It kicks off today, and it is going to have in-person sessions at Moonshot Labs. So it's going to allow us to bring the founders in, the companies in, work directly with our NGA champion teams, which are subject matter experts, in an open environment. So it's really exciting for us. And then cohort 3, the problem owner is going to be research and that new organization that Phil talked about earlier, Data and Digital Innovation Office. And so they'll be the problem owners, and that announcement will be coming out probably in spring of 2022. So stay tuned for that. And so I guess in closing, I just wanted to say that the bottom line is NGA's successful engagement with the ecosystem has been achieved by taking a cross-agency holistic approach to synchronizing initiatives and by developing a greater understanding of the growing ecosystem. We're going to continue to build upon these successes as NGA moves towards our future at N2W and as we endeavor to meet the moonshot. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much. So I have a question. If one of our groups wants to get into Moonshot Labs, and what is the best way for them to start that process?
So, so the best way to start the process is probably to reach out to the Moonshot Labs team. If in order to work within Moonshot Labs, that wheel of tools are all things that we have available to work with companies. We're going to be doing demo days from Moonshot Labs. We'll be hosting industry to come in and talk. So there's a lot of different ways that we're going to have for our partners to interact with us, both in industry and other government agencies. So we are going to have, we're thinking that we'll be having other agencies from over at Transcom come and sit with us as well. So it's not just an NGA only kind of space. We want to bring in other partners as well.
Great. So since we still have a few minutes, what can you talk to us about in addition to Moonshot Labs and Accelerator? We are doing some really interesting kind of STEM activities that folks may be interested in the St. Louis area. Can you just briefly touch on some of those activities that we're looking to start there?
Sure. And let me first say that NGA has been involved. So we have EPAs with many of the universities. One of the EPAs we have is with Harris-Stowe State University. One of the activities that's STEM related that we've done with them is a mapathon. And I believe they're going to be doing those quarterly. We're also looking to partner with the Department of State to run other mapathons open to universities in the region. And we're also really looking to prototype a STEM program that goes from kindergarten all the way through career. And prototype it here in St. Louis because we have a lot of interest, a lot of passion, and a lot of folks that are willing to work together. And so we're going to try to harness that by brokering relationships and prototype something that can be scaled nationwide for geospatial. The other thing I should say is I know I'm talking a lot about St. Louis, but what we're really doing here is for all of NGA, and we're trying to do things that can be scaled. We also invite you to come. If you want to see Moonshot Labs, we invite you to come and take a tour. We want to talk more about how we can partner with other agencies, with startups. And we do have the accelerator. We've got pitch days, as I said, hackathons. So we're really trying to kind of be a little more agile in the way we're approaching partnerships. As I know you are as well, David.
Great. So you are helping me transition to Dale. We're having a little challenge getting him online. So when we think about the geospatial ecosystem there in St. Louis, and what would be your main theme that you guys are trying to accomplish initially in Moonshot Labs or the Accelerator? So if you had to pick one area topic of focus for industry, what would it be?
Well, we try not to limit ourselves to one focus area, David. The tech focus areas are what has been driving the Accelerator through the lens of the various KCs. But also really, I would say AI and machine learning, I would say are two of these. So Moonshot Labs as well has a software developer component here. The dev core will also sit here as well. So really it's a number of things, but workflow modernization. But I would say if I had to pick one, I would say AI ML.
On the spot. We have him on the phone. I am at a little bit of a loss while we try to attempt to get our final speaker. So with that, Christine, thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you for all that great information in what's happening in St. Louis, what NJ is trying to do. Again, highlight for everyone online that it is, as she mentioned, is not St. Louis alone. We're trying to do a global response to that. And we're interested in companies worldwide. You don't need to be there, but we are happy if you happen to be in St. Louis, if you happen to be going to GeoInt, for example, please stop by, please come see us. NGA has a large presence at GeoInt, of course. So we do that. So with that, thank you, Christine. If everyone can stand by, we're going to turn the video off just a minute while we try to get our final speaker online. and try to get this done. We should be back in just a couple minutes, so please give us a few minutes for technical difficulties, as I'm sure everybody has experienced this over the last year and a half. No worries, we'll do what we can. So give me just a few more minutes. Thank you. Great. So thank you guys all for enduring through some technical difficulties. We believe we have Dale online. It's going to be a little bit unique. So we have a phone line for Dale. So we're going to pipe him through a phone line. You'll be able to see his slides, just not his face, unfortunately. But we can still get that information to you. Again, I appreciate everyone's understanding for technical challenges as we move through this new world. So with that, Dale Rainey, as mentioned, is our small business lead for NGA. So he is the man responsible for all things small business and the various efforts that NGA has going on with our small business enterprise. So we are going to pass that over to him. And again, appreciate your understanding for our technical difficulties, but we're excited to hear Dale as we move forward. So with that, over to you, Dale.
Thank you, David. It is a pleasure for me to be here and be able to talk to you a little bit about how to do business with NGA. We have been trying to, again, recruit and talk about, again, bring in small businesses to the maximum extent practicable. And we are really aggressively trying to go out and find those companies that can assist us with satisfying mission requirements here at NGA. Next slide, please. So I want to talk to you about a few programs that we have here at NGA, and these are the topics that I will talk to you about. But before I do that, if we can go to the next slide, please. I know, and again, I apologize for not being able to be there in person, first of all. Secondly, I apologize for not being able to virtually talk to you all or meet you. But I was unable to connect in. But so some of you may be familiar with NGA, you may be familiar with doing business with the federal government, but typically every agency, at least in DOD, the Department of Defense, has small business goals. And we partner, I say partner, actually our small business goals are delegated to each of the agencies. And for us here at NGA, we've got a small business goal of 15%, which is not just from a contractual perspective. It's also based on dollars obligated to be put on contracts for that fiscal year. And so we also have some additional goals that we strive to meet each year, and these are our socioeconomic goals. And we've got women-owned small businesses with which we try to meet with 5% as the goal. We've got small disadvantaged businesses that we try to achieve 5%. For our service-disabled, veteran-owned small businesses, that goal is 3%. Then we've got a hub zone goal of 3% as well. And hopefully you all are familiar with those types of certifications. We interact and work with Small Business Administration, SBA. Hopefully you all are familiar with them. But they are the certifiers for each of these categories. If you are looking to do business with the government, hopefully NGA in the near future, and if you are a woman-owned small business, you have to go through the Small Business Administration, who would certify and confirm and verify that you meet the criteria to be certified as a woman-owned small business. And each of the other socioeconomic categories act in the same way, or at least the methodology to get certified is the same way. And so each of those areas, if you have if you feel that you're a small disadvantaged business, we have the ability, the federal government has the ability to set work aside for companies that meet that criteria, that are small disadvantaged businesses. And we can do this in several ways. For the most part, the federal government tries to compete as much work as possible. But if you are certified with any of these socioeconomic categories, women-owned small business, small disadvantaged, service-disabled veteran, or hub zone, federal agencies have the ability to award you a contract without having to compete. That is a huge advantage for companies, especially for small businesses that are looking to, again, get within a footprint of a federal agency or be able to provide products or services for that agency. And so those are some of the benefits of becoming certified in any of those categories. The last one on the list, NGA subcontracting goal. If you're not certified in any of the above certifications, we also track subcontracting goals. So if you work with a large business or if you work with a prime vendor, we also have the ability to negotiate with our program management offices a certain percentage of subcontracting work that we'd like to have achieved for that particular contract. And so the Department of Defense's subcontracting goal is 33%. And so we try to strive to meet that each fiscal year as well. So if you don't have an opportunity to become a prime vendor as a small business, you can always get within the footprint or find work other ways as well. And again, those are either partnering with another small business, becoming a subcontractor to a large business, or forming a joint venture. And so there are several programs and opportunities out there that would allow you to compete for work with the federal government, or be awarded a contract sole source without having to compete. Now, again, look at the percentages that we're on the hook to try to meet for FY21. 15%, 5%, 5%, 3%. If we can go to the next slide, please. If you look in the far right-hand corner, you can see that for the small business goal, NGA is meeting and actually exceeding the goal of 15%. We're currently at 16.47%. And so we are meeting that goal currently. Of course, the fiscal year is not over. We won't know how well we performed or poorly in some cases. We performed until after 30 September. Once all of the contracts are awarded, all of the dollar amounts or figured out, and then we would know how we performed for FY21. If you scroll down to the next line item, small disadvantaged businesses, you can see that we only were able to achieve 2%. And below that, for women-owned small businesses, we were at 2.37%. For service-disabled veterans, we're at 2.19%. And for Hub Zone, we did not do well at all. And so we've got a 3% goal for Hub Zones. We fell way short, less than 1%. For service-disabled veterans, again, we did not meet the 3% goal that was assigned to us. And the women-owned small businesses and small disadvantaged businesses, we have not yet achieved those goals for this year as well. I say that because it's a struggle, one, finding companies that are capable of satisfying mission requirements. And two, we just don't have enough companies out there to be able to deliver the products or services that are needed. Unfortunately, the last 10, 12, 15 years, the defense industrial base, that is a culmination of all of the businesses in industry that does business with the federal government. That percentage has decreased by 40%. So we've got a lot less companies to choose from. The numbers and dollar amounts that we used to set aside and contribute to small businesses has dwindled tremendously. And so we are trying to, NGA, in addition to the DOD and federal government, are trying to again grow that industrial base. We would like to have quite a few vendors in industry that are out there that are capable of satisfying mission requirements. And so if you are interested, again, in working with NGA, we've got lots of opportunity. These percentages for small business goals are what they are today. FY22, FY23, DOD, President Biden's administration plans to double those. And so all federal agencies, especially the ones under DOD, will have to try doubly hard, if doubly is a word, to meet those goals. And so for small business, I believe the goal will go to 24 or 25% for agencies to meet. For small disadvantaged businesses, it'll go from 5%, I believe, to 7 or 8%. Women-owned small businesses will actually almost triple. That will be going, I believe, to 15%. And so Hub Zone, I know they're looking at, I believe they're going to increase that, and service disabled veterans, I think they plan to increase those percentages as well. And so lots of room, lots of opportunity for small businesses to get in and partner with federal agencies and obtain some contracts to be able to deliver products and services. Next slide, please. Here at NGA, we again have quite a few avenues to be able to get contracts to small businesses. I talked to you about the ability to set work aside. If you have a certification in any of those socioeconomic categories, the women-owned small business, the Hub Zone, all of those, if you are certified in any of those categories and your capabilities from your company can satisfy mission requirements here at NGA, we have the ability to award you a sole source contract without having to compete that work. On larger efforts, we have several efforts greater than 30 million. Typically, we try to set work aside for small businesses, at least a portion, recognizing that a lot of those efforts may be too large or too big or too complex for a small business to manage and or deliver satisfactorily. And so in those occasions, we typically set a portion or a certain percentage of work aside for small businesses. If we're not able to set work aside, then we establish a subcontracting goal for that effort. And typically, again, we try to average around 33% for each contract. But again, those goals vary throughout the year. They are based on complexity, size, and scalability. And there's some other variables that helps us decide what work we have the ability to set aside. Again, sometimes we're talking about work or mission requirements just for NGA, but we also work with a lot of other federal agencies and mission partners. And a lot of times the work may be a little bit bigger than is listed in the solicitation. Working with the Small Business Administration, hopefully you all have had an opportunity to reach out to them and talk to them. They've got a program that's called the 8A program, Small Business 8A program. And that is similar to being certified in one of these socioeconomic categories. This program, I encourage you all to Google it and find out as much information about it as possible. I think that it is well worthwhile your time in trying to get certified and get entered into that program. This program is a Small Business Administration program. Also, DOD has the ability to use it, and it helps teach small businesses how to do business with the government. They also provide opportunities on other contracts U.S.-wide where your capabilities may match a solicitation that's out on the street. And SBA would come in and make a recommendation to the agency to use this small business because you'd be able to satisfy those requirements. And if you are lucky enough to get in the 8A program, federal agencies also can provide sole source contracts without having to compete to small businesses that are in the 8A program. And so definitely a worthwhile program. I again encourage you to find out about, find as much information about that program as possible. But that's another program that here at NGA we try to use and take advantage of. The next program that we offer is called the Mentor Protege program. And so similar to the Small Business 8A program, this is a DOD, Department of Defense program that allows large businesses, or in this case, small businesses, to partner with a large business. And the object of this program is to allow a large business to mentor a small business. So if you have some things that you would like to be certified in, if you have some things that you would like to learn, this is another excellent program. The Mentor Protege program is no cost to the small business. All of the funding would be flowed or generated to the mentor or the large business, and they would ensure that the goals and objectives that you all have formulated and put in play are achieved. Here at NGA, today we have 3 Mentor Protege programs. We have just released a solicitation and are in the process of awarding 4 new agreements, if not maybe 5, possibly 6. We're looking to do 6 agreements a year. And so if you weren't familiar with our solicitation for this year, we hope to be able to go back out with a solicitation in January or February. Again, a lot of our efforts are released or solicitized in sam.gov. And so hopefully you're familiar with that. And if not, please reach out and let me know, and I can provide information on that program. But with the Mentor Protege program, so if, again, you're a small business and you're looking to get certified with CMMI, whatever level, ISO 9000, 27001, any of those areas, the large business will help mentor and train you and go through the steps and motions to get certified in those areas. And again, the majority of those large businesses already have obtained those certifications. So they're familiar with the requirements that are necessary for you to obtain and achieve your certifications in any of those requirements or those efforts. The next item I'd like to talk to you about is that if you have a capability, or if you have technology or a concept, and you are interested in introducing that to NGA, I believe Rick Meilenbeck, talked to you all earlier today, and they have a program that is called a demo program that they offer every other Wednesday. It's a great way to introduce yourself to NGA, to come in and be able to demonstrate your capability or your technology. If a program office likes what they see and they are interested in bringing that technology into NGA and either operationalizing it, making it a little bit more robust, or maturing it, then we have the ability, the small business office here, we've got an NGA small business personnel security program where we could sponsor you to get a security clearance. If your technology requires the conversation to be at a top secret level or a secret level, we want to make sure that everyone, all parties would be able to communicate constructively and effectively. And so we will put you through for personnel security clearance up to the TS-SCI level to allow you to interact and interface with our program offices as they try to better understand your technology or capability. Once that is done and the program office likes what they see, they want to bring in that technology, we will work with you all on either one, awarding a contract or having an opportunity to award a contract, whether that's through competition or whether that's through a sole source effort. If you've got some niche capability that's not commercially available and you're the only one that can provide or deliver that capability, more times than not, we're going to look to sole source that contract and allow you to come in and either deliver the products or services that you're offering. And we will again sponsor or assist you in obtaining a facility clearance, which is a little bit different than a personnel security clearance. A facility clearance allows you to review, manage, and store classified material. And for the most part, the majority of the efforts here at NGA requires a facility clearance. And in most cases, a personnel security clearance as well. We conduct outreach through many forums, through many events such as this one. And we try to attend a lot of the Small Business Administration forums that they offer. GSA, Government Services Administration, hopefully you're familiar with them. They offer quite a few events, small business events. And all of these events, we have several opportunities to meet new small businesses and interact. We have an event that's called matchmaking event. To me, I kind of liken it to like speed dating. Usually we have 10 minutes, 15 minutes per vendor. They're able to come in, tell us about their capabilities and what they could do for NGA, and we would listen. And if that's something that we're looking for or have a need for or believe we may have a need for in the future, then we'll gather their name and number, and we'll reach back out to those folks and continue the conversation. And so we try to attend as many of those events a year as possible. We also invite small businesses here at NCE and out in St. Louis and in Austin to speak with about various activities or capabilities. And so we try to conduct as much outreach as possible. I am going to end it there. I think I'm getting close to my time, but I want to allow for any questions that you all may have.
Hey, Dale. Hopefully you can hear this. One of the questions that we have is regarding requirements. Specifically, where does industry find requirements for things that Moonshot Labs wants to solve? And not sure if you can answer that or not. If not, I will give it a shot.
I didn't hear the question. Sorry.
Hold on.
Where can we find the requirements list for things the Moonshot Labs wants to solve?
So I believe you all talked to Christine Woodard right before me, but Alan, I don't know that is published. I will have to check and get back to whoever is asking that question. I will have to reach out to the Moonshot Lab folks and see if it's published on any of the web portals. I don't believe that it is, but I can check and find out.
Thanks, Dale. And then from my understanding, again, you can always reach out to Christine, who had some of her contact information on earlier. You can reach out to the industry engagement team. We can get some of that information to you. But I believe the vast majority right now of Moonshot Labs is really the tech focus area document that NGA has published. So if you go on NGA's website, in our policy documents and strategy documents, we have our tech focus areas there. That is usually the first place that we ask folks to go, because that will refine what tech focus areas we're looking at, and places like our Moonshot Labs, our accelerator, all start from that realm. As you saw with Rick Meilenbeck's discussion today, that cloud that he showed you that kind of hovers over all of our processes with regards to industry engagement and contracting is our strategy, our moonshot, our tech focus areas, and so that's really a great place to start. And with that, I think that is the only question that we had for Dale. So we would really like to thank everyone for participating with NGA today. We hope you've gained some understanding of our agency. We hope you've enjoyed the time and learned something and taken away something that you can use to engage with us. I would like to extend a special thank you to our Capital Factory staff here for putting this on, helping us through the technical challenges and just the technical effort that they put on today. We very much appreciate it. We appreciate the ability to be here and to talk with you. So with that, I believe our NGA track is done. So again, thank you so much for your time today. Thank you for listening, for engaging. And if you ever have any questions, please feel free to reach out to us. That industryengagement@nga.mil address is great for all of these type of engagements. So please feel free to reach out with that. And with that, I believe we are passing it over to the next track, which is the Army Software Factory and Zach Walker. So Zach's a good friend of mine, known him for a while, great innovator, and we're happy to be able to pass the baton over to him for Fed Supernova. And again, we hope you have enjoyed your time, and we hope you continue to enjoy Fed Supernova. Thank you very much.
Great! Very nice. Why should your business go with a hybrid cloud? Well, it's kind of like making a film. Things can get pretty complex. So on this one, let's try right hook. A little more blue on her nose.
Copy that.
Thank you. There's a lot going on behind the scenes.
This or that?
That one. IBM Watson on a hybrid cloud helps businesses use AI to automate the little things so you can focus on making your next big hit. Action!
Good afternoon. Welcome to day one at Fed Supernova and the Army Software Track. My name is Zach Walker. It's wonderful to have you all. Just want to cover a couple of housekeeping things before we move into our programming. First off, please update your Hopin profiles and add LinkedIn to your profile. This will be important when we get to the networking portion of the day. We ask that you engage and connect each other by introducing yourself in the chat, starting with your LinkedIn profiles. Make sure to use the stage chat on the right-hand side of your screen. Be prepared to ask questions to our presenters throughout the conference. And if you have questions or any feedback, you can email Capital Factory at fedsupernova@capitalfactory.com. Remember, we have people who are watching from home on Hopin and at Capital Factory here in Austin, Texas. And with that note, all 4 of our panels will also have an in-person option. So if you find yourself at Capital Factory and you want to come check it out, we have plenty of room up here on the 16th floor. If you are watching at Capital Factory, please download the Hopin app on your phone to engage with our online audience. You can find the QR codes located throughout the building. We want everyone to participate in networking because you never know who you might meet. And so with that, it is my pleasure to introduce the Army Software Factory track here at Fed Supernova. We have 4 panels that should be really exciting. But I want to kick it off first with the director of the Army Software Factory, Lieutenant Colonel Vito Errico. Vito, over to you.
Hi, and good afternoon, everyone. Let me start off by saying how excited the Army Software Factory is to be partnering with Fed Supernova on this track. And by thanking everyone on behalf of General Murray, Sergeant Major Crosby, and the rest of the Army Futures Command team for beginning this portion of today's events. Specifically important to Software Factory because about a little over a year ago, we announced the creation of the Software Factory here at Fed Supernova. So especially important to everybody here as part of our team. I think kind of like Zach laid out, Software Factory is really all about empowering end users to troubleshoot and code their own solutions to technology problems in the future. We're here as part of the Army Futures Command and combined Austin ecosystem team to find solutions 5, 10, 15 years out in the future, leveraging technology. So it's not lost on us that we've got to come together as an ecosystem for the kids that are in 2nd and 3rd grade right now to empower them 10 years down the line from now by making some headway on the technologies that we provide to DoD. So I ask that everybody keeps that sense of urgency in mind as we go through today's panels. We've flown in quite a few experts here to sort of generate this conversation. And again, it's just an honor to be able to have this spotlight for the day. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to our Fed Supernova collaborator for a short message.
Hello, I'm Rob Thomas, and first I want to thank all of you who are active military and veterans for your service. It is an honor to be speaking with you. And for me, this is unique because I'm the executive sponsor for IBM's veteran community. I'm proud to count thousands of veterans among my colleagues at IBM, and I've really enjoyed getting to know them over the last year. In my experience, those who have served in the military, they bring something special to IBM: unparalleled discipline, passion, engagement, commitment to everything they do. And what I really admire is they are always trying to raise the bar, find another level in what they're doing. That's just one of the reasons I feel so fortunate that IBM and the Army have worked hand to hand for decades. Think about it, since World War II, when IBM produced M1 carbines for the military, to today, where we're modernizing through technologies like hybrid cloud and artificial intelligence. And then you go towards the future, it could be quantum computing, it will be edge computing. As we look ahead, we will continue to be AFC's trusted partner for strategic technology. We'll have an in-depth understanding of decision dominance challenges, and we'll team with the Army to co-create solutions for things such as the Army Data Fabric and delivering top-notch hybrid cloud capabilities for enterprise cloud management agency, and supporting AFC with AI to edge platforms for project convergence and success for Army modernization. These are just a few examples. But as you know, innovation is a team sport. And I think one of the biggest benefits of being at the Capital Factory is the ability to interact with all these amazing partners in the innovation ecosystem in Texas. You got a phenomenal talent base. We've got small businesses. We've got academia, all working together to assist the Department of Defense with dual-use technology. That's what I think is so great about this event. It brings all these great minds together to catalyze what we think will be great ideas and imagine what's really possible in the future. And on top of that, securing our operational superiority in defense will require engaging the next generation of developers and inspiring them to continue the spirit of innovation and collaboration. Lieutenant Colonel Irico and the whole Army Software Factory team have done an amazing job at building a culture that will attract the best talent from throughout the Army. And now we just need to keep building on that culture of innovation and collaboration to help shape the most technically advanced military in the world. We are ready. I know all of you are too. Thanks again. We are very proud and honored to be a part of this event. I look forward to hearing about all the great outcomes. Thank you.
What a powerful message for Fed Supernova to kick us off. And so I'll just take from that, innovation is absolutely a team sport. And so with that in mind, from one powerhouse to another, I have the privilege of introducing someone that we just can't say enough about at Army Futures Command and at the Army Software Factory for a little bit of a keynote address followed by a little bit of a fireside chat. He is the civilian aide to the Secretary of the Army for the Central Texas region. He is the CEO of Centex Technology, a boutique IT consulting company with global reach. He is an altruist. He is a venture capitalist. He does work with the Boys and Girls Club. He is a cybersecurity expert. He is a first-generation American, and he is the senior technical mentor and emeritus position bestowed uniquely to him by the Commanding General and the Secretary of the Army for the Army Software Factory. And so much of our success is owed to his personal expertise. Without further ado, let me turn over the podium to a very, very dear friend of all the soldiers at the Software Factory and Army Futures Command, Mr. Abdul Subhani.
Thanks, Guido. Appreciate those nice remarks. It's great to see everyone, at least downstairs, if not right in front of me, everybody. But it's a good sign that we are getting to a little closer to a normal sign. Let's take a moment to pat ourselves on the back as we have Army, Department of Defense, tech sector, and academia all here to collaborate on pressing national security issues. A few years ago, things like this just did not happen. And both Army Futures Command and this great Austin ecosystem are the reasons we can do it now. Most of you, they are probably wondering what the heck is a CASA? Well, truth be told, it's a fancy way of saying I get to advise Secretary Wormuth on Army equities in Capital Region of Texas. So this is a great opportunity for me to get a fresh perspective back to her. I'm going to try and get through this talk without saying Kubernetes, but I make no promises. It is my pleasure to be here talking to you about defense software innovation. The question of how to move forward and the timeline for transformation is a much needed conversation in our defense industry. In the last couple of years, we have done a great job on having solution-oriented discussions and inspiring innovation and change. Today, I would like to discuss why transformation is needed, how it can be supported, and who is creating innovation changes in our Army. Offer caution on pitfalls to avoid and express the urgency for transformation. So let's start. Why is change needed? Army modernization is more than simply improving our lethality and communications on a future battlefield. A battlefield which history cannot define for us. We must harness information in the 21st century. This includes winning below the threshold of conflict in the competitive phase, not just exclusively during traditional conflict. The future operating environment will require coders at the edge. In fact, this already occurs in the present. We know special operations has had great success by embedding coders and data scientists within their teams. Project Convergence already revealed the larger Army has this need. Both the Navy and the Air Force continue to experiment in Project Overmatch and JADC2, respectively. If that wasn't enough, the Army Software Factory is inundated with requests for support from commanders right now. Future warfare will be won by a commander's ability to rapidly use information streams and make better decisions faster than our adversaries. Building this leadership competency will take time and experience in a perpetually evolving industry. Fortune 500 companies are already looking to lower the barriers to faster and more ubiquitous software development capabilities. To remain competitive, we cannot hide from this change. We have got to embrace it and begin bridging the digital divide and transforming our legacy workforce to an information age workforce, the workforce for our future. Donald Rumsfeld is credited with saying, "You go to war with the army you have, not the army you might want to, wish, or have it at later time." This means building better software for the Department of Defense is now, so we won't look back and wish we would have made technical changes sooner. Cybersecurity concerns are growing at an exponential rate, and Department of Defense software is at the heart of these concerns. Instead of being a point of vulnerability, it should serve as a mechanism to better protect our military. So let's talk about how can change be supported. Supporting organic efforts that aim to directly involve service members in the software development process is a paramount. These service members are the end users, and modern software is only successful and effective through user-centered design. Embracing DevSecOps culture is a must, and this has become a bit of a buzzword recently, but that does not make it any less true in this age of technology. Agile software development and cloud as an operating model is a bit of a stretch for today's Department of Defense. We have got to get serious about responsibly amending the traditional risk management process, and I think you will hear more about that later today. Agile acquisitions are another imperative. Gone are the days that we should look at large-scale monolithic software solutions as the answers to our problems. Instead, we should be continually seeking collaborative opportunities that allow industry and Department of Defense to improve outcomes. A focus on open standards and open architectures, kind of obvious here, but we are still stuck in a legacy way of doing business. We, as government, sometimes making decisions based upon the fastest, cheapest, and easiest way out. Now is the time to rethink that, and we see how we can move the ball forward. So now let's talk about who is creating the innovative changes in our Army. The Army Software Factory is a great step forward for our Army. It follows a series of similar efforts across the Department of Defense. I'm particularly impressed with the focus on soldier involvement and their commitment to partnering with both Silicon Valley and operational Army units. The slogan says it all: by soldiers, for soldiers. In addition to building competence in agile software development for soldiers at the edge, the Army Software Factory focus on soldiers has already paid dividends in showing policymakers a new perspective on the tech problems facing our Army. This includes asymmetric access to information and overclassification of information that leads to poor business decisions, and the notion that the legacy system fails to reveal basic technology shortfalls of soldiers' life. It is hard to avoid mentioning Kessel Run here. They did and continue to do a great job with the CRMF process. I'm excited to see the collaboration over these next 2 days between Army and Air Force on this. The Enterprise Cloud Management Agency, Paul Puckett, and the Army CIO, Raj Iyer, clearly sit right alongside Army Futures Command and at leading edge of improving software throughout the Army. This includes co-developing the Army's enterprise DevSecOps playbook, providing a common IT stack for development and hosted workloads, and guiding the department to the 21st century technology decisions. As the federal government continues to get pushed into the operations into the cloud, we have to better leverage such investments. Paul Puckett and Raj Iyer are making sure this happens in a way we haven't done before. To the local Austin industry players are here. For many of you, your desire to build a better future for our children far outshines the goal of simply making a sale. We are incredibly lucky to have such a well-intentioned innovation ecosystem here for collaboration. And what are some pitfalls to avoid? I think first, avoid trying to do everything all at once. We all know that doing too many things at once does not work, and it's especially true in technology. While we can have the fastest processor in the machine, we still need time to process the work. Second, we cannot neglect the acquisition community. We need to work with them and educate them in the changes we are trying to make, why those changes are relevant, and how they can become a beneficiary of those changes in this process. And finally, innovating at the expense of unity of effort. Avoid innovating in silos. We must continue to collaborate in these forums and to use our collective lessons learned to communicate with policymakers looking to move the ball forward. Together is the only way we will successfully modernize our Army and show our adversaries that we mean business. If I have not already made the timeline for transformation clear, let me say that the time is now. We cannot wait. When it's time for war, let's be sure we are still fighting with the best and the most powerful military force in the world. Thank you for your time. God bless Texas. God bless United States Army, and God bless the United States of America. I think now we will have a little Q&A session with Lieutenant Colonel Guido and a short break. Thank you.
Why should your business go hybrid? When I'm in a race, I should be focused on taking a corner. But what if I had to run around, worried about engine temperatures, thinking about changing tires? That's how some businesses manage their clouds. But with a hybrid cloud approach with IBM, you'll have the expertise of a team designing best in-car strategies for your business, the same way a pit crew makes this car hum. So you can focus on, winning.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We have the honor of having a little bit more of Mr. Zabani's time, and so we thought it great to just do a fireside chat. We're also monitoring the Q&A coming in live through the website, so feel free to post some questions if you have them. But in the meantime, I thought it would be a great way for us to get to know the local civilian aide to the Secretary of the Army a little bit better, who's been so invested in this local Austin ecosystem. So, sir, first question. It's sort of a personal question.
Sure.
Somebody who is so successful in business, what attracted you to this role in an official capacity with the Department of Defense when obviously you didn't need to do that? Why are you spending so much of your time on this topic?
Well, thanks, Vito. So my background is a little bit unique than the other civilian aid to the SEC armies. I came here as an international student to States and did my universities, undergrad and grad, and then got to able to start my own company. Very much involved in the Association of United States Army in Central Texas area in Fort Hood. Got to meet a lot of general officers and got to meet a lot of people at Fort Hood. Got involved in the local community and get to see that there's a lot of things that can be changed as a business, that how we are doing technology. And as there was an opportunity came to be the civilian aide to the Sec Army for the Capital Region. And I've been very fortunate that General Murray and a lot of his command got to talk to me about what exactly we should do to make that change in the technology field. And I'm lucky to have to work on the software factory, of course. And so it's been a journey, but it's been great.
So you obviously wear so many hats, but this question is more towards your CEO hat as the CEO of Centex. Where do you see, why do we sometimes say that either Army or DoD has trouble working with either industry or non-traditional industry or small businesses? I'm sure you have an interesting perspective on that kind of stuff. What's your observations from firsthand experience?
I think that's exactly what was the conversation I had with General Milley at that time, and General Murray as well, is that what exactly we are doing, we as a United States Army, to collaborate with small businesses. A business who has an idea but does not have the resources to go and hire business development people or hire the salespeople who understand not just the Army but the Department of Defense itself. Because small businesses does not have the resources to hire BD people, capture people, write RFPs and RFIs, responses, and so forth. So what we can do to make that easier for them. So that's the idea, of course, Army Futures Command initially was. And then, of course, Army Applications Lab has really did a great job on creating that ecosystem for small businesses or startups, for that matter, of having that great idea that they have, but they are not able to maybe scale it, but that may be helpful with Army Applications Lab and others that they will be able to do. So yes, absolutely. I think there are still small businesses who have a great idea, who does not have the resources to go Department of Defense or Department of Army to go and market that idea. So we created that, I think, as an Army Applications Lab and Army Futures Command, where these things can at least start having those conversations in a very initial stages.
Right, and we've had some initial successes here, specifically in Austin, with the Army Applications Lab and with the software factory specifically. And here at Fed Supernova, there's quite a few startups and non-traditionals that are here literally today and tomorrow to try to do business with the Department of Defense. What would your advice be to them as while they're here?
I think relationships, creating relationships, having relationships with the agencies. Go talk to them. I think this is a perfect spot where you are able to meet with academia, where you can meet with the industry, we can meet with the agencies, you can meet with the directors themselves, what needs that they have, and how you can focus and understand the needs of them. I think that's probably the easiest way to get your foot in the door for small businesses, especially when they do not know or understand what exactly Army is looking for. Same thing with large organizations. Sometimes responding to an RFP without knowing, understanding what exactly that RFP is wanting, it can be hard for a small business to understand the whole process of it. So I think it's a good idea to have these collaborative small conferences, forums where they can come and have those discussions.
Yeah, it makes total sense. Yeah. Let's maybe take that hat off. Let's put on a different hat, and let's go back to you being the civilian aide to the Secretary of the Army and the senior technical mentor to the software factory. Peter Thiel wrote a very famous book called 0 to 1, and as you're coming in with fresh eyes, and we're moving basically from 0 to 1, what's your sense on how we're doing?
I think it's a start. We are trying our very best to make that change to just this Army software factory idea. That one was not just the idea now within 9 months to 10 months, thanks to you, Vito, and Jason, and a lot of other staff members, and of course, thanks to the Jeremy Murray and CSM to make that happen. I think it's one of those things that if we will not start thinking out of the box ideas for the Army or Department of Defense itself, we will have a hard time down the road in the next 10 to 15 years where our adversaries are already doing or have done already something similar or anything to that nature, where we are thinking that how we can utilize not just our contractors, not our private industry, but also our soldiers. And I think that is one of the best examples here.
Why do you think the idea of service members or soldiers building software is so sort of foreign to the current environment?
I don't think it's foreign. I think it's more of a we have never done this before. I think it's if we can educate and let our policymakers understand that why we are doing this, I think they will be more open to it. I truly understand that it's one of those things as we have never done it. So it's always hard for anybody psychologically to even understand that aspect of it. I think as things are moving, as I mentioned earlier, that special forces and others are already utilizing data scientists and other. I think this is already happening. We are just trying to make it where we can make this in not just in one unique situation, but overall in the Army as well.
We're talking with the civilian aide to the Secretary of the Army, Mr. Abdul Subhani. We're still monitoring for any questions we have from virtual land. But continuing on, I think maybe a question that I think maybe needs to get answered is, why do you think as an IT expert, a software development expert, why do you think it's so important to get end users involved in the software development process? Is that the value that the soldiers are providing?
Very good question. Yes, absolutely. Because the end user is the one who actually going to utilize this. And if they being involved initially in the discovery stage or initial phases, they will be the ones who can tell us exactly what they're looking for. And once they understand how the processes work, they will be the ones who will be able to do our testing. So we will be able to do the testing stage a lot quickly, a lot easily, and they will have a buy-in to it. I think that's what most important thing is, that they should have a buy-in before we are even designing or creating something.
Obviously, I'm a little biased, but I fully agree with what you just said. In the opening, you talked about a DevSecOps or a DevOps culture. And we talked about how that was kind of a buzzword, I think is what you said. In your mind, what is DevSecOps and what is a DevOps culture?
I think that the culture is something that what we have not utilized in DoD sector itself is we are more on those monolithic software innovations that we've been doing for the last 20, 30 plus years. And majority of that is that we are not understanding sometimes the concept of why we are creating the software. My idea, everybody has their own different explanation of DevSecOps or DevOps. It's more of how quickly, quickly, we can create something where we can have that to our end user. We have talked about agile software development. We have talked about waterfall. We have talked about all these things. But end of the day is what organization is needing right now. They do not want to wait another 3.5 years to find out what exactly got developed by a contracting company, and then we are going back to them and finding out that that did not work out. But how we can collaborate with those those contracting companies to find out how easily faster we will be able to develop and give it to the end users, because end users need the items now. Right now, they are not looking to waste time another 2.5, 3 years and then come back and doing the testing. So I think user-centered design model is the best model in that sense. And I personally think the DevSecOps is what you created in your own organization. Every organization will have a different model of doing that.
What do you think are the reasons that DoD or Army or whatever DoD enterprise you want to characterize has had trouble adopting a DevOps or a DevSecOps sort of mindset and technologies?
I think it's one of those things that if we can have leadership to get a buy-in to it, then we can. So, for example, if DoD itself is understand and is willing to take over that aspect of it, that this is where we're going to go, I think personally it will be the right way, where then it can go into the forces, Army, Air Force, Navy, and others. I personally think it's hard to understand that aspect of it because the leadership does not have a buy-in to it. So, perfect example of Software Factory that we had so many distinguished visitors who came and saw. Secretary just came a couple of weeks ago. She was able to understand. Matter of fact, she actually did, thanks to you, did a little bit of coding as well. So she understood now that how exactly it can help support the soldiers and how fast it can go.
We're talking with Mr. Abdul Subhani, and we've got one of our first questions from Virtual Land, and we appreciate the question. The question is probably for your hat as the civilian aide for the Central Texas region. The question is what makes Central Texas a great place to innovate for the Department of Defense?
Great, thank you. I think personally, Central Texas is great places because, first of all, we have academia here. We have private companies, industry here, and of course now having Army Futures Command, that of course really helps. And academia has done a great job on creating that ecosystem around it, and of course organizations, some nonprofit organizations and others who are doing a great job on innovating, not just in the tech field, but in a lot of other fields as well. So having the right people in this community who has a background in DoD, that helps a lot. But of course, helping with the academia, as you know, Austin Community College has done a great job, and being a great partner for Software Factory, and UT system, of course, with Army Futures Command in general itself. So that's a huge plus.
Obviously, speaking with a little bit of authority for Software Factory and then also for Futures Command, I would add not just the fact that there's the local Austin ecosystem, but that local ecosystem also provides pretty direct connection to the national tech sector and to the national non-traditional industries, where companies that DoD doesn't normally work with can find great ways to leverage some of that technology, and really only find that in Austin. We have another question from Virtual Land for Mr. Subhani, and it's along the same line. It's how can we create a pathway to find the commands that need innovation?
Very good point. And I think, of course, if you're talking about Army Software Factory, Lito can go into more detail on that. But of course, they are inundated with the information the commanders are looking for and so forth, as I mentioned earlier, to start talking to Software Factory itself. But as a small business or businesses who are looking to find out more information about that, I think the more and more I get some more information about that is small business, reps for each commands has a lot of information on that. Having those conversations right here with Army Applications Lab, I think that will be really helpful as well for you guys to have those direct connections. If you're thinking that there is a command who might be looking for something, I think having those conversations with Army Futures Command small business people will be also helpful, or contracting people. I know they do with COVID and so forth. I'm sure they are doing some forums where they're opening up on those kind of conversations as well. But this is something that Army Futures Command is doing a great job utilizing that Army Applications Lab.
As you said earlier, from your own personal experience in growing your own company, relationships, and today and tomorrow, a great way to get to know some of the people here in Austin and here with the Department of Defense that can help guide maybe some specific technologies to some folks that are looking for it.
Absolutely.
So we've taken a couple questions from Virtual Land. We're still wide open for some questions. We'll let those sort of queue up. But sort of back to you, sir. Let me ask you this question. You've had a unique opportunity to meet some of the soldiers at Army Futures Command, around Central Texas at Fort Hood, and then, of course, at the software factory. What's your impression of the soldiers' willingness to innovate?
Well, thank you. Yeah, that's a great question. It really surprises me that how much talent that we already had and we were not utilizing after meeting with some of the great talent that we have in the Army and then software factory soldiers who are already here, and they are doing an absolutely outstanding job. And I think that's another way of showing our leadership and policymakers that we already have the talent, how we were able to keep them with us, and making sure that they are able to utilize those skill sets, not just within the software factory, but outside the software factory, but within the Army ecosystem.
So if we have the talent that seems to be evident, and we've got such a great local non-traditional industry sort of base, how do we bridge that to make it part of an established Army model that can scale?
Very good question. I think majority of these things is having those conversations, and sometimes very tough conversations that we will be having with the industry, and with the commands itself. And of course, Army Futures Command is a platform basically that we can have those hard conversations. I think the bridging that gap that you're mentioning is something that we need to start utilizing these kind of forums and others. And I think having me as a civilian aid to SecArmy can also help utilize those venues for small and large organizations who are looking to have those hard conversations that they would like to have, or open conversations they like to have with the commanders, and who are looking to have this innovative way of getting not just a technology talent, but also I think we all are nowadays fighting for the talent who will be looking for commercial companies or the Army itself.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. And so you laid out lean startup, balanced teaming, user-centered design, agile. I think all of those sort of speak to something that those of us that have spent a minute or two in the military understand to be sort of common sense, and that's how we operate, especially in combat, right? Mission command principles tell us to empower down. So hopefully, are you saying that we can probably bridge that sort of gap from what the tech industry calls it versus how we practice it? It's just a communication issue?
No, I don't think it's just a communication issue. I think it might be a more than a communication issue, but I think having that understanding that what exactly is the user is looking for, and having that bridging that gap. And I think that's what Software Factory should be doing a great job on, is finding that unique opportunities that a unit, a command is looking for, and then you are able to create those, understand those unique, basically an application or unique feature that they are looking for, which their big ERP systems are not able to do. And instead, it's going to take them another 3 to 4 years to get that design to developed. You are able to do that in 90 or 99 days. Those are the winning things for us. And once we will utilize that, we will understand that we are able to do that in such a short time, and we can scale that model within the Army itself. But I think that's where the marketing of itself, of the software development, the ideas, principles will guide itself.
So actually, great segue to another question from virtual land. So how does the Software Factory evaluate that a product meets the expectation of its service members?
Great question. I think you should be the one who should be answering that question. So go ahead.
Yeah, so I appreciate the question, whoever asked it. I think a couple things, right, that we look at. We look at the ability to meet a service member's needs, specifically as it relates to readiness, cost avoidance, and improving mission effectiveness for the end user. Those are three sort of guiding principles for the products that we aim to produce for soldiers. We, of course, use software, third-party software, whenever we don't have to customize something. So it's also a big part of what we do is that decision of, is something worthy of customization, or is it something you can just sort of buy off the shelf or direct another Army entity or DoD entity? Say, hey, why don't you don't need us, maybe just go buy something else. And so with that sort of stuff, we look at cost to the Army or to the DoD, and then we look at those third-party dependencies, if there's any security vulnerabilities and that sort of stuff, and then we make those recommendations. And then the overall project selection is largely about how well we can partner with a unit, because I'm a firm believer that we're not just an entity that you can outsource software development to. I think that's where you sort of get into trouble. It's about how well you can partner with somebody to help solve their problem with technology. That's kind of what we really look for. And then, in akin to like a DIU or a Jake model, it's that matched level of investment for energy and for resourcing and for time. That's kind of how we evaluate what we go after.
I think the question also was that how it will meet the expectations. So once you have created, designed, developed, how it gets deployed.
Yeah. So constant user interaction and user feedback. Matter of fact, I think half the software factory is up at Fort Hood today doing weekly user interviews for the products that they're developing. And so for those of you out there who understand the difference between agile versus waterfall development, kind of like Mr. Zubani was already saying, we're not developing in a vacuum. Everything that we develop has already been sort of validated that it has user value, and we don't continue on until we get that user validation. That makes sure that we don't get 2 years off schedule on something that nobody really ever wanted. So I hope that answers the question. Great question. Thanks for putting that up, Dylan. So a little bit of a pause here as we wait to see if any other questions come on. Where do you think Software Factory is going, sir?
Well, I'm hoping that we can keep growing and we can grow into where that we are showing some of the products, some of the ideas that not just our soldiers are doing, but also our policymakers can understand and see that what value our soldiers are bringing to it. I think it was a very good conversation with Sec Army when she came a couple of weeks ago. As you know, she was very enthused and happy to see what exactly our soldiers are doing and how they are interacting with not just within the soldier communities itself, and also how they are interacting with the industry partners as well. So
is that maybe a second or a third order effect of this idea behind Futures Command, AAL, Software Factory, to provide? Are they serving as good case studies to provide Army senior leaders with how to navigate tech policy in a changing world?
Very good point. Yeah, I think that's exactly what, as you know, Assistant Secretary of the Army for Acquisition, Logistics, and Technology, Mr. Bush was here too. I think this is another one of those things, having that those conversations, sometimes hard conversations, to understand that what changes that Software Factory is able to do. For example, DevSecOps model. I mean, how you have made a difference than what other DoD people were already doing. For example, Kessel Run, as we discussed earlier, how they are able to do it and what the difference you are making. Of course, that's working for them and it's working for us. What we can do to make those lessons learned between each other. And I think DoD model itself, they will be able to understand that even more. But like we said earlier, that it's early. We are on our second year really, and I'm hoping that as the time is growing, our products, we will be bringing in more. We will be creating, designing, and of course, soldiers will be the ones who will be telling us how effective we were.
I know we only have a couple minutes left. I think we could probably take maybe one or two more questions from virtual end if they appear. But one of the things I wanted to highlight about you, sir, for the time that we have left, is that you're also an accomplished author, and among your many Renaissance man sort of talents. And so you obviously have experience communicating some of the challenges and some of the where we sit as a nation with respect to changes in technology. How has writing that down, putting that on paper, communicating that to the world, how has that affected how you communicate to the DoD?
I think sometimes what we do, and especially in the Army, we make sure that we are using those 3-letter acronyms all the time. And I'm still learning on a day-to-day basis, making everything in a layman terms, understanding that in a simple English, that's always better. For me, it works better anyways, as English is a second language. But I think it's always better to talk to non-technical people. And fortunately or unfortunately, our leadership, our policymakers, not all of them have a background in tech. And when we start to talk about Kubernetes and talk about DevSecOps, and I mean, they do not understand it. So how we can have that collaborative conversation with them in a way that they can understand in a very layman terms, I think that's the key of it. So all 3 books that I wrote, I made sure that it's in a very simple, straightforward conversation so they can understand it. How in some of the conversations, especially in DoD sector, cannot be in a very simple way because of confidentialities and others. But if we can have those honest conversations with our policymakers, I think they will be open to. I totally believe in it that they will be totally be open to having those hard conversations, how we can make that change.
Why do you think it's so hard for those of us? Sometimes it's called the digital divide, or it's called the the tech haves and have-nots. Why is it so hard to sort of get those points across, do you think?
I seriously think it's who and what are getting advised to, right? I mean, if we can have those conversations openly in the DoD sector, where they can understand that we are making this change, and we are making this change for X and Y and Z reason, but that change will affect these 2 or 3 and 4 items, will be something which will be hard for us not to relay to some of the leadership and the policymakers. As you can imagine, technology has done a lot of great things for us, but then some of the things that we have done, it cost a lot of money, and it comes down to it. The policymakers are always thinking about what it will affect us, what it will affect in the long term of making those hard decisions right now, and how it can change, not just. And I think if we can show what the Army Software Factory model is, having the soldiers involvement upfront, using our current talent and not outsourcing or contracting it out, how we can utilize with our industry. And I think that's huge for us. Having those hard conversations, I think personally it will be hard to not say that it's changing. It might be changing in a slower pace than me and you want, but I think we're in a better path forward.
Do you think that we're afforded the amount of time that we need to sort of demonstrate the value here? Is it time, like you said, time and resources is always how a program evaluator or a policymaker looks at things. What's your sense there?
A good point. Now, I think as we discussed, it's 12 months. We need a lot more than 12 months for Software Factory to at least give some results to it. As a software company executive, and a lot of companies who are developing softwares, I mean, it takes a lot more time than 12 months to even develop a software application sometimes, depending on how big and other things are associated with it. So I think 36 months is always a good way of looking at and thinking that how successful or how it's working with our end users. End of the day, it comes down to it, what we have created, designed, developed, deployed, and then we can make that decision.
I think we have time for one more question, and what I'll ask you, sir, is how optimistic are you about the future of defense innovation, specifically as it relates to the DoD innovating in and of itself, and then collaborating with an innovation ecosystem like we have here in Austin?
Well, first of all, I think Austin community is doing a great job on having that relationship building with the DoD sector itself. I'm really happy to see forums like this, because I think this has really helped create that ecosystem, having those people around us makes a huge difference. So I personally think I'm very hopeful that this will keep continuing growing. And of course, Army Futures Command is doing a great job on creating this, helping innovators, helping small businesses, helping large businesses and others to be in this space of Department of Defense.
Couldn't really put it any better than that. Let me say, first of all, on behalf of all of Army Futures Command and the Army Software Factory, thank you to Mr. Shabani for being so generous and gracious with his time and lending us some of his expertise and perspectives. Sir, thank you so much. And for those of you out there listening, I think we're going to take a very short break, but if I could just tease you, we're about to be joined by our first panel at the Software Factory, moderated by our very own Chief Product Officer, Miss Hannah Hunt. So don't go away.
Why should your business go hybrid? Here's the beauty of a hybrid cloud approach with IBM. Your data, apps, and clouds all work together in concert.
There's never pressure what to do to it. Carolina Diamonds got
so you can make something that's never been heard before. I like that.
I do it for us to be exact. All the applause off of the cars, yeah.
I'm live? Okay. Hi, welcome to our panel today, The Secret to Building an Outcomes-Based DoD Software Culture. My name is Hannah Hunt. I'm the Chief of Product at the Army Software Factory. I'm joined by a wonderful group of panelists. We'll be asking some questions, doing some lightning rounds. Really looking forward to this. So I will go first with introductions.
Sure. So my name is Megan Metzger. I'm the CEO of Decode, and we focus on all things related to government tech and innovation. So we run tech accelerators to help emerging technologies understand how to work more effectively with the government, and we help advise and train the government on how to be more forward-leaning, innovative, and better stewards of innovative capabilities.
Hey, Major Austin Bryan. I'm the Chief Operations Officer at Platform One. I've been doing that for about 2 years, was there at its founding, and so I've done everything between manage cash flows, talk acquisitions, review code, whatever it really takes. So happy to be here.
And hi, everyone. I'm Captain Rachel Zoll. I'm the Chief of Product for Kobayashi Maru, which is the Space C2 program office falling under the Space Force, but I'm still an Air Force captain. Got to keep represent. My main focus is everything and anything and everything product. Just trying to kind of align our organization and really support not only our stakeholders, but our customers and our product teams. So excited to be here.
Awesome. So obviously this is an outcomes-based panel. We're really focused on emphasizing outcomes over output. We often hear that in the Department of Defense. So what would you say, what does outcomes over output really mean? What's the goal of focusing on outcomes? Rachel, if you want to start.
Sure. And I would say too, I love that saying. It's also a really great foundational book. Really quick read that really kind of sets the standard and sets kind of a good understanding that you can start to wrap your mind around what even is an outcome. So something I like in the book and something that I kind of am looking to align KM around is that outcome is that change in a human's behavior that really drives business value. So I think when we're thinking about outcomes, we're thinking, what is that behavior? How do we define that behavior? How do we measure that? How do we communicate that progress? And that mindset shift, there's a huge mindset shift from thinking about just an output of this is the task or the thing or the feature, and actually what the value is that the user or maybe whoever your customer is, because it could be your end user of the product, but it could also be maybe your colleague, maybe someone from a different team that works in your organization or your stakeholder. There's a lot of ways that you can kind of look at that value.
Sure. So it's a great question. I think a lot of times as an engineer in the Air Force, one of our main jobs that I tell young engineers is kind of evaluating through the warfighter's eyes, because we work with a lot of vendors every day, right? And it's really easy to get obsessed with the technology stack or sprint planning, and all these things are really just experiments on how to do something. But when you stay at that lower level and you kind of operate in a silo, you forget sometimes that you're trying to change an outcome for the warfighter, right? So that interaction with customers is a big deal, and trying to define, how do we outpace China and Russia? How do we stay ahead? Why does technical competency matter? Why does delivering software fast matter? And so at Platform One, we've really implemented OKRs, which I know are very popular and everybody has opinions on them. But it was really fun to do at Platform One because we got really obsessed with the tech stack for a very long time. People probably have that opinion anyways of us. But in a discussion on outcomes is really interesting because it really helps you focus. Like scaling has been a very tough thing for all of us, I think, in the innovation system. And it's really hard the main part of scaling really becomes like, what do you say no to? Because it's really easy, like, hey, if can do it, and we have the software talent too, we should just do it. That's actually really dangerous because then you end up doing a bunch of things really, really poorly. And so focusing on the outcomes you're trying to achieve 3 months from now, 6 months from now, a year from now really helps you say no to the right things and focus on the right things.
Sure. So we've trained people across the entire DoD. So I think bringing a little bit of a perspective of what we've noticed across all the different services. And this is so important, and it sounds very obvious, and outcomes, of course, everyone wants outcomes. At the end of the day, we can't confuse activity with productivity. And if no one uses it, or if no one gets any value out of it, then you've wasted all of your time. So if we aren't focused on what success is for the people that are going to be using it, the airmen, the guardians, anyone, then we've built it for nothing. So, we can create a lot of code, we can put out a lot of functions and features, but if it doesn't, have one more user pick up the software and use it, if it doesn't attract one more user to come to the platform, then we didn't actually achieve any outcomes.
I love that. And I think this all ties back to culture and how do you build a culture that supports an outcomes-based model. I think all of us have advocated and work in organizations that advocate for the government understanding software development and building software, and training acquisition professionals or enabling the government to build software for whatever mission outcomes there are. So, can you describe what each of your kind of organizations are doing to really enhance and emphasize that government-led software development or government-led business model that ensures hey, that the government understands what we're actually building and buying? Megan, do you want to start?
Sure. So very loaded question. Of course,
Yes.
there's a lot that needs to happen around culture. What my organization is doing is we are providing training and workshopping across every level, from senior leaders, and we've even trained 4 stars down through enlisted. And I think the hardest part about focusing on outcomes, truthfully, is how do you actually measure it, and then how do you incentivize and give that psychological safety and that top cover so that people know it's okay, that if we're working towards an outcome and along the way we get it wrong and we course correct, that's okay. And so I think a lot of times we're measuring success based on whether or not we got the exact outcome the way that we thought that outcome needed to happen. But sometimes the way that we get to the outcome ends up looking extremely different, and that's okay. And that's a hard adjustment for a lot of people to make because you measure that very differently. And I'll come back to that later.
Yeah, Hannah picked a lot of great questions for this panel, and this is one that's near and dear to my heart for sure. So I think if you look across the Air Force and how we do operations, every single time we have weapon systems or lives on the line, it's government-led, right? We have government people executing the mission. And I think what the Air Force is finally realizing is that we have to do the same thing with our software. Your agility in software delivery comes from people who understand software delivery, right? And actually what's going on in the code base. So, we've done 2 things, I think. So our acquisition strategy, we actually hire for talent and services, right? And then we mix product teams across multiple vendors. So we don't have any singular thing owned by company X or Y. You have a single product that has company X, Y, and Z all on it. And then that gets really tough, right? It's really hard to manage vendors that way. And the way we mitigate that, and it's been a long road to get there, like literally 2 years it's taken us, but getting software developers that are governments that embed with them. So you have some continuity in the code base, you have some technical oversight, people that actually understand, like, is there being value delivered, right? Is there that accountability in the contract? That's kind of the 2 ways, both from an acquisition strategy and kind of manpower perspective, we've addressed that.
Yeah, and so being an acquisition program as well, so acquisition strategy, Austin touched on that. So I'll touch on also how we take care of the folks that are also still with us, who are in our units, our government members, our military, our civilians, looking to enable those practices, build those practices, keep that learning mindset alive. At KM, we feel the same constraints that a lot of people feel in our manning and our resourcing, but we value who we have, and we know we're lucky to get to be able to work together in the creative space that we can. So we also want to make sure that we are not taking that for granted and setting ourselves up for success to make our workplace somewhere that people want to work, but also people want to come to. So I know there's talent management kind of in works as well, just to we give that feedback back about how we partner with other organizations and other programs like Supercoders and the Galaxy program, where they're also enabling and like developing that skill set, and we try to kind of keep those relationships kind of tight and those the ties close, so that we can hopefully leverage that skill set too, and continue that relationship, keep this growing, this workforce growing.
Yeah, I mean, talent management, I think, is probably the biggest piece of this in order to be successful. And a lot of the work that you do, Megan, with training, and a lot of the work that you both do in ensuring that the government like has an airman understand what software is and how to build software. But that is incredibly difficult. I think you'll hear a later panel with our Army Software Factory team on talent management and recruitment and retention. And it honestly is probably the biggest limiting factor to us being successful and being able to scale out of these like software factories and software innovation. So what are you all collectively doing with each of your organizations to ensure, one, that there is that talent retention, management, recruitment, knowledge transfer, but also getting folks aligned with what is needed, what skill sets are needed to be able to do this? Austin, do you want to start?
Sure. My favorite topic, maybe, because my leadership's heard it several times. But I think this entire system we built, maybe in the Air Force, I can only speak for us because I'm not as familiar with the Army side, but it's kind of built on a house of cards, right? I look around for the people that are doing this and doing this well, and there's not many people. And I'm worried about like, well, who's the next 3 or 4 people that are going to do it, or, scaling that to 50 to 60. I mean, it's not a crazy problem that's unbounded that we need, hundreds and thousands of like government developers running around to different downtown locations and buildings and like writing code, but we need the right blend, right? And so I think, I personally believe recruitment wise, we bring in people that know software. I think we any more today, people know how to write code to some degree, even if they're a hobbyist when they come in. I think the problem is really more about training and development and like retention, right? I've seen a lot of people across our space kind of develop their own training pipelines, pairing with different partners from industry, which is great, but like we don't have a standardized set of skills like we value. Everybody's kind of solving it locally. And I don't think the Air Force has come out and said like, these are the 3 things or 5 things or whatever. And this is how you manage a career, right, in this. And I think that gets into the retention problem, is that people get done with an assignment at one of these things. And typically there's probably only 2 or 3 other places in the Air Force you can go to keep working on it. And a lot of that is being managed, at maybe the 05, 06 level, people calling up their peers and saying, hey, I got this great person, they're available, let them go there. But there's no like career field for it, right? We're using 2210s in civilians or 855s, 62s on the outside, 3DX4s, a bunch of different AFSCs, but nobody's saying like this is the career field that should be developed into this. And people are leaving mostly because they don't have the opportunity to keep doing it. And not only that, if you stay in it for too long, they're like, well, you're not following the normal trajectory of checking boxes. So like you need to leave, right? So yeah, I don't have a great solution to the problem besides, trying to handle it at a local level. But I think there's some ideas out there that we could scale if we had some resources.
As a 2210 who's not an IT specialist, I can definitely relate to that. It's kind of the catch-all for on the civilian side. Megan, you want to go ahead?
Sure. So obviously I'm coming from a little bit from the outside, but I did a panel once and I had 3 individuals and we called it Recovering DoD Innovators. And they all got out for a lot of the reasons that he mentioned. And one of the questions was, okay, what is one thing that you wish your leadership knew about why you left? And he said, I wanted top cover and I wanted someone to trust that I knew the problem. And if they had just done that, I would have stayed forever. And so and that really haunted me, right? To say, here are all these incredible people that are really talented. They know software development. They are close to the mission and the problem. So that human-centered approach is more possible than ever with the software factories. and we have to give them that top cover, give them the leeway to do what they know how to do, and then of course change all these policies and keep them and adjust the way that we pay and all those millions of things. But some of it's simple in retention, and it comes down to culture.
Yeah. What about you, Rachel?
So I also feel this to my core because I think I was maybe faced with that decision myself just recently, and I was so thankful, and I am so thankful every day to the leadership that believed in me and decided to kind of fight on both sides to get me to the position that I'm in now, from where I was before at Kessel Run. So I I want to be a part of the solution here. I think if anything right now, I'm just kind of trying to prove out that value. Like we talk, there's a lot of talk. There's definitely more proof, and when we are able to show it and kind of show why it's important, why it should be valued, why it should be taken seriously, and why it should be prioritized. I think that's how I'm trying to approach it, especially in the stage the Kobayashi Maru is at, where we're definitely at the beginning of a big transformation for us as a software factory. And there's a lot of work there, and I think we're just trying to be heads down, kind of prove out that concept here.
Yeah. And Rachel, I think yours is a great case. I remember when you were asking for an additional year at Kessel Run, and everyone said, oh, it's going to ruin her career. She spent 4 years at Hanscom Air Force Base. This is detrimental to her success as an officer. And just totally poo-pooing the idea of, hey, I'm actually providing value here. I'm actually doing good work. And it's amazing that you found a landing spot, because a lot of people, a lot of the officers and enlisted at Kessel Run have separated because there's not a landing spot for them. That's something I think we're really trying hard to look at and improve upon within the Army software factory model, which you'll hear later today. I don't want to spoil their conversation, but really taking those lessons learned from the Air Force and seeing how it, there are so many challenges there. And I think that it comes ultimately down to talent management. And that is an incredibly difficult nut to crack. I think that, yeah. So, we're talking a lot about, things that make us successful and focus on outcomes like people, like culture. But like in a typical software company, you're not looking at those success markers. You're looking at revenue. You're looking at user adoption and monetization of a user. You're looking at ad revenue. And in your case, you're looking to make sure that you're getting startups connected with the government, which is incredibly important. So what does success look like for each of you? Austin, you talked about OKRs. I'd love to hear kind of what are those success metrics that demonstrate that you're focused on outcomes?
Sure. I mean, we have our kind of token DORA metrics, publicity we put out. And, a lot of that is kind of output if you think about it, right? Now, how many times you've committed to a master branch? Like, that's great, but what did that do? When people come through downtown in San Antonio, I usually say coming from the operations side of the Air Force, when we were working with, space software that I saw airmen get critical errors from that, were their fault, but in my opinion was just lack of software. I mean, it's near and dear to my heart, right? I watch people lose stripes, lose clearances over things that I think we could have fixed with technology. So to me, it's all about apps in production, right? That's at least a first start. If it's not in production, it doesn't matter. Production over PowerPoint is the thing we like to say a lot, right? It doesn't, the slides of architecture don't matter if you haven't delivered anything. And then how frequently can you deliver there, right? How quickly can you change, whether that's patching for cybersecurity, whether that's maintenance because you got something, you want to tweak one thing or another, or it's new feature delivery. I mean, a lot of this has been proven. I think you've seen some publicity from Kessel Run lately, and Platform One has done some of the same. The evacuations out of Afghanistan, for example, right? We were able to deploy apps that were used for C-17 and KC-10 scheduling. A lot of that stuff would not have happened without airmen and government-led software that understood the problem. I mean, I was receiving phone calls from C-17 pilots in CENTCOM at the time, right? Like that. Who are they going to call? They're not going to call up random vendor usually, right? They want to call a government person and say, hey, where is my thing? Where is the accountability? And it's the government's job to be accountable for those things.
Yeah. Megan, Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of want you. Sure. Well, I'll start with the tech companies that you mentioned, because I know a lot of times we'll say, those two worlds are very, very different, but they're really not if you think about it. They're building software to provide value for someone to stay competitive. We are in that exact same spot. We have to stay competitive with our adversaries who are cranking out code and AI algorithms at a speed we just haven't been able to match. And so the focus on that maniacal focus on how do I keep a user is something that I would love to see us adopt as we put out our software. So all the metrics you just mentioned are so critical. Like how fast can we patch? How fast can we deliver the software? How fast are we iterating? But are we keeping them? Are the users staying on the platforms that we built? And if they're not, what's the one thing that I could do that would keep them there longer? That's the feature to build, nothing else. Forget all the rest. If it doesn't keep one more person on the software, forget it. And you have to prioritize and stay really hyper-focused on it. And then that speed is just so important. So I don't think those two worlds are actually all that far apart. It's just that extra focus on the human-centered and the users and the people that are adopting it. If you don't involve the users of the software, no matter if it's just some like a plugin for Outlook to make it less terrible, whatever it might be, then the outcomes that we're defining are just going to be wrong. And we do that even internally to Decode. You know, we have a platform where we run our acceleration and our training off of. And a lot of times I find our product teams sit around and they say, well, I think what they would really want is, I'm like, well, why don't you just go ask, right? And then when you do, we're wrong 50% of the time, and then it allows us to adjust. And I think sometimes, especially in government organizations, we are looking to build the thing that we know that will make leadership happy. But at the end, if you fast forward 3 years, no one's using it, then it's a hard balance to find.
I think something I learned at Kessel Run too, and I'm seeing it here, and it is all over, is also taking along those sponsors, those stakeholders along on this journey as well. As much as we absolutely value and want to keep our users at the forefront of everything that we're doing, we can't forget that those users also have leadership, that the acquisition programs also have sponsors who feel ingrained, feel a huge responsibility to what is delivered, what ends up there, and the plan, the process, all of that. Want to be as tied to that as possible. So I think something too that's a huge goal of ours right now is to try and keep that in mind and see how can we involve them like earlier. How can we work with them, shifting that mindset? How do we kind of involve them in the processes and in our design workshops and in how we map our workflows with our users, like have them see those things. Can they start to think about outcomes? Could they even help us define some of those? That's super, super important. And another piece that as if we could figure that out, like we're the dream team. Be great.
I love that. What's cool about the Software Factory is that we aren't an acquisition office, so we can pick kind of products that we think are going to be useful. And one of the big things we care about is, do we have senior leader buy-in? Because we're going to be disruptive. We're going to want to talk to users and not user representatives. We're going to want to actually talk to the users. And like, do we have that top cover to make sure that we can do that? And that's one of our main criteria when we're selecting a problem. So
There's a really fun exercise. It's pretty fast. I call it the no matrix, where I like to list out who is everyone that's going to possibly say no and why. And then you craft, okay, well, how can I get them to care? Maybe they're in acquisitions, maybe they're finance, maybe they're in legal. What is it, their personal interest on why they would say no? And then from day one, start involving them and kind of working on that. And there's a great story is anyone familiar with 18F?
Yeah.
So kind of a software factory type group. And they ran into the biggest problem just coming up with the name, right? Every name that they came up with for months and months and months. No. Until finally on their no matrix was legal. And they said, well, you just come to the brainstorming session with us. And they had a name within 30 minutes because they all agreed they wouldn't get sued for that one. So, it's a really great story when you hear them talk about it, just how much, if they had just involved the no people earlier, it would have saved them at least 3 months on a name. Yeah.
Or you can just be like Kessel Run and say, I'm not going to listen to the lawyers. I'm going to name myself Kessel Run. Yeah, which also a good strategy, I think.
Sometimes.
Yeah. So we're gonna take an interlude here and do a lightning round. So our wonderful panelists have not seen these questions, and we're just gonna go rapid fire through them. And want everybody obviously to give their response. So we'll start with an easy one. Favorite technology book?
I'll go with the Unicorn Project.
Solid.
I'm gonna go back to my roots of product design, so the design of everyday things.
Obviously awesome. It's a great product book.
Ooh, I love it. If you could be any tech hero for a day, who would you be?
It's supposed to be lightning. I was going to say Elon Musk because I'm just so fascinated to know what it's like to be in his brain for a hot second. It might be terrifying.
Man, I'm an Elon Musk fanboy too, so she took my answer. I'll go with Steve Jobs, another kind of obvious answer.
This is where I was really afraid my mind would just go blank. This is hard. I'm just blanking on the Netflix CEO. I feel like I was talking to somebody about this yesterday, like Netflix, just everything Netflix, literally anybody that works at Netflix. We'll just go with that.
Okay, I like it. What senior leader did you fangirl or fanboy over when you met with them? So you had to physically meet them. I guess virtually too is fine. No, any senior leader. Could be DOD, it could be federal government.
I could do it. Yeah. Huge fangirl moment. General Mark Walsh. Just amazing. Just amazing human being. The first person I feel like I ever met that really truly tried to understand his people and just like develop a significant relationship with them. And
All right, I'll take my favorite DV visit I've ever had. Chief Bass. I didn't know a lot about her before she came. She was relatively new, I think, when she came down. The most, not a software expert, right, by any means, but so people and mission focused, but so quickly understood the value and, paired program with one of our enlisted troops and, sent some code to production. And it was a super cool experience. I just felt like she really got it and really cared about people.
Okay, I feel on the spot because I'm not in the government to know if I would like pick a favorite or something. I'll put Chief Brown up there. He was very refreshing, just seemed to get it, was really an innovator at heart. And I think in our discussion, one of the biggest things was, why am I not getting the napkin ideas? I get them and they're fully baked. And you could see that like he means the words that he put in the letter.
That's awesome. Lean, Agile, Kanban, or Scrum? Or Kanban, I guess I'm saying it wrong, but.
I think it depends on what the team is delivering. Our service teams usually use Kanban, but product development, Scrum.
Chose two.
Or that's fine.
we'll just go with, I'm just going to say Lean Agile. I feel like we do a lot of things, but I would say I like simple. So.
We just make it up. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, Lean, it's hard because they're so buzzy. So I feel like at least at Decode, we've taken, like we read all the methodologies and then we say, that makes sense. And then we made our own.
Perfect. So your own brand.
Yeah.
Decode Agile. It's a new one. Trademark it.
I decoded all of them.
And, well, I had this question, but you both already answered it. Elon Musk or Mark Cuban. So we got two Elons.
Although apparently you don't talk to Mark Cuban if Dallas isn't doing well. So Elon Musk.
Yeah, you know my answer.
Yeah, I'd say Elon. I guess we're just team Elon. Somebody
Gotcha.
tell him.
Yeah, I'm a Mark Cuban fan, so it's cool. Are themed software factories cool? Yes or no?
That's such a trick question. You can't give me that. If anyone understands the meaning behind Kobayashi Maru, I have to say yes, they're cool. Of course I have to say that. And I believe it.
So I am not a sci-fi nerd at all, and they all seem to gravitate towards sci-fi. We let our developers a lot of times pick things like in Mattermost and 200-person channels, and sometimes we don't like the results of that, but power to the people. I think what's important is to have a brand, right? There's something that people rally around, no matter what that is, even if it's Baby
Yoda. Mine might be a little bit more unpopular. I think there's a lot of value. I think you need a brand and something to rally around, but you need to also be mindful of not alienating the other people that are not involved in said brand. Baby Yoda's cute for everybody, so maybe that works. But I do see not as much software factories, but I would include them. Innovation pockets sometimes can go a little too extreme, and then other folks that they need to engage with are, kind of feeling like an outsider looking in. So that's my unpopular opinion.
I think that's spot on. It's a good hot take. We have a spice-o-meter at Software Factory, 1 to 5 spices. So I think that was like a 1 spice.
1 spice?
Yeah.
So I need to get spicier. Okay.
If you could change anything that you've done in the last 3 months as part of your job, what would it be?
Taking things out of Confluence and Jira and putting them in PowerPoint for people.
That's a good one.
Ooh. I would have, and I've been in my job for like 3 months. So this is also, like, okay, I've been here for a quarter. What would I have started with? I would have, I think, tried to bring together all of our portfolio leadership and our like sponsor leadership together, like ASAP as soon as possible.
So I'll go product related because that was a whole nother panel that I can answer that one. But there was a couple of months where we got a little distracted on the art of the possible of what we could build that delayed our roadmap because we kind of lost that focus of what's the next thing we should build that got one more customer or kept one more customer. And we started kind of evaluating tools and technologies that probably are a couple months out because we just need to keep going. So we lost some steam.
That's great. Mac or PC?
Mac.
You know, I use Mac for all my like mobile devices, but I'm a PC guy.
No, boo, green messages, just Mac all the way.
Love it. And then last, Star Wars or Star Trek?
Yeah, I already admitted I'm not a sci-fi nerd, but I will say my daughter came home from kindergarten last year after May the 4th and like was really dejected that everybody knew what Star Wars was but her. And so against my wife's approval, we watched all 9 Star Wars movies over the summer, like an hour at a time on Fridays, which was a really great experience. So I'll go Star Wars.
I've never seen any of them.
Okay, there we go.
That's fine.
That's okay. That's a spicy meter. I feel like I'm about to raise my hand. Has Hannah Hunt ever made me feel personally attacked? Because I worked at Kessel Run, that's Star Wars.
This one was for
Kobayashi
you.
Maru- Oh gosh. Oh, okay. Well, this is not at all Software Factory related. I just need to preface with that, but I would say Star Wars.
All right, I like it. I'm a Harry Potter girl myself, so
You get to break your own rules.
yeah,
It's not
I'm
fair.
moderating. It's fine. So and we have a little over 15 minutes left. Obviously, want to take questions if there are questions from the audience. But I really want to understand, what all the things that we've talked about. What are you seeing as your biggest challenges to success, and then what is the things that you need? What are your asks, your calls to action that you believe are going to make your organization more successful?
This is a really, really, really good question. I think definitely all of the DoD software factories, I think we all have our unique challenges. Some are common themes, but I think too, just in the nature of kind of our work, I think some pieces are a little more challenging than others. I'd say right now, I feel like getting everyone on the same page of understanding. I think since coming in and we have lots of different backgrounds. We're from all different kinds of career fields with different career experiences. And I think just level setting around the same understanding of what terms mean, what we're trying to do, what we're trying to get at, what the job at hand is, and maybe just not to get prescriptive of how, but maybe things that are important to consider. Everyone does things a little bit differently. Everybody learns a little bit differently. And I think right now, one of the biggest challenges is just communicating and then finding out from what was understood and then what was actioned. Where do we go? Where do we restart from there? What was missed, and how do we really try a different approach to try and understand that? For your second question, oh gosh, what was your second question? Call to action.
Yeah, what would be your based on this? What would be your ask, your call to action?
Yeah, I think as I'm coming into Kobayashi Maru, I'm learning. Just as everybody else, trying to find the right ways to really support the teams and support the work that we're doing. And I think my call to action would just be to continue to kind of push the boundaries, be curious, and go on this journey of what this change in mindset really is, what that takes. I think that would be my call to action, and that's not just on the software factory. It's our stakeholders. It's everyone that we interact with. This is different, and I think it's okay to call that out. But it takes some trust, some buy-in, and maybe just some trying. Yeah.
We could spend a whole panel on this probably. Talent management's the easy one to pick on, so I'll ignore that one for this question since we've already talked about it. I think agility in acquisitions in general. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. I think, you know, we've developed a system around us, everything above us, that has been about acquiring aircraft and spacecraft, at least for the Air Force, right? Because that's the first 2 mission sets we were in. Bending metal takes a high entry barrier for anybody to engage, and it takes a long time. The funding and contracting cycles we have to support software do not support software very well. And we keep finding like loopholes or maximizing gray space in order to do it successfully. And it's not my area of expertise whatsoever. I'm a computer engineer. I've worked with other smart PMs and contracting officers, thankfully, that have helped keep me out of trouble and teach me a few things along the way. But I think, you know, I don't have solutions to that. You asked what worries me. I can't explain how much time I've done talking to, you know, contracting officers or FM professionals, just like why things need to be a little bit different or why we need to get to yes somehow. I think that kind of enablement in education is a really big problem. Call to action. What one thing would I change tomorrow that I think is pretty doable? Establish a career field and show that you value this career field. And there's probably multiple tracks within it, right? Shreds of it, if you will. But centralize the talent, deliberately management, establish something that's like real and deliberately develop.
Yeah, so I think some of the biggest challenges that I've been able to observe across all the different organizations is not too dissimilar, but I see repeatedly organizations popping up to do similar things, which is fine. Like, I'm not saying that's actually bad, but the lack of curiosity, I think, is one of the biggest detractors from the progress that can be made from organizations like software factories. And so, you know, I think a lot of times we end up in an interesting spot. We're saying, well, you're starting to do something. I know this other group has tried that. Why don't you talk to them? And sometimes that willingness is really there, and sometimes it's not. And I think that would be one thing that I would say a call to action for anyone involved in the software factory or a lot of leadership. Ask a lot of questions and really understand what's been tried, what has worked, what hasn't worked. If you're a contracting officer, someone has done this before and they succeeded and they didn't go to jail. It's fine. Call them and ask them what they did. You know, if you are a senior leader and there is a new software factory popping up, or you have teams that want to engage with them, there's a need there that, you know, people are crying out for something different and for help. Understand what that is and how you can be supportive of it. And I could just go on and on it, but I think it really comes down to asking questions and sharing a lot of information. And there's a get to yes team out here. I know it. And, you know, you can see it in finance, you can see it in programmatics, you can see it in product. And I think increased curiosity.
I really like that. We have more time, so I've thought of some more questions in my head. So it's great. Something that I think is not always captured, but something that's really valuable is that all of these software innovation efforts, we all get along really well. Like in general, we all at the working level want to be successful and share information. And I just want to call that out because oftentimes it seems like in the LinkedIn or in the press, you know, we're seen as, you know, against one another, but really it's like we really do want to be successful. So what is your favorite cross organization experience? So it could have been you partnering with an organization to do something either government or non-government, but something that's software innovative related. I think for me, it was working with Austin on a lot of the talent management stuff when I was at Kessel Run, and just really connecting on the desire to build towards outcomes that like we're really focused on improving the workforce. So it's like, and we got along really. I mean, you know, that's how we built our friendship relationship. Like, it's great. So turn that question over to you guys.
I have the mic. I'll start.
Yeah.
So we had a company that came through our acceleration program, and they had some really fantastic work in an intelligence agency. And we happened to have a woman on our team that worked with it when she was in the agency itself. Huge fan, and thought, gosh, there is so much value add across so many agencies. And so we actually ran a couple of trainings where so in our training program for government innovators, and really anyone, you don't have to be an innovator, we work on workshopping problems and then how to navigate in your own bureaucracy to get to solutions. But we were able to bring CBP, this intelligence agency, and NGA together, the government stakeholders, to have a meaningful conversation, and they ended up adopting the technology and really expanding that same use case into other agencies, which was cool to see the cross-pollination, civilian intel and DoD.
That's really cool.
Yeah, Hannah just exposed our dirtiest secret, which is we all actually get along really well at the working level. So that was the first thing that came to mind, the example you already gave. The other one, so we've been working really closely with Kessel Run right now on open sourcing a lot of the tech baseline. And there's, just from a technology perspective, we're reusing, rehardening, redeploying the same manifest, the same component packages. Like, there's no reason we should all do this. Like, in fact, engineers find that really boring. They don't want to do that with their time. So there's a lot of work actually happening at the engineering level of people sharing code, which is fantastic. I think aside from that, I've been talking a lot with Lieutenant Colonel Max Reel at Kessel Run, and there's just, I look at sometimes from just an organizational perspective, Kessel Run is so far ahead in just like understanding who they should be, and like organizational theory, right? Like, how do you organize your cybersecurity people? Like, how do you do engagement with industry? Like, there's some very like basic non-software at all related things that are just easy to talk through for people that have actually done it before. And I think just sharing those lessons learned with each other. I know yesterday it came up, they're like, hey, we should start a Slack channel. And it's like my eyes roll every time. I can't help it because like everybody has different chat apps. And then just next thing you know, there's 200 or 800. I think somebody mentioned the DevSecOps community practice has like 850 people in it. And at that point, like who's talking to who? And at the end of the day, we just text each other, like the old school, I guess not old school. We don't call each other. We text each other, and that's how work gets done. But I think that's the way that real work gets accomplished, just sharing those lessons learned, kind of a point to point sometimes.
Yeah, I feel like we are in touch enough that we understand maybe where another software factory is at, or what challenge they might have faced. That maybe if we are faced with the same thing, we know we can reach out, and I feel like we do have that network really nicely established. I've only been at KM for a little bit, so I at least know, like, I love everyone talks about Kessel Run. Coming from there, it's awesome. So we were able to collaborate, kind of working space ATO and ATO, and showing that was possible, which was, I don't even think that it was believed maybe, or even like thought of as an option. And we just, the idea came about, and they made it work, which was awesome. Aside from product, getting to be at Kessel Run, especially when we were kind of trying to figure out like the Z code prefix, which was kind of at least an attempt to try and like break out little stretches of specific skill sets and practices that the software factories need, and dev and design and PMing. And on the design side, I was able to work with DAU to try and kind of, how do we think about user-centered design? How do we try and train others? And maybe it's not just folks to become designers, but maybe it's folks just from program offices, just to think a little bit differently, ask some different questions. How do you approach a problem? How do you look at it, and how do you identify maybe who you need to speak with? And even just like skills, different thoughts of that are huge for acquisition offices that never get to speak with their users. Software acquisition, larger hardware pieces, systems, that's kind of true all around. So getting the opportunity to work with DAU and kind of partner in that way was really cool. And I don't think that was just myself on the design side, that we were doing that on the acquisition side. I think you're pretty familiar with that kind of stuff. And on the PM side and on the dev side, I think we've been able at Kessel Run, coming from Kessel Run, and I think the other software factories are starting there, where we're sharing those practices and really getting to hopefully share it to the rest of the DoD, whether you're in a software factory or not.
I couldn't agree more. We did get a question, so which is exciting for us. So are there, speaking of ATOs, different ATO, authority to operates, any lessons learned about striving for more open, collaborative partnerships within the security constraints of a defense work environment? This, I think, it's a great example of questions, both from an industry perspective, how do you engage in this very conceived high barrier to entry, but also, how do you collaborate with vendors that want to work with you and build software, but maybe don't understand the security constraints or landscape. You want to start, Austin?
Sure. I mean, security constraints of a defense work environment is a very vague interpretation. So I'm gonna take a stab at what I think that means. I think from like how we engage with industry, and I learned this from the AFWorks team and stealing Joey Aurora onto our team too. But we kind of do what I call active market research, which is we go find the companies ourselves and then introduce them to people that can help get them on contract. Instead of just like putting out a white paper and reading papers, we actually like invite people to come in and, I don't know, talk to us face to face, which is interesting. The other thing from a security constraint perspective, this made people pretty nervous when we first did it, although it's been more accepted, is we mirror some of our open source projects to GitHub, so like commercial industry can see it instead of hiding it behind things. And so there's actually a lot more you can do from an open source perspective than people give us credit for sometimes. So those are, I'm not sure what they meant by security constraints, but those are a couple things that we do.
If you're working with companies that don't know the security constraints, shameless plug, send them to Decode. That's what our accelerator does. We can get them there faster and make them less risky to work with. So, but I think a lot of it comes down to the empathy between the parties. So understanding, what are the motivations of the organization? Maybe it's a tech company that you're working with. That business development individual might get fired if they don't end up getting on contract at some point. So where are they coming from, and vice versa? Or even if you're collaborating across organizations, awesome, you guys have really good relationships. What are the motivations of the person you're working with leadership? So at the end of the day, I sound like a broken record, comes back to asking a lot of questions, but I think understanding the motivations from each side is really important.
I don't think I'd have too much to add here, other than I think that there's opportunities, like even it's like hands on keyboard, like working with our development teams, or it's kind of working with our leadership teams where we're just trying to approach problems, approach the way we're thinking differently. You can do that in an unclassified space. So I think that there's opportunities, definitely opportunities to collaborate, and it's not restrictive to that security piece.
That's awesome. I just want to thank you all so much for this really wonderful panel. Megan, Austin, Rachel, this was excellent to get to have all three of you here this afternoon. Stick around. There's a few more panels on the Army Software Factory track, and look forward to what's up next. So thank you.
Cut! Great! Very nice. Why should your business go with a hybrid cloud? Well, it's kind of like making a film. Things can get pretty complex. So on this one, let's try right hook. A little more blue on our nose.
Copy that.
Thank you. There's a lot going on behind the scenes.
This or that?
That one. IBM Watson on a hybrid cloud helps businesses use AI to automate the little things, so you can focus on making your next big hit. Action!
Why should your business go hybrid? When I'm in a race, I should be focused on taking a corner. But what if I had to run around, worried about engine temperatures, thinking about changing tires? That's how some businesses manage their clouds. But with a hybrid cloud approach with IBM, you'll have the expertise of a team designing best-in-class strategies for your business, the same way a pit crew makes this car hum. So you can focus on, winning.
Okay, welcome back. That was an excellent panel. Next up is a panel on how the Army is turning soldiers into software developers, getting ready for near-peer competition and the future fight by building an organic soldier-led software development capability. And with that, it's my pleasure to introduce the Army Software Factory Director, Lieutenant Colonel Vito Errico.
Hi, everybody. We're going to start this panel now, so if we can have the panel come on up. Introductions here going quickly. Okay, everybody's settled in and getting the thumbs up that everybody can hear us okay. So it's my honor as we start off this panel to talk through turning soldiers into software developers, something that's obviously near and dear to the Army Software Factory and Army Futures Command hearts out there. We've got an absolutely star-studded panel here today, and we'll start it off with General Tom Drew, who is the Commanding General of Army Human Resources Command, which oversees the assignments of the entire United States Army. So we're very lucky to have him flying in for this panel. So he's also a highly accomplished special operator and Army aviator. We also have Ms. Kate Kelly, the two-star Chief of Human Capital at Army Futures Command, who oversees essentially 28,000 people across the world in her work. And then we've also got Major Tirza Van Dam, who's a reserve officer currently a data and AI specialist at Microsoft, and the chief recruiter for the Army Software Factory as we got stood up. So no shortage of expertise here on this panel. And without further ado, we're just going to get right into it. And so the first question for General Drew, sir, I think the title of this panel is Turning Soldiers into Software Developers. So the first question is, do we think that this talent exists in the Army, and how do we know?
So I do think, obviously I was at the software factory today, so I know it exists in the Army, but I do more broadly think that it exists. The struggle that we have in the current version of our personnel system is I really can't see it. You know, I see very, very basic data on every soldier. I see kind of what they do in the Army, and I can see kind of what their rank is. Beyond that, it gets a little bit more opaque. But we can see it a little bit in our system. But coming to the Army is a new, more data-rich environment, the backbone of which is the Integrated Personnel Pay System Army, which is going to have a lot more detail about our soldiers in there. So it will accommodate our ability to search for specific knowledge, skills, and behaviors.
Now, Ms. Kelly, your job, excuse me, Ms. Kelly, your job as the Chief of Human Capital for Army Futures Command is to think about what human capital looks like in the future operating environment. Given what we think about software development sort of eating the world, where do you see Futures Command's role in sort of curating and building this talent?
Thank you. I think it's interesting right now, the way I see my role and the way you just described it. And I would say a little bit different. While I would love to spend all day thinking about that future space, I spend a lot of time right now breaking glass in order to get there. And so I think what's interesting about where we are as an Army today is we've got to fundamentally change not only the way we see skills, to General Drew's point, but what is the path to get us to that future space? And I think what's interesting about things like Army Software Factory and what we're doing here is we are actually illustrating in a tangible way what that future skill could look like. And we're showing for the existing force what they are actually capable of. And it's more perhaps than what we're already capable of today. And from that perspective, I agree completely with what you said. But before we're there is this amazing trajectory of change that as an institution we've got to go through.
That's a great point, ma'am. And I think I'd like to get back to that here in a second. But first, I want to make sure we get to Tirza. Tirza, General Drew just said how right now the Army doesn't really have a great way to see this talent. So we had to go to sort of interviews with soldiers to be able to sort of validate whether or not that talent exists. What did your research find? And if you want to tell the audience about that.
Sure. Thank you, Vito. So it was kind of a journey, just like any, we're not a traditional startup, right? The software factory is not a traditional startup, but it has a lot of similarities where we iterate every time. And with our very first iteration, a lot of the talent was word of mouth, starting with Sergeant Major Crosby, who's the Sergeant Major of Army Futures Command, sent out a note to his fellow Sergeant Majors and just kind of filtered through word of mouth. I came in, I was like employee number 3, if you will, for the software factory. So I came in, developed what our first iteration of selection process was. But the bottom line, to answer your question, is the talent exists in every unit across the Army, regardless of rank or MOS. For those that don't know what that means, that's you know your career field, if you will, or what you do in the Army. We have everything from a flight medic to a physician's assistant to an infantry soldier to infantry officers that all have this hidden talent throughout the Army that through initially word of mouth, and now we have a more robust system with Miss Kelly's team and General Drew's team to really get the word out to let soldiers know that this opportunity exists, and then we take them through industry best practices of selecting them down through and bringing them into the software factory. And I don't like to give exact numbers because I think it is a deterrent for future prospects coming to the software factory. But I did go to, I am a graduate of Harvard, and I will say that the selection rate for the software factory is on par with the selection rate for Harvard. So it's very competitive. And I just say that because there is this talent everywhere in the Army, and they're, the soldiers really, really want to give back, and they want to serve in a way that they want to serve. So I think that answers your question.
Absolutely. Ma'am, back to you, ma'am. So Tirza just talked about some of the groundwork that she laid as we sort of conceptualize the software factory. And now it's kind of fallen to you to figure out how to affect policy changes and help try to scale this. How has that process gone for you?
It's a daily battle, but one that is quite inspiring, I must say. And it kind of goes to what Tiers is talking about. So we now know that this talent is in the Army. And it's really important to know that that narrative was not well known. In fact, the narrative was completely the opposite. The narrative was Army and the federal government, quite frankly, needed to go to the private sector or academia to find this type of talent. And so not only was that wrong, but I think we were also wrong. We underestimated how many people are actually literate already, and then how many people are actually out there. So to Tom's point about awareness of what we have, this is illuminating all sorts of things that we need to do as an Army to kind of step forward in that talent space. And so it has not been without a complete fight to change what has arguably been years of system development and bureaucracy, for lack of a better term, and policies that are not written for a more agile way of managing talent. I mean, historically, the Army manages talent based on what you get defined as when you come in, not necessarily what your ability, aptitude, and future talent can be. And so that's a fundamental cultural mindset shift that we have to make as an organization. And we are one heck of an institution to try to change that mindset, right? So you're talking about not valuing what you were, doctrinally aligned to when you came in, but valuing what that person's ability and potential and future ability could be, and changing that mindset. That's a very significant ground shift that we're going through right now as an Army. So in a very succinct way to answer your question, I would say it has been an uphill battle, but it has also been one that is not only worth the fight, it is important and crucial to, quite frankly, our country and our Army, that we continue to push at it and to do what we know intuitively we need to get done.
That's great, ma'am. I don't think there's any disagreement in this room about the importance of this. And so, right along with that, sir, I think the Army is very lucky to have somebody like you, first as the Talent Management Task Force Director and now at HRC, because you really bring an operator's focus and mindset to Ms. Kelly's point, to something that had largely been a legacy process. So as you've now you're sort of new to this role at HRC, you've got a little bit of that background. What have you seen, and what inspires you that we can get this sort of change across the goal line?
Well, first, it's one of those things, being the Talent Management Task Force Director, even though it wasn't that long, I've been doing the talent management thing as long as the Talent Management Task Force with General McGee has been stood up. So I've really focused, I've done a lot of study, along with everybody on the Talent Management Task Force, just brilliant people. But if you look at the future of work, the future operating environment that you guys kind of work on out here at Army Futures Command, if you look at all of those things, and then you look at the industrial age system that we have currently in the Army, because, I see you as a 15 series, which means an aviation, soldier, but it's a code. And if I go beyond that, what helicopter do you fly? What aircraft do you maintain? All those things, we have this industrial age process. That's the only way I see you. I can't see your skills. And to Ms. Kelly's point, we have my personal experience is we have really, really talented people in the Army. And when I say the Army, I'm not talking about the active components. So anytime I say Army, please realize that I'm talking about the National Guard, the U.S. Army Reserve, and active component, because that is the Army. We have some just exquisitely talented people. If we knew that, and We get away from seeing them in an industrial age system and see really their knowledge, skills, behaviors, and then let their preferences as the last piece that we're going to collect. What inspires you? What would you like to do? If I knew that, and I knew people had a, computer science degree from West Point or whatever it is, Harvard. I went to night school, by the way. But if I had that data and I ask them, because everywhere I go, I ask people, what do you want to do? If you weren't doing this, what's your real passion? It's interesting the answers I get, but if I had that in the system, I could model and I could see opportunities that I currently can't see. So we just have to kind of see this thing different, have an inventory of what the requirements are in the Army structure for all those things, and then the supply of people to fill those. And one of the things in our study that I found is just about, and a lot of you are from the corporate world, if you have a valued employee, if you're going to spend money to fill a hole in your organization, the thinking in today's world is take valued as employees, upskill them to do that function, because they will still be a valued employee. And in the Army, we have the Army values and all these other things that we are supposed to live up to. If I have somebody that's really talented, and has those values, I can upskill them, which is different. That's a new thing for the Army. We give people additional training, but normally it's within their field of study. Whatever they do for the military, I'm talking about, this is my passion, just like your software factory. I'm a flight medic and I really have a passion for this. We can upskill you through the training path that you've created here at the software factory and make you world-class because you have a passion, you're really all in. And I think we're learning a lot of lessons in the big Army just from your limited, the stand-up of the software factory. We get to see the value across our formation.
Can I follow up on that?
Please do, ma'am. Yeah.
So two things that really stand out to me on those points. One is that there is a fundamental shift, and I think you would agree, with the Army placing value on an individual contributor's preferences of what they do and where they do it. And historically, that has not necessarily been taken into account in the Army. Typically, the Army tells you what you are and where you're going to go and what you're going to do. So I think it's really exciting right now for what you and HRC are helping the Army see, which is we've got to change that mindset and we've got to take into account people's preferences, because it's about the right person in the right job at the right time, which has to include their interest and aptitude in doing that work. The second piece I think that is really interesting is we are experimenting right now, and I think the software factory allows the Army a venue to figure out what could this look like and what could that future skill look like. And you make a great point that we're not training somebody in an existing field that they have a base of knowledge in necessarily. We are taking people out of arguably a comfort zone and creating a new space for them. So it's a really, really interesting time for what we're trying to achieve.
Thanks, ma'am. Jeff's on the edge, sir.
Yeah, just to pivot a little bit or add on a little bit. So Software Factory has taken a pretty decent approach to this in my view. And it's I selfishly viewed, you guys can be the judge, but we don't just look for the current talent. We look for who is actually going to be the right fit for the role. And there's essentially two different components for that. It's their attitude and their aptitude. And, you can't just have the skill sets, because this is a team sport. We do balanced team, right? You have a PM, you have a designer, and you have software engineers, and that kind of makes up that team. And so the attitude comes into a great play. And there's like two things that we really drive home, and it's empathy and it's grit. And without those two skills, we can take anyone that has those two attitude components and build that skill set and upskill them to the appropriate level. You can take somebody that has the skill set without those additional components, and they will not last very long at the software factory or be any good team member across the Army, right? So we're really this talent does exist across the Army, but you can be the best software engineer in the world and not make it into the software factory, because we do a very thorough vetting of that attitude with those with those skill sets.
Thanks, Teresa. So we're talking about how to turn soldiers into software developers. If you're just tuning in with General Drew, Miss Kelly, and Major Tirza Van Dam, and so I think everybody in their responses just now sort of talked around the idea of research with what industry does, or looking at what academia has told us the future of work looks like. Obviously, we're here at Fed Supernova to sort of sit at the intersection of government, academia, and industry. So I'm curious, and whoever wants to take it in any particular order, what do you think are the best practices from industry and academia that we should be thinking about as we potentially propose a value proposition of turning soldiers into software developers, or changing the way that we're going to think about the future of work for soldiers? Anybody?
Sure, I'll lead. So I think, the software factory has taken a very unique approach with just even the bringing in SMEs, if for lack of a better term, from industry to train up the soldiers. And so they're learning side by side every day, pairing one-on-one through from industry best practices. And the results are pretty astounding, right? It's not getting stuck, they're not going to like their basic training and then never getting trained again, right? In basic training doctrine that was created maybe 10 years ago, or I don't know how often it gets reviewed, right? But it's a while that it gets reviewed. And but by bringing in industry experts, you're learning as industry learns, and so you're keeping those best practices up. And then with academia, I mean, there's a reason that Software Factory chose to house in an academic building, and it's in Austin Community College at the Rio Grande campus. Their tech accelerator that they're doing is right underneath the Software Factory, so there's that synergy from just being in the same place as well. And I'll pause there.
I think what I would add is that there's a realization that in the private sector, especially academia as well, but the private sector has really put their foot well in front of where the Army is from a technology standpoint, from both skill, but also delivering on technology. We all live in a world where, the literacy level of ourselves in our personal lives far exceeds the literacy level of the federal employee or the soldier inside of the government, or inside the Army, meaning we don't operate in the same way. We're actually bifurcated. We are so much better when we're at home with our own tablets and our own families and our own agility on especially technology platforms. And then you step into the Army and you realize that you're operating platforms that are 30 years old and that they have been iterated upon, but they are essentially a 30-year-old platform. And that would never, ever survive in today's environment. And so what we're trying to, I would argue, catch up, and let alone be in front of, but we are absolutely trying to learn from that sector on how we as an Army have got to accelerate our delivery, especially in the technical space, and we've got to accelerate delivery of capability in the hands of the soldier.
Yeah, and so for us, at least in the personnel business, we look to the corporate world to look for best practices, because the Army has about 1 million people in it. So scale in a lot of these things that we read in all the studies and all these books that we've all read, scale does matter. But you can see in there the philosophy behind it. Maybe the application and how you do it may be a little different, but the theory is sound, and it's sound even for a very, very large organization. So we take those things on and we look at how we scale that across. And sometimes it doesn't scale very well, whether it's technology and modernization we're bringing to our equipment, the personnel system, whatever it is. But we get a lot of those ideas from what the corporate world, because you have all these little ecosystems to see what is effective, at least from my perspective, in personnel, human resource management, and then how we see it in the future. So one of the things that we are looking to do is what does the personnel system in 2050 look like? So we've got to figure out what that is. I know it's going to incorporate your software factory and a lot of other skills that we currently don't don't possess in the Army. But I've got to be able to have seats that I can immediately put them in to gain that capability in the Army rapidly. Because in the current form, it takes forever. By forever, meaning it's latent to the need, especially on the battlefield for all of those that are veterans. You've seen it, where you'll see something commercially off the shelf that's already out there, and yet you in the Army have some clunky something. Which is why we have the Army Futures Command. We have to speed that up. So I think by using the corporate world and all these other things in academia that we have done, it kind of points us at least in the general direction of where we need to go. And then we can look at all of what we call small scale things, pilots in the Army, as we try different things in the personnel system. So all the pilots we see across corporate America, you can see these in all these different studies of how that worked, why they worked, sometimes why they didn't work. And then we can apply that to a very, very big organization.
Thanks so much. We're about the halfway point on our panel. I want to encourage everybody in virtual land to feel free to post questions, and we'll try to get them answered as soon as we can. So certainly taking questions from the audience. And as we sort of stand by for that, I have another question, and I'll start with General Drew for this one. And sort of just going back, because you do bring such an amazing amount of operational experience. Here in Austin, at this sort of Fed Supernova type environment, the idea that soldiers need to be software developers is sort of obvious. But what would you say to somebody who sort of says, well, hold on a second, why does the Army really need soldiers to be software developers? How does that translate to you, sir?
Well, if you use your future operating environment, in some cases, a lot of this capability, most of the technology that we use in the military is to help commanders make more informed decisions. And a lot of times out there on the battlefields, they're life and death decisions. So people take those seriously. We want to help commanders. So I think if you're out there disconnected and you need to be able to aggregate and manipulate data, look at data in a different way, if you don't have that resident in your organization forward with you, you don't have that capability. So while you'll hear some people say that, well, we can do that here, we can do that over here, there's a couple people that are in the room that, have seen this work real time on the battlefield. When you have soldiers and the ability to do the things that you guys are doing, you can see it make a difference. It helps commanders. It also helps people on the target. So although I understand the perspective of we probably don't need it down there at the forward edge, I understand why they think that. I don't think it's correct. I've seen it real world work out where that person, that ability to use tech, whether it's software development, all the other skills that we put in some of these elite soldiers, was the difference between life and death and mission success and failure.
Thanks, sir. Ma'am, anything, or Tirza, anything that you'd like to contribute? Why does the Army need software developers?
Well, I don't know if I can beat General Drew on that, but it does go back to the future of warfare in disconnected environments, right? And I think we were talking about this morning, like what happens when the future environment doesn't include contractors, right? And you're out at the edge and you don't have contract support to do it. Who are you going to who can you turn to? Soldiers, right? And DA civilians aren't going to do that. They're not going to be out there in a lot of scenarios. And so it's incumbent upon us to grow this. And you can just look at our near peer competitors and what they're doing, right? And so it would be a disservice, I think, to our country to not do this.
I'll add one point that is maybe a little bit of a departure from the narrative of in a tactical deployed environment, but I will offer this as a real world additional gain for the Army. We're all kind of in a business of hopefully we never actually have to do our job, right? And the bulk of the Army, if we're successful as a nation, is that we never actually are at war. But there's a lot of other days in the year. And the institution of the Army is so huge that in order to be ready and prepared, there is a plethora of software and data problems to solve today, whether you're in that degraded, deployed environment or not. So from my view, and I think the view that we're taking in Army Futures Command, the value proposition is the total spectrum, right? From the top all the way down and from the left all the way right, meaning there is value in teaching this skill and employing this skill across the total force at echelon and no matter what type of work you do. And I think that's what we're seeing in our private lives, that this data and faster decision making and ability to connect people is life today. And you got to believe that that's the reality for the Army as well. I think we've got a question too as well.
Oh, I do. I started a company because I was a soldier that learned how to code, and I coded for the military. Provided some solutions in Iraq, fixing a lot of those old systems that we've been using for years. Now I left the military because I didn't see that track for someone like me. So now I provide solutions to the military through my own means. My question is, how do you keep a soldier from coming to work for me?
You want to attack it?
So I think probably the virtual audience couldn't hear any of that, right? Yeah, so getting a nod. So the question from an audience member, I'm sorry, didn't get your name at the beginning, was I used to be a soldier in the United States Army that had a real interest in software development, and I didn't see a career path for me, so I got out and I started my own software company. And now, how are you going to make sure that the soldiers that you basically curate at Futures Command don't get out and go work for him or Microsoft or wherever? With that, who wants to take the first stab at that one? It's basically a question about retention.
Yeah. You want to start?
Sure. Okay, I'll start. So very similar story. I was active duty for a long time. I got out because the Army wouldn't let me do what I wanted to do. They wouldn't let me serve in the way I wanted to serve, much like we just talked about, breaking glass, etc. I think from being a reserve soldier and working in the private sector, I think what drives people to the military in the first place is purpose-driven work, right? It's doing something that is greater than you, making a difference in the world, et cetera, right? And I think that's what's going to keep people in. It's not going to keep everyone in, right? But if money only goes so far, right? If it gives you, like research shows, it gives you a small boost in happiness for a limited amount of time, and then you're rebaselined, right? You go back to the average baseline, and we are going to lose some soldiers, and that's okay because they will have still served in a way that they wanted to serve, and they will continue to go out to the veterans community and help bridge that mil-civ divide that's talked about throughout the world. Yeah, serve in the reserves like me. That takes a special person. But that would be my answer.
I think it's a very simple answer from my perspective, and thank you for your service and for what you're continuing to do for the Army. I think it's showing people like you that we value that skill and that we're going to promote that skill and that we're going to employ you in the way that you actually are able to do that type of work. And I think the Army that you were part of couldn't show you that. And I think that what the Software Factory and what General Drew is trying to do with the larger system is an experiment in being able to illustrate for people with your skills and your interests that we are going to create those paths and we are going to create those opportunities for you to see yourself as a professional still serving if you choose to. And I would also be remiss if I didn't say that the sheer size and scale of our Army will always necessitate some degree of contracted support across the board. But what we're suggesting is that there is also a very specific niche for our soldiers to do the same. And I think the balance is what we're after.
Yeah, so one of the things, and again, I appreciate your service, and it's a great point. So the retention question, how do we retain it? I think it comes down to the culture, because in the current system, in the current culture, I'm sure when you got out and you said, hey, listen, I really want to get out. How many people came up to you and said, hey, listen, we value, you are important. I bet maybe a couple, but the system, the institution didn't do that. Because the institution in the Army right now, which is the current thing, is we do cohort management. So we look at your grade, how long you've been in the Army, whatever that, where we are going is an individual talent management, system. So if I know you have these talents, especially again, as we get to this new data rich environment, I guarantee you that I could find a way to let you do what you're doing right now and continue to serve. So somebody probably didn't come and tell you like, hey, listen, we have these positions either in the National Guard or the U.S. Army Reserve that allow you to do some of these things, and you can do this. You can have your software company. But again, it's your ability to transition from active duty to those things. And then it's like, hey, listen, I really, I think they need me. I want to go back on active duty. That process is, a 50-year-old process that just gets in its own way. We're trying to solve that so that we identify the institution looks at you as opposed to a huge pile of action figures that do somewhat similar things in this field. So
I don't know if the moderator is allowed to add anything, but what I would say is cohort 1 of the software factory was a great retention tool because 45% of the soldiers in cohort 1 were going to get out of the Army at the first opportunity. And it provided them a way to stay in and for the Army to retain that talent, at least for the next 3 years, which I think we can all agree is more than we would have had without it. So really appreciate that audience question. Again, we're taking questions, virtual land, we're taking questions. And while we wait for any additional questions, I have a question that we're kind of all talking about. And I think we've articulated a clear need for this skill set, and that we've said that the soldiers have been and are out there with the skill set. So why is now the right time to pursue this kind of change?
Best day to plant a tree was 10 years ago or today.
Roger that.
Because honestly, we have had this requirement in the Army for the software factory for years and years. We've all seen it. And if you've served, you've seen it out there. Where having somebody that had this skill out there in these organizations. And like Ms. Kelly said, it's not just out there on the tactical, thing in combat. It's every part of our Army, whether it's, how we train, the training path through the Training and Doctrine Command at Fort Eustis. We don't have an educated force that can see opportunity and sees it to make the Army better, because we've been satisfied with, well, we do these things, we have these branches, we have these, different piles of people. I think this gets beyond it and helps us kind of get to the future.
Well said. Go ahead.
Oh, what about the creatives? I employ a lot of creatives. A lot of them are veterans, mostly because what I care about. And all of my software developers are also veterans who can serve as software developers or build anything for the military. But where does that talent come from? And is it sitting in the National Guard and the reserves right now?
We've got we've got to get you a microphone. So follow-up question, if you're listening in virtual land, was basically, what about the creatives? It's not just about software development. There's a big creative component here. How are you leveraging the National Guard for that sort of stuff? The people that get employed are those that sort of feel that they have a background in this domain. So, ma'am, I don't know if you want to jump on that.
I'm going to start with this one, but then I'd really be interested in Tears's view on it, because I think one of the more significant lines of effort that we're approaching right now is this intersection with, for example, the reserves and how that existing talent in people's personal lives and private space should be better leveraged in the active component. And I think to General Drew's earlier point about how archaic some of the limiting factors are, we have these unbelievably, and in many cases, legislatively drawn firewalls that do not make permeability an easy thing. So the ability for us to tap into this otherwise almost untapped market of talent that is in our reserves and our National Guard as well is very hampered by the fact that we don't have simple ways to actually just do it. And so I think if we don't attack that, and we are, but if we don't attack it to success, we are going to stay bifurcated and very limited in the sense that we're not creating that permeable environment that we'd want to be in. Thoughts on that?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So to address, just so I don't forget, the creatives and I know a lot of creatives just from my time in the military, right? But the software factory is part of that balanced team that I was talking about. We do have UI UX designers, right? And that's not just a creative, right? That's really, we call it soldier centered design. Most people have heard it as user centered design, but those are really the soldier advocates that really make, going back to the previous conversation of why have soldiers do this. It's really soldiers can really empathize with other soldiers and what they need in garrison and deployed, right? So that's a very unique skill set that if you haven't served, you don't necessarily understand completely. But we are employing creatives, right? They do the design for the applications. They love it. Like if you employ creatives, you know that it's not for everyone, right? So it does take a very unique skill set. So we are building that skill here. Now, how to tap into, going to Miss Kelly's point on how to tap into the reserves and the National Guard. We have been exploring this for a while now. It's desired. I think I get regular inquiries about how to join the software factory as a reservist or as a National Guard person. Even though we haven't figured out some of those, like Miss Kelly said, those legislative boundaries, right? You can only serve on active duty for so long if you're in another component of the military. But some of them apply even though they know that they're not going to get accepted because they're so excited about what we're doing and being able to give back to the Army. But I think it's really, it's going to have to come a little bit of creativeness and a lot of glass breaking and writing new legislation to really break into that talent. And then like the new HR system will help be able to visualize where that talent exists in the other components, in the reserves and the National Guards, but really to really utilize it, it's going to take Congress to make some changes. Yeah.
Coming up on 5 minutes, so I think we can take one or two more questions from the audience or from virtual land. And so as we may, we've got one. Go ahead, shout it out. So the question was from an old Air Force officer, former squadron commander, if there's basically the opportunity to transfer from services, so into and out of the Army towards or out of the Air Force. Are we thinking about that yet? I think I know the answer, but
A couple of things that I would just offer. Number one, we actually learned a lot from the Air Force and from many other entities across the DoD on how to stand up and structure the Army Software Factory. And what we tried to learn from those prior experiments and then inculcate into our approach now has been tremendous. And so I think you're right that there's interest and aptitude, especially with what the Air Force is doing. Unfortunately, I get to be the person who has to bring up legislation all the time. And there is unbelievable bureaucratic limitations to how people can make those changes, regardless of intent and goodness and makes sense. And I couldn't even begin to tell you the history of how we got so compartmentalized as a department, but we are there, as you clearly understand. I think our hope and our approach, and certainly I can speak for AFC, would be to help people like General Drew and the Army continue to champion to break down those barriers. Because, one thing that AFC is very, very vocal about is that future force and that future fight is not going to be by one single service ever, right? So we have to be doing things in a way that makes us a joint force. And little things like not making it so difficult for somebody to change services because they want to, is steps in that right direction, in addition to the multitude of complexities surrounding interoperability, networking, data. But I think it's something that we've got to get after. And I think, unfortunately, we've just got some ties around us right now that we've got to continue to try to break.
Well, first thing, I just want to say it's good to see you again. I appreciate that ride. But you're right. So really, from the SecDef and the executive branch, that they've got to make some decisions here, because again, everybody is parochial, not because they're bad people or they don't see it correctly. It's they have been given their own mission and they're trying to fill it. So when we have soldiers that want to go to other services, that comes to me for the final vote. So I guess there's been a sea change. I've had 164 requests to transfer from the Army to the Space Force, because that's another service that we've got to stand up. I can only think of one case that I have recommended disapproval up to the Secretary for this inter-service transfer, because I think in the future, we can't see ourselves as I'm in the Army, I'm in the Air Force, Marine, Navy, Space Force, you pick it, right? Because it's way too important. In a time of scarcity, you've got to be a very, very good team player. And if I have a capability that the Air Force needs, Space Force, Navy, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, I have got to look at the overall big picture and make the best decision I can. And it can't be, well, if I give this capability to the Air Force, I'm not going to have it. We don't have time for that anymore. As you go to the future and you play out some of the budget restraints that we're going to have and the environment, I think we got to be a little bit more open to that, and the gaining force gets the ultimate vote and not the losing force.
Let me just add one thing, because I'm reminded of something that I tell my organization a lot, separately from a specific software or data environment. But I really believe this. High-performing organizations import talent as much as they export it, right? If you are only a one-way street, you are not as good as you can be. And if you are exporting talent, that means you have amazing people on your team that other people want. It also means you have an opportunity to get an amazing person in. Not a lot of people have the mental view and agree with me on that, but I very much agree. I believe it. And so I think as a department, and quite frankly, for all of us, whether you are in academia or in the federal space or running your own company, if you are not thinking that way, you are missing out. Right? Because you got to know the world is changing around all of us. People are less inclined for the 40-year gold watch career. You've got to be prepared to import it and export it. And you're going to be better off if you believe that and you embrace it.
We are about at time. I want to give our panelists one last chance to say anything they didn't get a chance to say. So just real quick lightning round. Here's anything?
For the reservist that had the question, the blockchain reservist, just shoot me a note to my .mil.
Nice. I just really appreciate being here. I appreciate the questions and your attention. It's always exciting for me to be able to speak to audiences like this and get feedback from you all on what's not only of interest to you, but what are some of the challenges that you've encountered, and the questions that you offer really help inspire me in directions that we need to go. So we're very excited about what the Software Factory has been able to do thus far. We have much more work ahead, unfortunately, but that's kind of what keeps me up and fired up. So.
Again, thanks for the opportunity to come here. We learned, the Army and me personally, I learned from all these examples to get out of these old habits. Diversity of thought, I think, is a big thing, because, all of us kind of grow up, for those that were in the Army, you kind of see it one way. And if you've been in a long time, you see it the exact same way. And that's not a good thing as you move to the future. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. One more time, General Tom Drew from Human Resources Command, Ms. Kay Kelly from Army Futures Command Headquarters, Tirza Van Dam, Reserve Officer N from Microsoft. Thank you so much for flying in and for being a part of this. This was fantastic. Thanks, everybody.
As a veteran, I know how incredibly difficult that transition from the military to the civilian sector can be. Today, there are so many more opportunities and programs available to veterans, specifically those in the technology field. Your experience makes you an asset to any team. Never, never underestimate your value.
It's all about resiliency and knowing your worth. Let's be honest, there is a talent war out there.
At the end of the day, the military, without debate, is the world's greatest leadership development platform. And that actually serves to your benefit when you get out. If you are a great military leader and you have the ability to take those leadership strategies and tactics and apply it to the private sector, you're going to crush it.
AI is not just one thing, and it's not just one person, and it's not this sort of object that can be plugged into your business later. If you're not looking at it as something that is woven through the fabric of your business pervasively across the entire organization, then you're doing it wrong.
As a company, we have strategy, design, data science, and development. And really, we believe in bringing all of those people in from the very beginning of a project, because we believe that each person approaches a problem from a different angle.
We have the business analysis, like why are we doing this to begin with? We have the technical expertise on how to do it. And then we also have the design expertise to communicate that out. Because if you build a model and you can't A, communicate how it works, or B, communicate the results, why did you build it at all? It's like the tree falling in the forest. So we bring together those three components in a unique way.
Welcome back. Another huge thanks to General Drew and Ms. Kelly for joining us on our panel just now. Continuous delivery is the ability to get software into production, into the hands of users in a quick and repeatable way. It's also a way to avoid innovation theater. On this panel, we're going to talk about how some of the DoD's premier experts on continuous delivery have been able to use that to get software that soldiers and airmen love into production and change the DoD and enable outcomes. And with that, I'll introduce Aaron Swain, the Strategic Director of Digital Transformation for VMware. Aaron?
Pile in. All right, we have a large but very power-packed panel today. A lot of folks I've personally worked with, friends with a lot of them, and really excited for this topic that's really near and dear to my heart over the last few years. It's all about outcomes. I think you guys can hear me right with my mic? All right, awesome. We're going to talk about continuous delivery, what that means, kind of how you measure it. But it's really just like, it's part of the journey to get to the outcome. But before we start, I'd like to introduce our panel, and let's just dive right into it. So I'm going to throw a question out there. We'll pass the mics around, and how do you tell the difference between innovation and innovation theater? And maybe we'll start with Hannah, since you've got the mic in your hand.
All right, this is going to be a very spicy panel, I think. So for the spice-o-meter is up. I think innovation can be anything. It can be streamlining a process. It can be building a novel solution. It can be anything that drives change and drives betterment. Bureaucracy hacking is a great innovative method of finding different ways to utilize policy or laws to your advantage. Innovation theater looks like something that is short-term, that is shiny, but doesn't actually provide value. It definitely gets you the headlines. It definitely shows that you're doing good stuff, but there's no longevity there. You stick something, you put it on a shelf. You just wanted the headline. You didn't your goal was not to make the lives of somebody better, the user experience better, but rather to demonstrate that you as an organization are good for this period of time.
Great, thanks for that, Hannah. Maybe we'll go Carlos, since you're holding the next mic.
Cool. Hi, everybody. I'm Carlo Rai. I'm the innovation strategy lead at Rise 8. It's a digital transformation consulting company startup. Before that, I was actually active duty. I just separated. I was at Kobayashi Maru, and then I also was part of the Kessel Run founding team. So what I think, innovation at its core really is. It's pretty funny. I have innovation in my job title, but it could go a bunch of different ways. It could be very abstract, or it could be very concrete and defined. And I think you're going to hear a bunch of different definitions of innovation here. But to me, at least, I think innovation at its core is about creating and cultivating a culture and an environment focused on people that allows their ideas to become a reality. And I think maybe the best way to describe innovation theater is kind of defining the opposite and what is actual innovation. And I think innovation itself is like that reality that I mentioned is about actually solving a real problem for real users by delivering a real solution in a real and operational or production environment for them. And so I think the opposite of innovation theater is not doing that thing. Sorry, innovation theater is not doing that thing. And that's kind of what I believe is like the definition of innovation, and how we combat innovation theaters actually by getting something into the user's hands, into production, and understand if we're actually delivering value to them.
Love it. Love it. Enrique?
Yeah. Hey, how's it going? Enrique Oti. I had the pleasure of working with Carlos. We were standing up Kessel Run, and actually Paul as well. So I worked with Kessel Run. I was at the Defense Innovation Unit. I'm now the CTO of a startup called Second Front. And we were actually trying to help bridge that valley of death of how do you take commercial technologies, really interesting commercial tech, and get into the government. How do you handle it? Really focus on the cybersecurity side of how do you get them past that valley of death of getting an authority to operate before their contract runs out. So that's really kind of our focus area. And so when I look at innovation, I'm actually not a fan of the word. I think it's because as in any bureaucracy, in anything, you get what you incentivize. And when you incentivize innovation, you get the flash, because everybody wants to say that they did something new or different or unique, and they want to get the press. They want the LinkedIn thing. They want the Twitter feed. They want the Air Force front page. What I really think we should be focusing on instead to avoid innovation theater, I think what the focus needs to be is entrepreneurship, which is the idea of, can you get an idea, find that product market fit, and then scale it in a manner that's sustainable because you're delivering value. So, the mission focus, it has to be mission focused. But unless it's sustainable and unless it's scalable, then it was kind of pointless to begin with. And this is one of the things when we first stood up Kessel Run, when Dr. Roper came in, that's what he told me in his office is, whatever you build at Kessel Run has to be repeatable. And not everything is. And we figured that early on. We're still figuring that out. But there's a lot of stuff that we wrote policies to make it repeatable. Real quick, one example of innovation theater, just because it's near and dear to my heart because it's like happening today. The idea of let's be really innovative and put companies under contract for something really innovative, but from day one have no path to production or transition. This happens all the time. And you can say it's innovation. Look, we put the coolest company under contract. Yeah, but if you know that they can't transition, what was the point? So again, it's about scalability and entrepreneurship more than just innovation. So that was a really long answer, sorry.
Awesome. Victoria?
Oh, hi, I'm Tori Vanek. I'm a CI/CD lead at Kessel Run. So I think I'll start with the innovation theater side. It's the buzzwords, right? It's the, we need this thing because other people have it. And so I think innovation, kind of what everyone else has said, can happen anywhere with, people who've been in government forever or who just started. So it's really having the leadership that supports the new ideas and gives you they take the heat and you get to do the stuff, but also to make it sustainable. So is it something that can, grow? Can it be used? Is it important to the mission?
Awesome, thanks. And last but not least, Paul.
So my name is Paul Puckett. I'm the director of the Enterprise Cloud Management Agency at the United States Army. I would differentiate the two and kind of build on a few things that Enrique said is, to me, innovation is about finding the edges. Like we've said, it can happen in kind of any domain, but finding the edges of opportunity that hadn't been seen before, right? Like you're truly innovative about this thing. Like you've proven out that something is possible. And then where all innovation has to go is it has to at some point just simply become the way that we do business, right? And so I think it's really important for innovators to understand the business that they're in, because then you can actually start to apply this innovative thing that you've done into the actual business and becomes just the way that we have always done it, so that we leave room then for someone else to find the new edge, to be truly innovative in the market. I would agree with Enrique, like especially in the DoD, sometimes that's turning into policy, right? Of like, hey, this is a pathway. This is how it's done. Policy is a double-edged sword.
And sometimes policy can be interpreted as just simply, these are the steps that I do to be innovative. And I think the people that turn it into innovation theater are the people that see the facade of the steps that it took to be innovative, but they truly don't understand the business that they're in. Or even if they understand the business that they're in, they don't actually convert this innovative thing into business value. And oftentimes it's why entrepreneurship like lands with me, is because you have to have a product market fit if you're actually going to capture a market. And so what I see in the DoD around innovation theater, and it's I think why we would tie this to continuous delivery, is, oh wait, I actually have to like field this to someone that actually derives value from it, or I'm doing all of the things, I'm using all of the buzzwords, like I'm going through all of the practices that are required for innovation or are enablers of innovation, but they fail to get that actual end product of this is the way we do business.
Awesome, Paul. So let's piggyback up, doing all the things a little bit. I think in 2018, the Defense Innovation Board published a guide to detecting agile BS, something I used when I was in government. I still use it today. In that guide, they provide some questions that you can kind of ask teams of, are they, truly agile? Are they doing the agile BS thing? Everyone talks about metrics these days. I'm just curious, when you look at a thing, how do you grade it? Like, that's BS. That's not the agile thing. Maybe we'll start with Paul, since you've got the mic in your hand.
I should have given away the microphone. Yeah, Hannah, you're right. This is going to be a 3 or 4 jalapeno spice panel. If you dive into what the DIB put out there, and shout out to Josh Marcuse, because he is an awesome human being. Really, it was starting to poke at kind of the value stream, in my opinion. Like, are you finding that, you are self-aggrandizing your role in the value stream vice like the actual value stream? And it starts to poke at different things around acquisitions. It starts to poke at different things around enterprise IT. It starts to poke at kind of each one of the components that are required in order to have like a complete value stream. But at the end of the day, like, it's the tippy end of the value stream. For the Army, it's the soldier deriving value from software that differentiates the way that they fight on the battlefield. And the entire component, in my opinion, around Agile BS is starting to identify people that don't understand where they fall on the value stream. And really, at the end of the day, is did it actually field capability to the soldier that differentiated on the battlefield or not? And if not, then you've got a choke point somewhere in that value stream, and it might just be you putting metrics out there that self-aggrandize your role. And maybe that's important in order to see your growth over time, but it's not the metric that matters, which is fielding capability that differentiates, your business. And in the DoD, that's fighting and winning wars.
Awesome. Tori.
I'm sure I'm going to oversimplify this, but are the products in production, and are they being used by end users? And do they like them? Which is hard to measure, right? It's, continually speaking to them, and are they being improved? So also, I find sometimes, things need to be shut down sometimes, and that's a hard conversation to have, right? Like, it's reached its, and there's nothing wrong with things ending, right? They've reached their end cycle, and, so how do we measure that? Like, if people aren't using it, or it's not valuable anymore, or something else has come along, like, are we comfortable enough to shut it down? Like, and so I think that's some of the Agile, like, can we do that? Because that's part of our job, right?
I love that answer. Enrique.
Yeah, I think, so other than doing software, my background was in China. There's also this quote in the China community of, the quality of a presentation on China is inversely proportional to the number of Sun Tzu quotes. So bottom line, if you're putting a bunch of Sun Tzu quotes in your thing, you're probably not a China expert. And I think the same thing goes in the DoD software. The more buzzwords you're using, probably starts to smell a lot like BS. And every buzzword that piles it a little bit higher. And you see this, okay, so awesome, you stand up instead of sit down for your meetings in the morning. Okay, that doesn't make you agile. You say that you do sprints, you say you do DevOps. Like, there's a lot of words, and you start to feel it when you talk to people. And it's one of the things, like, once you're in the community, and this is the thing, like, that first time you ever push an app out into production to a soldier, sailor, airman, Marine that uses it, there's a really good feeling. And once you start doing that enough times, you start understanding what it takes to do it. And when you start talking to other people that are using the buzzwords, you can feel. After you become a little more experienced, you can feel where the BS starts piling up. And I think it really does come down to, at the end of the day, probably humility of the people who are talking about themselves the most, the people that are espousing their processes the most. In many times, there's some of the biggest BS. The people who are really doing the work are just delivering, and their customers speak for them. They do. When the user steps up and backs you saying, man, what I got, that thing was awesome, that's how you know you're doing it right. If your user's not backing you and you're the one who's saying how awesome you are, it's probably BS. Not that any of us have any seen that.
Wow. Carlo.
Sure. Yeah. Another take on it, I guess, as a core acquisitions officer, acquisition programs are being evaluated on all of the things. And I think what helped us, at least in Kobayashi Maru in Section 31, of trying to understand, what metrics matter, is really separating this understanding of software delivery and operations performance metrics. You as a acquisitions organization, how well are you actually, building and delivering and deploying software? But then mission metrics, like what are you actually doing for the mission? How are you impacting the mission? And so oftentimes you'll see all of these programs will start to say, oh, like this is the movement that's happening within the DoD. So like we need to go in this direction. And what they end up doing is we'll change one aspect of waterfall by saying we're going to bring in Agile, right? Or saying we're going to bring in TDD. But like, does that really mean that you've now crossed the hump of I'm not doing Agile BS because I've implemented Agile in my development process? And like before you can even start to analyze you as an acquisitions office, how you are doing in delivering and building software, you have to understand like you have to get something out there first to know that you're impacting the mission. And so that just goes back to what Paul was talking about, is like the one metric that matters first is actually getting something out there into production and being able to measure value. What, like if that took you longer than what an Agile process could take, all right, that's fine. But like now, then that's when you go as an organization and understand how do you evaluate your organization's processes and go and start to change and influence that. And at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to change attitudes, behaviors, and beliefs overnight. It's going to take incremental change, and you'll be able to eventually get to that point where you can be a high-performing software organization while also delivering mission value. And so I think it's just important to be able to understand that there are two aspects to like metrics, at least in the DoD space, to understand like the impact that you have on the mission and your performance as an acquisition, IT organization.
Thanks, Carlo. Hannah.
I think there's a lot of answers here. I'll take two. One is that if your organization doesn't practice psychological safety, it's very difficult to be an Agile organization. If you have a leader who's directing you to do a thing, even though you don't think that thing is right, it doesn't provide psychological safety, because it's so important for teams to feel bought into the work that they're doing. I think I see that in a lot of different organizations that say, well, I had to go Agile. I had to go do this, build this app this way. And we're like, well, did your users want it this way? Or was it because someone told you to? And oftentimes it's someone told me to. And I think we see that in the acquisition community, to Carlo's point about how contracts are written. Oftentimes it's very prescriptive on what needs to be delivered, how it needs to be delivered, how you're going to be tracked by how many lines of code you've written, like very, very waterfall methodologies, instead of allowing flexibility and modular contracting in your acquisition approach that allows all various vendors to come in to keep the government at the focus of it versus just outsourcing all of that to some scrum master at some company that may not ever meet the user because maybe the acquisition program didn't factor in sustainment actually getting into production. Heard those horror stories too. So it's a lot of facets, and it's all easily mitigatable too. Like there's solutions to this.
Wow. So in my position at VMware, I get to see a lot of different programs that are out there. It's tough looking at some of these folks and programs that are out there because I feel like they're just stuck in this death spiral of innovation theater. For folks that have all deployed, capabilities into what I think is the hardest place in the planet, the DoD, what recommendations you guys have just to break this logjam of, organizations, teams, efforts, software that are stuck in this cycle of innovation theater? And maybe we'll go with Enrique since you're holding the mic.
Wow, there's a couple things. So. The fun part about innovation, and I've talked to my peers about this back in the day, which was like, they put there like, hey, who's our innovator of the month? We used to have this at one of the organizations. And you see there some random E3, some airman who came up with some really cool idea, and the colonel sitting there going, "That was great. They really found a new way to do their job." And I'm looking at the colonel going, "Why did you have that policy in the first place? Like, why the hell would you force your airmen to have to innovate? Why wouldn't you just write a policy that makes them easier to do their job? They shouldn't have to work around things, and then you praise them for basically solving a job that they never should have had in the first place." So I think that's one of the, when you talk about like how do we get people to do this right, how do we get away from the agile BS, it is all the policies and rules around the software development. Forget the software development. The developer is going to do their job. The PMs, the designers are going to do their job. It's all those rules around it. And I'll tackle one area, contracting. A couple reasons for this. One is myself, Tyler, Jason's in the room, Leah. We just published an article coming out 1 October. Talking about the future of warfare. The key to the future of warfare is contracting officers. We actually wrote an entire article, never thought I'd ever do this, saying the key to everything is your contracts. And Carl addressed it, Hannah addressed it. If you can't write good contracts in the first place, it doesn't matter how good your developers are and how agile they want to be. If they're constrained by contracts about how they acquire the software they're using, if they're constrained by contracts about the networks that they're getting access to, contract about, oh, you can't buy a MacBook because somebody said you can't buy a MacBook. It really all comes down to high quality contracts, the facilities. I'm sure you guys had facilities discussions about Army Futures Command. Like, how do you get a facility? It all comes down to contracting officers. So get to know your contracting officer, make sure they're innovative. That is the very, very first step for all agile stuff. And yeah.
Awesome. Carlo, how do you break the logjam, man?
I should really remember to pass the mic after I'm done and then get more time to like think about what's going on. Yeah, so I think what's interesting about this logjam is these movements in the DoD, when you start to see these buzzwords, it moves really, really fast. And lots of organizations and teams and people able to bring them with us on this journey of digital transformation. And again, under
simply asking those questions is starting to kind of strike a few different conversations that we're having in the Army than prior to kind of Sea Army's existence, or at the very least at the scale, I'll say. Is obviously, innovation and great value happens in components, but it's just not at the scale that we need across the Army. And so starting to ask these questions, starting to allow, well, what about that? And so it's starting to make people focus more and more on how they're delivering capabilities that actually change the way that people are doing business. Like, man, my second week, someone was like, hey, Paul, what are you gonna do for the Army? I was like, I'm gonna deliver common cloud services that the Army actually loves using. They're like, there's no chance in hell that's happening. Next idea. And to this day, some of our best conversations have been people just unbeknownst to us making a comment of we are delivering game-changing capabilities for the United States Army, and it's thanks to this team that actually stood up and cared and wanted to help us on this journey. And now they're locked into how do I deliver better capabilities faster to our soldiers? And just seeing that transition and that change, I would argue more so for what we're doing is we're striking a conversation that hasn't been had at the level that it's being had, and is giving people room to run. I remember my very first meeting with the Secretary of the Army back in February of 2020. I was on the phone with someone going home, and they're like, did you ever expect you'd be having these conversations? Because I'd left industry and came back into the government. We were talking about taking pay cuts or whatever. And I was like, there's no amount of money that could actually pay you for having a voice in a room with a 4-star general and the Secretary of the Army to shape the entire momentum of one of the world's largest organizations. There's no amount of salary that could give room to that. And I think the thing is we've been given a voice that creates space. And that's starting to drive better conversations that is leading people to start and want to knock down the barriers of how to actually field, how to actually get this capability in the hands of people that care. And I think that's one of the biggest things that we've done, rather than the services or products we deliver, is creating space for people to realize the value there.
Awesome. And then we'll end up with Carlo. What are you guys doing to enable continuous delivery?
Yeah, so I just left the Air Force. I was former captain in the Air Force, left a month ago. And so my current organization, Rise 8, we're actually helping enable and continuing to support various clients within the DoD to achieve continuous delivery. But I can kind of talk from my perspective of just continuous delivery at large and what I did in my previous active duty capacity. Today, the DoD optimizes for being right rather than becoming right. And what I really mean by that is, the first unit of value is continuous delivery. And we want to be able to optimize, learning velocity. And so how fast can we really learn? And I think all of these organizations that kind of want to move in this direction, we want to be able to align on this idea of we're less afraid of failures than actually losing opportunities to learn. And so continuous delivery is what enables us to do that, to be able to learn. But I think maybe a critique of how fast, innovation and, agile transformation and digital transformation is happening within the DoD space and federal sector space at large is there really isn't a ubiquitous language that all of us can align on. And so sure, maybe the people here, we can understand and align on what we believe is continuous delivery. But there are so many more organizations there that may be communicating, again, back to the misconception thing of, continuous delivery to them isn't shipping to prod, it's shipping to a dev environment or a test environment. And then saying hey, we check in code every day, but no users actually interacting with that code, but we think we're continuously delivering. And so I think there's a problem at large where we all collectively, things like this, what we're doing here to get that message out, to be able to say, what is that ubiquitous language? What is, the common lexicon that we all want to be able to use to define this movement at large within the DoD? And I think that's something that we're starting to get to as we come together. But we still see that all over the place with all of the various acquisitions offices, the various organizations that are still trying to, play catch up of, what we've been doing today. But I think that's an important thing to consider. Continuous delivery isn't necessarily defined in the same way across everybody, and we want to be able to get to that point.
Wow, we've got about 5-6 minutes left. We do all this to get the outcome. As I introduced everyone, I think everyone here is, I know everyone here is deployed to the toughest production environment in the world, the DoD, all in this journey to get an outcome. But what is an outcome? And then not only what is it, but what does that feel like when you actually deliver that? Enrique.
Yeah, so I like I mentioned before, it feels unbelievable to deliver to a customer. But now I'm gonna paint the negative side. So a lot of this conversation for the last 30 minutes has been about how the government does continuous delivery. And it's awesome that inside the government we can do continuous delivery. But there's probably a lot of commercial companies in this room, you being one of them. There's probably a lot of government users in this room that would like to use some really cool commercial tech that's either in this room or outside of this room. The question is it possible to do continuous delivery of commercial tech to the government? And the absolute answer is absolutely not even close. Will not happen. And it's awesome when you talk to unicorn companies or multi-billion-dollar enterprises that they're frustrated that the government is using versions of their software that are 3, 4, 5 generations behind. Because even they wanted to give the newest version to the government. They would do it for free in many cases if they were allowed to, but the fact is you just can't get it into the government. So that feeling of continuous delivery can't just be this happy, smiley rainbows and unicorns inside the government. Within the government, you all, because I'm no longer in the government, you guys in the government need to figure out how you allow a commercial company to do continuous delivery. And there's really 2 things that hold this up. One is the contracts, like I mentioned before, and the second is the software accreditation. The accreditation processes are miserable. Shameless plug, we're trying to help solve that. I think you guys are trying to solve. There's a few people out there trying to solve this accreditation process from the commercial side. But at the end of the day, unless you solve the accreditation process and allow reciprocity with commercial software inside the government, you're not going to solve it. And unless you write good contracts that mandate a transition path into production, so it's no longer innovation theater or prototyping, it's not going to get there. So continuous delivery is awesome, but we have to do it for the commercial sector now. We've done 5 years. This weekend, by the way, is the 5th anniversary of Kessel Run starting its first app. So when we talk about expertise, the most expert people in this room, other than Paul, who's been doing this a lot longer, is 5 years. That's it. Let's try using some commercial tech. They've been doing it a lot longer. They're really darn good. Let's get that in.
Amen to that. Carlo, outcomes. Take us back. What does it actually feel like?
Take us back. Yeah, I mean, the 5-year experience that, I was a second lieutenant that got to be part of Kessel Run. And I think what's an interesting story to tell is I was a traditional project manager, program manager in the Air Force before Kessel Run. And I literally picked up the phone to an end user, a warfighter, who was complaining to me about software that I was the project manager of and said, hey, I have an issue. I can't even do my job. And I told them, sorry, I can't get you the fix for another 8 months because I have a test event and I got to do these things. And then I hung up. And the thing is, I didn't think anything of it. And that's like kind of amazing that like people are trained in the military to be these managers of software and they don't even know that this is the wrong way of doing things. And I think it just opened my eyes, when Senator McCain canceled AOC and then told all of us, go figure out how to do these things. And then the rest is history with Kessel Run. First trip out to Al-Udeid and I actually saw the software that they were using. I was like, oh my God, this is terrible. And so like real mission outcomes, like the way it feels like is you actually get software into their hands in an operational instance or an environment. They get to do their job. And then at the end of the day, like you've hopefully improved their job. You've either like deprecated some system or you've actually improved efficiencies in the process. But it's a real mission outcome that you can see them using in their daily, day-to-day operations or lives that they're executing for the mission for all of us. So it's just being able to tie that back at the end of the day to a mission outcome, and users have that smile on their face and can do their job more effectively.
Awesome. Paul, for someone who's done this multiple times, what does it feel like?
Right. No, dude, I was thinking about this the other day. Like, I had to be convinced of this by someone. Like, I was pulled into a conversation because someone felt like they were getting yelled at by a tech sergeant in the Air Force. This is back at NGA. And I was just there to like be the shield of the spice. And I ended up falling to this entire world of how we applied continuous delivery of capabilities. At that time, it was into the IC. So I'm a complete convert like you. I'm a waterfall system engineer through and through. But the thing that opened my eyes, like I said, was that going to talk to a customer over in Bahrain, they're like, it's a piece of crap. And 2 weeks later, we had a capability tested because we had a test environment that was in complete parity with our operations environment. We had a contract that was written in a way where we didn't presuppose the future. We presupposed the actual objectives that we wanted to achieve. And we actually held some opinions as to how technology was fielded in that ecosystem. And so 2 weeks later, which was the fastest we could do at the time, we had capability in production. I walked over to the indications and warnings team over in Bahrain, and I said, try it now. and it worked. And it just so happened that their feed of capability went down 2 days later. I didn't do it. I didn't turn it off. And the entire region transitioned over to our services. And that became the Oconus cloud for NGA. So I fell into this world of what it means to actually deliver. And that moment was completely life-changing for me. And that was back in 2013. So I would say is, you said the word wrong. It's not wrong. There's a different way of doing things. And we've got to try it. And we've got to create that room, is because when we talk about making something repeatable, when we talk about growing the community, is that we're not right and you're wrong. We've tried a different way and it happens to work. Maybe there's utility for you, because further on down the road, someone's going to find a different way as well that perhaps changes the game. And if we're seen as wrong and them as right, then our willingness to let something go and decommission it is going to be pretty low, because we're going to feel like we're in this war, rather than, wow, we've reached this next round of capability so that we can reimagine ourselves and have value. So it's a beautiful, wonderful aha moment of like, wow, this is awesome. But then it's creating that space in that room, is that something's going to be better. And we've got to leave that space, because it leaves space for a community to come along with us and follow our steps, but then also a community to reach far beyond what we can ever imagine, so that this never ends. This is all about talking as a team last night. Is this the infinite game, right? We've got to keep playing. So we've got to create space where we're just trying something a little different, and there's probably something better out there too. Let's go figure it out together.
Awesome. Tori, about 30 seconds, and I want to hand it over to Hannah to close us out. What does an outcome feel like?
I think recently we did some user feedback, and I think the thing I walked away with is that we had service members say, no one's ever asked me how I feel about something, right? And like, we wanted the feedback. And so that should just be normal, right? Like, that should just be part of the normal process. Like, they're the end users. We want to know how they feel. So.
Yeah, and I'll say an outcome for us is we're working with an organization that has had a acquisition requirement for 20 years, built a software solution for the last 9 years that has provided no value, and us in the last 3 months has added more functionality and gotten more user buy-in just by talking with soldiers in the user community, and like actually providing that outcome of what's been needed now for the last 20 years. So that, to me, very concrete example of outcomes.
Oh, great. So I think we're over time. I just want to thank our panelists for coming out here and sharing your expertise with us. I want to thank the Capital Factory for hosting us, and obviously the Army Software Factory for bringing us all together. Thanks.
Syzygy Plasmonics is making a new type of chemical reactor. Our chemical reactor functions using light from LEDs and renewable electricity instead of needing heat that comes from burning fossil fuels.
What we are developing has never been built before. We have the same potential to change the energy industry the same way the electrified vehicles are doing on transportation.
We have a platform technology. It can be applied to many different sectors of the energy industry and chemical industry. The first applications will be focused on clean hydrogen. After that, we will move into CO2 processing to turn CO2 back into useful products, and ultimately into things like fertilizer and ethylene, which is the base for plastics.
What I like about what Paradromics is doing is we're on the leading edge of doing something that's going to dramatically affect patients' lives.
What we've really built here is a high data rate modem for the brain. And so anywhere where there is an issue getting data out of the brain, as in paralysis, or an issue getting data into the brain, like in sensory disorders like blindness or deafness, by connecting the brain to a computer and pushing data across that interface, we can turn data itself into a therapy for those conditions.
Welcome back, and thanks for sticking with us on this amazing series of panels. So if you've listened to more than 5 minutes of this, you know it is not easy to work with a duty acquisition enterprise, and I think that's an understatement. Fortunately, our last panel, we have some very special guests that will tell us about ways that it has been successful. So we have industry and DoD experts talking about acquiring software from acquiring software from industry in the DoD, tips and secrets on how to make it work. And so with that, I'll turn it over to our moderator, Ben Homer, the industry engagement lead of Kessel Run.
Okay, so I think we just come on out. Cool. So thanks everyone for joining us. It's great to be here. It's awesome to have a group of multiple different software organizations in DoD, as well as some of our industry partners here with us. And honestly, it's been really cool to be out here for the last couple of days, and we're really excited to close out day one and hopefully see some more stuff on day two to bring more of this dialogue together and try and think about how do we bring more good technologies and good partners into DoD. So again, to lead off, I lead our industry engagement at Kessel Run. I think probably the first thing I want to do is just go around the horn and have everyone introduce themselves. And then we'll start at the end and kind of go this way. And just sort of talk about your organization, what you do, how you work with industry, and then we'll get into a little bit deeper discussion.
I'm Davis Gunter. I'm an active duty captain in the United States Space Force. I'm stationed at LA Air Force Base, where I am the chief of platform for Kobayashi Maru and co-lead for Section 31, which is the government-led organic branch out of Kobayashi Maru. Currently, we are developing the Space Command and Control enterprise system. So right now, I'm in charge of everything underneath the application development. So anywhere from infrastructure, platform, tool chain, and cyber. So we're looking at just getting capability out to the users as quickly as we can, from government-led teams to acquisition to acquiring different software to contracting with government primes.
Awesome. My name is Christina Mappa. I work at Red Hat. I'm an Army account manager, and I work as a part of the Army team, Red Hat and IBM teamed to, you said, to bring solutions to the government, platform, security. We do all that, and we're, my role specifically is to help the Army, but all of the government get to where they need to be in their digital transformation.
And I'm Jason Zuniga. I'm active duty Army major. I'm currently stationed here at Army Futures Command's Army Software Factory here in Austin. I'm one of the co-directors serving as the Chief Operations Officer. I kind of serve as a bit of a catch-all in the true startup kind of phase that we're in right now. But I was originally an aviation officer, Kiowa pilot in my former lifetime. So it's kind of where I started with Agile, if you will, maybe about as close as we can get. But yeah, loving it here. Obviously, working hand in hand with Vito Erico as we kind of stand this up here in Austin.
Wade Johnston. I'm currently the Director of Innovation for Class Government. We're predominantly a hardware company. We say we're extreme edge engineering. And so right now, a big focus on edge compute. Prior life, retired about a year ago as a CIO here at Army Futures Command. So good opportunity to come back and see where the software factories come in that last year.
Cool. So I guess just getting into it, I mean, Jason, how do you guys work with industry currently? Do you have examples of kind of some of the things that you've done? I know you work closely with a couple of different industry partners. So what's that experience like? What's been successful, and where do we need to get better as DoD?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have, like many organizations, right, we have a lot of different kind of pathways to which we kind of partner or work with industry. So it's, like everything in the government and working with industry, it's not simple always, but we try to make it as streamlined as possible. And one of the ways that we've been pretty successful with that is making sure that we're using those different pathways, right? And so we have obviously traditional contracting methods that we have to utilize. We can also, we tap into the OTA category as often as we can, right, when it comes to specifically contracting requirements out. We're also doing different kind of, levels of involvement with industry partners. And so for us, that's everything, outside of the realm of contracting, right? Not everything necessarily has to be contracted out. And so sometimes that's collaboration opportunities, whether it's coming in for a lunch and learn series, doing design workshops, those different type of activities that allow us to mutually learn from one another and talk about how we can continue to get better, both on the government side as well as the industry side. So we work with some of the, some local organizations, nonprofits, like National Security Innovation Councils as an example, who has opportunities, and they're tied into the ecosystem to also kind of help identify some of the requirements with us, and also work with other industry organizations in the local ecosystem, in the larger ecosystem regionally, and then kind of nationally. We try to stay tied in as best we can. And what that does for us is we, especially being a younger organization, don't necessarily have all of our requirements right now, but as you stay tied into those different avenues, you can, hear about those different opportunities maybe later on down the line. And so I think that's one of the things that's a little bit successful is, one final example would just be real quickly that, organizations that are working with Air Force partners, maybe on a SBIR right now, right? Down the road, we're not quite ready for that, but as they start to continue to develop and work with them, something that we might be able to bring into the fold.
Awesome. Davis, I don't know if you have other thoughts from the government side.
Yeah, we one of the biggest things that we are leveraging right now is just enablement for our government folks. Being able to transform a lot of our people from project and program managers into product mindsets. And so ensuring that they can lead a product team, not just manage a contract, so that they're not just there leading a project, but they are there on the ground with the users, solving problems. And that's not inherently instilled in us as active duty military and civilians. And so that's one of the biggest things that we look to industry for, just being able to enable us in that. We've seen huge strides. I think as companies start to learn how to navigate working with the DoD and just what our airmen and guardians and sailors need and soldiers, that has matured quite a bit. When we first started out, like Enrique said last time, 5 years ago, we didn't know what this could be. We've kind of gone along this journey, took a few government coders, took a few organic PMs, and said, go figure this thing out. And it was messy. Like, you want to talk about theater, like none of this is pretty. And it is extremely difficult. But industry came alongside us, and they enabled us, and they taught us how to do this thing and what that looked like. And they were learning too. But that's the biggest thing. And then, as far as product goes, but then also on cybersecurity, as much as continuous delivery is a somewhat new thing in the DoD, we had to learn with industry. We had to take the best practices and adapt them and change them. And so what that looks like with as technology continues to mature and cybersecurity continues to increase. So working really closely with cyber companies on how we innovate on, ensuring that we have all the necessary controls and necessary security, because the government doesn't know. We don't have all the answers. We're getting a lot more technical, but we need industry to be able to come alongside us.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that we've really tried to build up at Kessler Run also is having that hybrid acquisition and operations kind of set up, so that the acquisition team is really working closely with the product lines and with the technology leadership within the organization, because to a large extent, to be able to buy technology, you need to understand how it works and where we're going. So yeah, I guess with that, Christina and Wade, I don't know if you have thoughts from the industry side of how that's been going.
Yeah, I mean, like you guys said, that you're working on getting to a place where you can collaborate with industry. We heard on all these panels today that you guys are trying to bring in soldiers, keep it in-house, and have these soldiers turned software developers, which is great. That is where we should be going, but we're here to help too. The industry, we're the experts, and we want to work alongside you to come up with those solutions. Hannah Hunt mentioned on the last panel that they invested all this money in a 7 to 10 year project, turned out with no outcomes. Turned it inside, they had outcomes within 3 months. We want to be a part of that continuous delivery and shorter turnover time.
Agree completely. As far as the industry engagements, the government has to embrace the industry has expertise. And so one of the things that we're trying to do a lot is come in and do 1 day, half day seminars with organizations talk through the various technologies, talk through the constraints and limitations of what's real today, what's going to be real in the near term, and so that they can plan ahead for it and not get caught in this do loop of building requirements that are either so far out we're never going to get there, or they're building requirements that we met 5 years ago. And so it's got to be that constant open dialogue between government and industry. Again, understanding there's no promises, no guarantees, but at least let's educate everybody so we're on the same level.
Something that came up in the last panel, and I feel like you probably have some views on it based on your previous experience working for government on the approving side. What are your thoughts on how we improve that within DoD, or how should that process work to streamline how we get software from industry deployed and approved and accredited?
Yeah. So former life as the CIO for AFC was the authorizing official. So the whole RMF process, really it's an engagement between the software teams as they're building stuff, or technology teams, having that constant engagement with AOs, making them understand what they're doing, why they're doing it, how they're doing it, so that they can make informed decisions. It's also educating the AOs so that they can do that in reciprocity, right? So it's directed, you will take reciprocity. Not everybody does. But I think that's something where, again, as we educate everybody across the board and bring those skill sets up, reciprocity will come better or come quicker. But it's something that DoD is going to have to embrace, is going to have to do, is to be able to turn the things as fast as we have to do.
Real quick, the reciprocity really, I haven't seen it be done. We share bodies of evidence, security bodies of evidence to other groups, and they can iterate on that and they can get those things to their AOs. But I haven't seen reciprocity happen. And so really it comes down to educating the AOs on a lot of these things. But that takes a lot of time and effort. And then by the time you do that, those AOs leave. And so we're doing that internally with a lot of our organic products. But there are so many, there's so much technology out there that we want to start using, that we need to use. We've had a product sitting out there that we can't use right now, that's going to go into an IL4 environment because we can't get it accredited to be on an unclassified network. And that's insane. I can get something onto a classified network in 60 days, and it takes me almost 2 years to get a commercial product into an IL5 environment. Like that's not right. And so really what that comes down to is leadership. It comes down from the top, being able to change that policy. Do you want your airmen spending more time writing and correcting policy that colonels have just been okay with for decades? Or do you want them just being able to run and go find something out in industry that can solve problems extremely quickly?
If
I can just add one thing to that. He's absolutely right. As far as, it's risk management framework. It's not risk mitigation, or negation. And that's where the AOs are going to have to accept and understand the risks that they are accepting, and make those informed decisions, and not just try and, secure everything away.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things that's come about is Kessel Run and some of these other organizations is that notion of a continuing ATO. And so for industry who may not be familiar, to be able to get accredited and run on a government system, you need authority to operate. And that generally goes through a fairly complex risk management process to be able to get approved at the end of the day by someone like Wade used to be. And so I think that there is a very clear tension there, because obviously these critical systems. And so what is that right balance? I mean, what do you think that future construct looks like? Is continuous ATO way? Is it some hybrid? Do we need more authorizing officials to work more closely with organizations? What is that future framework?
Yeah, so I think RMF as we know it today is probably not the right way. And there are some really good efforts underway to revamp that and move it forward. Personal experience of taking what Kessel Run had done, took all that information, we rolled it into our package. Hours and hours sitting down with the VMware team, understanding everything so that we could get the software factory and ATO to get going. Was it perfect? No. Was it good enough to get them going and to learn and to continue to iterate on the package? Absolutely. And I think that shows something that as we go forward, it's got to be that understanding of, hey, we're not going to get it right the first time, but as long as we continue to improve it, we're mitigating.
Yeah, and I think that's been one of the successes of these software efforts is that acceptance, there has been more acceptance of risk and more willingness to accept, some of these things. And yeah, I mean, I guess getting back into the broader picture of how these organizations, how we work together, how do you guys set yourselves up and differentiate yourselves? So how is the Army Software Factory different from, Section 31? Obviously, the approaches are a little bit different. The mission sets are a little bit different. But I think that's probably interesting for industry. And also, if people have questions, this is the time to throw them out there.
No, absolutely. And I think I just throw out as part of like, to tack onto that last part of the conversation, at least in the Army, like Army leaders aren't necessarily, trained to accept a lot of risk. They're not necessarily trained in technology. And so, that education component, while difficult, I mean, we got to do our best, right? Because that's exactly who is making those decisions. And we want them to be able to make the most informed decisions as possible. And we got to be able to get that, knowledge transfer there so that we can make that right level of decision with the right amount of risk, with the right decision or with the right technology decisions. So to your question there, Ben, the software factory, for us, it's a little bit more unique of a model in the sense that we're trying to look at a holistic kind of soldier concept, and everything we've kind of talked about from our perspective is putting the soldier at the center, whether it's the service member that's the developer or the service member that's the user. And so as we're finding that hidden tech talent that we talked about at the earlier panel out across the entire Army, and pulling it in, it's how do we find that balance of collaboration with contracted subject matter experts, SMEs, with soldiers and service member involvement, so that we can eventually get to a point where we have that enablement at a level where we can send out autonomous service member teams, because we may not always have the ability to decide whether or not we want contracted balance teams, civilian teams, et cetera. And so it's that long-term vision and approach to get to that level of service member involvement.
I wouldn't say there's much of a difference other than just mission. I think we've all kind of iterated off of one another. When we started Kessel Run, we had no idea what it could turn into. And it's turned to something beautiful. You look at most of the panelists that have been up here, and they're, it's a lot of the government folks that were alumni from the original Kessel Run team. And that goes to speak to a lot of, one, the leadership there, but then just the kind of the right harvesting of talent that came out of that. And so I think, we took Section 31 and iterated on what we had learned from Kessel Run, and Army Software Factory had iterated off of what they saw in LA and in Boston. And then, Colorado Springs with Space Camp and Platform One, they have iterated on all of that as well. So it's just different iterations. And I think that we're all still very early, but we're learning from each other. And some people have worked with industry a lot better than others. And so we can learn about how to bring those in. I think, there's a lot of different organizations like AFWorks and DIU and the SBIRS programs that are helping. And I think that's improving. Maybe we're plateauing a little bit with COVID and not being able to get to things like this. But I think things like this are a catalyst to that. And so I think being able to bring in industry and bring in things like SBIRS to be able to work really closely is improving. So there's not many differences other than we have a little bit of a different mission and continuously improving upon one another.
Yeah, I came from industry before this, and it seems to me that it is especially challenging to navigate the broad number of organizations within DoD. So I guess if Christina or Wade, if you have thoughts on, are there big differences when you're working between Army or Navy or Air Force or Space Force or any of the others? How does your work on some of the, with Army and some of these other organizations differ when you get into other, the complexity of that broader bureaucracy?
Sure. I mean, I'll start and Wade can continue. I mean, most of my experience is just with the Army, but like Davis said, I mean, it's all similar. It's just different mission. At the end of the day, what industry wants to do is help you achieve your mission, and we're there to do it with our products, but we want to work as a team and collaborate to help with that mission. So whether it's Army, whether it's Navy, yeah, we're here to support the DoD. At the end of the day, our companies also just support anyone's missions, whether you're in the private sector, we're there to help and collaborate.
Yeah, I think really it's taken what we learned with one set of customers. So what we learned with SOCOM, we can then bring over to the Army and help them, solve some problems, or vice versa. And so it's really, again, with the industry having reach across everybody, they get a different picture, and I think they can be very helpful in trying to point people in the right direction. Right, it might not be their product, but at least they can give them a sense of the technology or capability to go that way.
Cool. And just on that topic, kind of into more lightning round kind of style questions. What is the most exciting stuff you're seeing out there today? I mean, what do you think is going to be the most game-changing thing for the military in the next 5 to 10 years?
So I'll go with the autonomy capabilities, right? Pick whatever flavor that you want, but the ability to train things to that level, to build trust from leadership in those capabilities, and then employ them. And then having the software and the hardware and the total capability to make that happen.
I guess I'll go next. No, I like Wade's answer, right? With automation and human in the loop, and what's the right balance there. And I think that's going to obviously have a lot to kind of like sort itself out as we all kind of want to do the right thing moving forward. I think taking that, as well as the component of increasing the ability for systems to be able to collaborate and talk to one another, right? As we think about this idea of open standard and being able to, for what a lot of the, entire DoD service programs are trying to do, right? With JADC2, with Project Convergence. And I think being able to, achieve a higher level of crosstalk and automation is really just going to be a game changer for all the services. And so how we're able to move forward into that space is going to be really exciting.
Yeah, Wade and Jason kind of took my answer, but same thing. It's just, the AI ML is a buzzword, but it really is cool to see how we are working towards working with the humans versus our systems. We are always going to have a play, but we want things to be autonomous so we can be more productive. Like you guys said, we have a mission to achieve, and we want our machines to go and do that so we can stay behind and continue to succeed and build and automate, behind the scenes.
I'll take a little bit of a different approach. Obviously, technology is there and it's going to continue to improve. I think just our acquisitions processes is going to get a lot more better. I'm hopeful at least that it gets there. And I think that as we continue to grow, that means our defense industrial base will improve. That means the rest of startups and other technology will continue to get into the DoD a lot better. Yeah, AML, sure, but we can't even deliver software well across the DoD. So I'm hopeful that it comes in, but I'm just hopeful we have better ways to get software out to our users. And we've proven that it can work. We've proven that we can do it on a fairly large scale, at least for various subset missions. But I think writ large we can do it a lot better. So I'm hopeful that we just see that. We just see better software that can run a lot more securely.
And hopefully interoperable across all the services. And the other thing that always gets tied in there is how do we make sure that we're matching up all the data streams that we have and interconnecting those using, and I think that's the other area of complexity that happens when we talk about adding, more industry partners, making sure that those are all synced up and integrated in the ways that we're going to need to do for future warfare. So
yeah, the JADC2 mission is so important. I don't think it all needs to come together as one autonomous system. Just being able to work together, having just being able to have open APIs like that. That's a simple thing that we can all do to be able to work together across services and across systems.
Cool. I think, was there a question back there? Okay. If there are questions, this is the time. So yeah, go for it, sir. I think just talking will repeat it back. Yeah.
This panel was super enlightening, so when I say appreciate you guys, it's interesting because I feel like in California they tried the agile capabilities and they were turning social workers into product managers, and so there's this huge skills gap. I've had sit downs with tons of generals, and less than 30% of the military has the capability for the battlefield of the future, or the skills for the battlefield of the future. So that worries me beyond just interoperability. So from your perspective, Captain, how are you seeing ways to upskill folks? Is that credentialing? Is that industry? Because industry comes at a price and a premium. So what we realized was like, hey, we can't just have social workers be product managers because that skill set doesn't transfer sometimes, right? So what I'm seeing globally is the ability to procure software faster, and so much that as a GovTech entrepreneur and investor, it's not attractive to work in this market. It's more attractive to work in the other market because we lack the digital maturity and the skill set to maintain those capabilities. So I'm interested in how do we get the skills beyond the interoperability? How do we make the market more attractive such that we want to come in and create those 10x markets, those capabilities, the harden those capabilities? But I'm really seeing the skills gap as something that's not making this market attractive. And it's making other markets, be it APAC or EMEA, more attractive because they have the skills.
So questions about skill set, how do we upskill the workforce, and how do we make government a more attractive marketplace? Because obviously there's a pretty big market outside government. Why, I hear this a lot actually. Why would I even go in and work with the government? It's going to be so much pain to do it, right?
Global governments are capturing our mind share and they're deploying the capabilities
Right.
faster.
Well, and that's the other thing. There's a good line in the 2018 NDS that I always bring up, which is basically, to be able to, all these new technologies are coming out there. And if we're not fast enough, our adversaries are definitely going to implement them before us. So, yeah.
That we've seen just multiple shifts in the DoD. 90s and early 2000s, we saw a shift where, we got rid of a ton of service members. We gave a ton of capability and money to large system integrators. And so we said, we don't want anything. We just want to manage products. We just want to manage contracts. And so the government really just became leaders in program management. And that's shifting now again to where the government is becoming more technical. They're starting to understand, technology a lot better and get a lot more understanding across what the industry looks like. But also our users are getting a lot more smarter on what the future can look like and what the possibility is. They're getting a feel for what good software can be and what continuous delivery really looks like. So I would say it's happening. We're upskilling, but it can't happen overnight. We're skilling folks through different boot camps on how to be a product manager, on how to be a developer. And one of the, I think, most important forms of a product team jobs on a product team is the designer. Just being able to have that spokesperson within a balanced product team is really important. And so that's increasing. We're lacking a lot of product leadership within government. And so, to one of the earlier panels with Austin Bryan, just talking about how we keep people and how we train them, it's really difficult. For people that are in this world, it's attractive to get out. But I think if we're able to keep people and we're able to grow leaders in this space that understand where we're going and what we're doing, we can continue to get a lot better and be able to field a lot more capabilities, like you said. But it is a process.
One other point on it, just because this comes up a lot, and I think there's kind of a little bit of a misconception, because I do see, so number one, it's not all about the money. And I think that's a really important point to make, because there are a lot of people who are very excited about coming into these jobs because they're mission focused people. And so those people are out there, and they will, if you give them a powerful mission and they're able to make a difference, that's going to 100%, outweigh, the financial part of it, especially because, if it's, to the extent that we're bringing in government civilians, and even on our contract teams, those jobs pay okay. They're not going to pay you necessarily what you're going to get at, Silicon Valley, if you're a developer, but the mission is going to be more powerful. And so I think we've done a pretty good job of starting to bring those in. And I think as we grow the ecosystem, we keep on bringing people in. And we've talked about the cross-pollination that's already happening. So I'm hopeful. We need to continue to scale that out, though. And so I think that's definitely, hopefully, something that we'll see continue to grow. But
it's definitely not all about pay. That's for sure. It's about feeling safe and where you're working, being appreciated, being valued, and that all comes with growing leaders and how to lead a modern workforce. And so, when I say attractive, that's what I mean, is being valued. Do we really? I mean, if we can pay people just fine, but where do they want to work? Do they want to work for a mission that's delivering and impacting the world, or do they want to go do I don't know, insurance capabilities? I don't know.
No, I definitely agree with what both of the gentlemen just said. And I mean, it's difficult, but we can be taught. And I think one of the unique positions that we're in right now, though, is, for the majority of the senior leaders that have grown up through, through service already, don't necessarily have the same understanding of technology that our junior most soldiers have, where they were coding in high school, or they run servers on the side on the weekend for their gaming systems or whatever it might be. And so you have this, inverted knowledge gap that really, I think, exactly to what we're talking about. If you give these individuals who have a sense of purpose, who want to serve, right, you give them the space to do it, the culture where they want to feel like they have an outlet to use their skills in the right way, we'll be able to drive that, information upwards of how we appropriately use those skills, how we appropriately prepare for the future and what that might look like. So, I mean, that for us, that's really what we're trying to do is pilot this in a way that helps us inform the Army and helps us better understand.
Cool. Getting into the balanced teams, because that's something that also comes up a lot. I think a lot of people have questions. I get them a lot when I'm talking to industry about how we work as an organization, what that structure is, what our UX process is. So I'm interested both from the software factory organization side, if you guys want to speak to what your processes are there. And then I think also there's an interesting question of what that future makeup should look like from the industry side, because we're going at it very different approach than traditional acquisitions, where we're doing government-led software development, integrating industry in many times into the product teams more directly. So I'm interested in what you guys think is the right future approach for that.
Yeah, so I think going forward, I mean, certainly, say Army Software Factory, right, where they're trying to build that bench of green suiters or government folks, absolutely 100% on board with that. Going down the road is they build that bench and they grow naturally. Some kind of augmentation with contractors or industry is probably inevitable, not to build the bench bigger, but to continue bringing that expertise in that's coming fresh from the industry side, and so that they continually inject new ideas to it. But I don't think that we're going to get to a point where it's going to be a 1-for-1 or a side-by-side kind of thing.
And I think we don't know what the answer is yet. That's why, we're here on this panel. We were listening to the 5 panels before, and it's how do we get to that point where we're working more cohesively? I don't know. I wish we could tell you. That's why we're talking about it, and we're trying to work towards that. But that's why we need to collaborate, and we need to collaborate early. Industry, again, wants to help the DoD, the Army specifically, achieve their mission. And we can only do that when we start working with you from the beginning. On the previous panel, 5 panels of the day, they were talking about outcomes. We don't want to respond to a white paper and a list of requirements. We want to work with you on your solution. We do want to provide outcomes, and our products can do that. But yeah, we're products, we're selling products, but at the end of the day, it's to achieve that mission.
So we, at Section 31, we have a few balanced teams. And what I mean by that is, like I said, a PM, a designer, and we also do paired programming. So we have then we have a few pairs of developers, and that's for a lot of our app teams on our platform and cyber security side. We pair program there as much as possible and what makes sense, and we have a we have an active duty military or civilian on each team as well, across product and platform. And so, but the team consists of military, civilian, contractor, FFRDC. We have a whole gamut of people. And so the balanced team from a different sense is that it is industry, it is government. And really what that looks like is we're all badgeless. We're coming in, we're working together as a team to achieve a mission. And I think that's one of the biggest things where, industry can come alongside us. Come help us achieve these missions. We're not going to be able to scale this large with the whole DoD. I think that government-led development, meaning, we can have a government PM, but the rest of the team can be industry. You guys can come alongside. We don't have the expertise on some of these algorithms for space capabilities. We need to bring those on, but join our teams. Come join our mission and be part of us, and come alongside to enable our folks. But we're not going to have doctorates in how to do orbital dynamics. We need that contracted out. So we need you guys to come alongside us and enable us, and assist us into achieving those outcomes, because we certainly can't do it together. And so really, I think what that comes down to is a matter of humility, but also on the government side, having better contracts, taking responsibility and ownership of what those contracts look like, because we can't just do the same thing that we've been doing with the poor written contracts where they're all open-ended and you can just fit whatever you want in them. That's certainly not the future. Some people like to run a bus through their contracts. I think we need to scope and be very specific about what we want as the government.
Yeah, I think it's a balance, right? You need it to be both beneficial and not harmful to both sides, and so it's definitely a balance that you got to strike with regards to the contracts. For the teams themselves, we went out and did a little bit of research, took a few notes, so they look a little similar, right? So we've got PMs and designers that start with pairing, so that they can continue that enablement component, and then software engineers that do paired programming, and so that's pretty standard for us as well on the Army Software Factory side. But one of the, exactly to Wade and Christina's point, is there's always that balance with a contractor side as well, right? And what we're not trying to do is recreate all COTS solutions from scratch. Like, there are reasons to create new things, greenfield applications or whatever that might be. But this is just Vito didn't say it earlier today, right? This is just another club in the golf bag. So that's what we hope to achieve with it.
Maybe we get a little bit at why we have balanced teams and why we have government-led teams. It's not just there to say we did or just to enable folks, but we have it because we're able to bring autonomy as low as we possibly can. So those teams are so much more autonomous than if we have the level, a little bit more of a command and control structure at, let's say, an ML level, right? We bring the decision making as low as possible because we believe that they know the best. So our PMs, typically CGOs or young NCOs, they know what the mission needs because they're working there with the user. In ML, in FGO is at a level that just doesn't touch the user, and I think they need to be there to enable those teams. But and so we're not throwing requirements over the fence and saying delivers this thing and then it comes back, oh, it's not right, and so we have to go back and change something, and it costs millions of dollars in time, and ultimately then we don't get what we need. So the balanced team is there to be able to accommodate what the user needs, and also deliver a product a lot faster.
There's a question that I'm not sure I fully understand, so maybe if one of you understands it, you can address it. Talking about diseconomies of scale, I assume they're talking about challenges. I guess maybe the better way to approach this is in terms of how we acquire things and how we go about purchasing. How do we make those? Or maybe the better way to ask it is in terms of future platform decisions, and when you're thinking about the tools and technologies you need, how are you going about thinking about what those should be, and how do you guys work? Like within Kessel Run, we've developed a process where we're working really closely with our product lines. We do quarterly growth boards to try and evaluate what the technologies are that we have and where we want to go. And then we go out and basically put those calls out to industry. And we've been working on continuing to kind of hone that process. Not a perfect process, but I don't know if you guys have thoughts on how that process works from your side.
Well, this just made me think of what was said on an earlier panel about how, it's about continuous delivery. That was the main subject of the last panel. And, we have to realize that failing, although that sounds like a bad word, when we're in this time of innovation, you don't want to put all this money and time into one solution. And then when it doesn't work, you think, well, I already invested all the time and money. We keep going for years and years until you lost all your money and all your time. We need to get to a point where, you acquire some software or you work with the industry, work with us, see what works, see what doesn't. It's okay if it doesn't work, because again, the goal is to work with you on achieving your mission. So if it doesn't work, after 6 months, great, go back to the drawing board. That's better than investing all your time and money. 10 years later, it doesn't work. And then now you have to go back to the drawing board because you just lost 10 years.
Yeah. And I guess, just in terms of that question, I think we are focused on doing more. We have a team that basically we call ourselves doing agile acquisitions. Mm-hmm. And what that means is more modular contracting, smaller contracts, shorter contract terms, so that we can actually evaluate and make sure that the contract is being successfully, acted on. And so I think that's probably the best way to answer that question is a core part of how we're thinking about this is how do we acquire things and make sure that we're validating the success and then scale those partnerships that are successful, rather than acquiring it and then 3, 4, 5 years down the line, you say, okay, well, this is successful, at which point sometimes that technology is already obsolete.
Yeah. The question that we're seeing here, how does this play into buying big prime versus small business in relation to smaller organizations and larger organizations? And I think really that kind of gets into, is this program, an ACAT 1 program? Is it a program of record, or is it not? And they're able to not have as much acquisition process that they have to adhere to. But it's also assuming that if you are a big organization that you have to go to a big prime to be able to deliver a big system. And I don't think that's true. I don't think, but also the big primes, I think they need to change a little bit. They need to adapt. And we've seen it done in the past. Typically they're used to getting big systems and delivering those big systems and dealing with a lot of hardware. Software is eating the world, and I think we need to change the way that our defense industrial base operates with us. We've seen it done successfully a few different times, and I think that it's possible, but there is a level of adaptation that's needed across the large SIs.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things, so Kessel Run, we're moving towards the software acquisition pathway, which is, much shorter term, based with that focus on how do we do this in a different way than we've traditionally required large systems. So I think that's hopefully the future for software.
Yeah, and I think it's really about the capability, right? And these days, the incredible thing with software, to get the best or the newest, strongest capability out there, it doesn't necessarily have to be a big prime. Some of them have great capabilities and offerings that we're going to always want, but there's also just this, scrappy startup that might have something that's truly incredible. And so some of the things that we've been talking about all day, though, right, is how do we make it easier to be able to work with the right components, whether it's a big prime or whether it's a startup, right? And so creating those pathways for startups is just so incredibly important, whether it's through SIBRs, whether it's reducing the contracting timelines that it takes to get things on contract. I don't think I've heard anybody talk about it today because maybe it's not the most fun topic, but resourcing side, right? We talk about having to palm for money. For those who aren't familiar with the FIDEP, planning 3 to 7 years out is not a simple thing, especially when you're talking about agile. And I think one of the unique things that people are starting to lean forward into is the idea of a software color of money, which hopefully will help get at some of that agility and kind of reducing that planning timeline or window that we have to lock ourselves into.
Cool. So we don't have too much time. I wanted to just give everyone an opportunity to sort of closing remarks, anything that you want people to know, how to get in touch with you if they're interested in working with you, what types of things you're looking to work with people on, and close it up from there.
Yeah, so again, just appreciate the opportunity to participate in this and be back in Austin for a couple days. I think it's an incredible time right now for not only the Army, but the services in general, with the leadership that is all in on modernizing the capabilities, leading with technology, leading with better methods to do things, getting after the software problem set. And so a lot of energy, a lot of good support there. And I think it's just something we need to capitalize on going forward, both as the government side and industry side, so that we don't blow the opportunity that we might not get for a long time.
I think for me, it's really just a part, or being able to take part in all the incredible work that's going on. I really appreciate that. To all the industry partners taking part today, the DoD, partners that are taking part and made the trip out here, especially during the trying times, like, just really appreciate it. And for us, the Army Software Factory, it's all about that collaboration. Where to reach out to us, throw out a little opportunity here. armyfuturescommand.com/software factory. It's where we can bring you in, as far as, if you're an industry partner looking to find a way to connect with us. If you're a soldier out there and you're interested in joining our team, right, you can apply there too. So we've got a lot of great information there. But yeah, just really thanks to everybody for coming out.
Yeah, and like Jason said, this is a great opportunity for us to collaborate here on this panel, networking outside the panels. So thank you to Capital Factory for having us, Army Software Factory and IBM for hosting this track for us. Like, this is the opportunity for us to get together, especially post-COVID, to collaborate and see how we can work together moving forward. Like all of us have been talking about on these sessions, we want to collaborate, we want to innovate.
Thanks for having us. I never really thought I'd be here. I certainly, I think, as most of us in the government, suffer from some sort of imposter syndrome, that like we don't really deserve to be here, and we don't feel qualified, or like we should be here. But it's certainly an honor. I think this is something that's really important. If we don't get this right, if we don't figure out how to bring in better technology, if we don't figure out how to just deliver software, better working software, the mission is at stake. And I think that's something that we can all align on, no matter if you're one software factory or the other, or you're one technology or the other. What's at stake here is a lot of our freedoms and a lot of people's lives, a lot of the simple things that we have, like space assets, are extremely important. And if we don't come together, if we don't get a lot better at delivering software and being a lot more secure, then there's a lot at stake. And so really, I just say that hopefully everyone continues to be more mission focused, and continues to assist the government in improving the way we get software to our users.
Yeah, so we're over time, but thanks to all the panelists. Thank you to the Capital Factory, and thank you to Army Software Factory. And hopefully we'll have more of these types of things at future events. If you're interested in getting in touch with Kessel Run, kesselrun.af.mil. But looking forward to continuing this discussion in the future. Thanks, everyone.
It was important to me to have the sickest lab we could possibly build, and we're kind of going all out with it. We've got some incredible prototyping equipment. We're going to be bringing all that stuff here. We have a 5-axis CNC. We've got water jet. We've got a laser cutter. This is another location for Capital Factory. So all that magic they do with their lunch and learns and their Ask Me Anythings, we'll be able to do those surrounding autonomy and robotics. I've been trying to get in here for 8 or 9 years. Now you get to come join us. It's going to be amazing.
Thanks so much for joining us today for the Army Software Factory track at Fed Supernova. We learned some amazing things and had some wonderful speakers. We learned the secret to building an outcomes-based DoD software culture. We learned how the Army Software Factory, and honestly the Army writ large, is turning soldiers into software developers. We learned about how continuous delivery is enabling outcomes and helping sort through innovation theater. And of course, last but not least, we learned how the DoD is working with industry to acquire software so that we can expand the national security innovation base and help protect our way of life moving forward. This is a wrap to the Army Software Factory track and day 1 of Fed Supernova. If you'd like to reach out to any of the speakers on our panels today, please check out their profile on fedsupernova.com. If you'd like to reach out to me, please track me down on LinkedIn. If you're here in Capital Factory in person, please join us in the atrium for a social hour. If you're dialing in via Hopin out there in the interwebs, please join the networking section in the application. I'm Zach Walker. It's been a huge honor to be your MC for today. And that's a wrap. Thanks so much. Bye.